Okay. Almost there. Almost there. Almost there. Alright, let's. Um. Laptop wasn't on the whole time. God damn it. I guess we'll let some Steam stuff update and Battle.net if there are any updates. Looks like that's all done. Alright, let's. That's all done. I thought I removed this. Was it? No, not giveaways. I'm trying to remove the test donation that I added there. Oh, yes, tipping history. There we go. There we go. I'll remove that. I just use that to test if the ticker actually works, and obviously it does. So you can manually add. This is like, test donation there, here and there. Come on, laptop. Sign in. Actually, can I this is much easier. Where is it? Window capture. That way I don't have to do desktop capture every time. There we go. Very nice. Alright, let me speed it up a little bit. 1 second, because I had to get my second monitor working. Fucking thing. Got 9 minutes to do this. There we go. Piece of shit. I really need to get a tablet. It makes viewing chat so much easier. Okay, so I'm gonna start recording very shortly. Okay, we're almost there. And we're gonna turn the event box off temporarily. Alright. This is day 2. So we're gonna speed things up because it's 11 hours long. And there's a roundtable today, I don't know, around like 5 o'clock or something. I don't know what time. Or maybe afternoon. 3 p.m. New Zealand and US Central Time. Is it really 9 p.m. CST? CST. 5 p.m. They ended the day around like, I don't know, something like 10, 11 o'clock p.m. So assuming that's 11 hours, they must have started at 12 p.m. So in the afternoon. So around the afternoon. Anyways, it's not going to be as long as the day 1 and day 2. Day 2 was the longest, 11 hours, because they included the race as well, which I think everyone had access to. But anyways, let's get started. Alrighty, here we go. Under 1080p. Alright, so day 1 was stuff about PoE 2. uh, sort of changes that were made. Pretty much like a huge dev update and showcase as well, because they showed a lot of different skill effects and character models and whatnot. But the day two is more very technical. It's gonna be about design, game design, and stuff like that. So obviously, if you're not interested in that, that's fine. Refer to day one. Anyways, this guy's gonna talk about the how the game was rendered. Oh,
And I also want to go.
there we
This time
go.
I want to go deeper in explaining how these techniques actually work. So it's probably gonna get quite intense. Guys,
Damn,
brace
sound
yourselves.
team.
There's a lot of stuff. The first technique. Let's just get right into it.
This
Right
is
away.
the
The
part
first technique I
where
want to talk to you
those
about is,
the
following
nerds
materials.
are
It's
gonna
a
love
very
this.
basic technique that is used everywhere in our game. It's a pretty typical effect. So how do we do this? Well, let's break it down. This is an effect that is driven by a velocity map. So the goal is to have a texture that flows according to some flow that we calculate from somewhere, provided as a texture or we calculate it. The way you'd naively try to do this is, what if you try to apply a displacement to a texture and then keep increasing that displacement over time? Well, this is what it creates. It creates this nasty warp texture. You just cannot keep distorting the texture indefinitely. So how do we solve this problem? Well, the way this problem is solved is usually you have layers. So you see this layer appears, shifts a little bit, and then disappears. It fades in, shifts a little bit, fades out. And then if we apply two of these layers that shift out of sync with each other, you get a perfectly smooth transition from one to another. So you don't see how they actually fade. But we went further. This technique has a downside. That
Today's the engineering stream.
Enough, you can see the fading between these two layers, because one
Software
entire layer
engineers
fades out and then
and
the other layer fades in. You can see some sort of a transition.
programmers.
The way you can solve this is you can also apply some sort of a noise to each of these layers to create this more random looking, more organic looking transition, so that each layer flows, but instead of fading in and out entirely, it has some sort of noise applied to it. And if we apply two of these layers together, then it looks much smoother. It looks like a much smoother transition. So we use this for lava, for water, for any sort of liquid, basically. By the way, for this specific technique, I prepared a shader toy demonstration, because I very frequently I'm asked this question: how do I start programming graphics? Like, what do I do if I want to start graphics programming? Well, I always answer that, in my opinion, the best thing to learn graphics is just do graphics. Try programming shaders, and a great way to start programming shaders is get a shader that works. For example, this shader that I provided here that implements this effect, and just start hacking it. You can modify, you can see its effects on shader toy. Here's a link, and just experiment with it and learn this way. Next technique that I call subsurface ray marching. Here's an example of what it allows to do. You're going to see a lot of Ranger, because we typically use the modal for all our tests. So what is ray marching? Ray marching is a process in computer graphics of rendering any sort of volumetric material. So when you have fog, when you have water, when you have some sort of material that transmits light and doesn't block it entirely. Challenges of ray marching is that it usually involves a sort of a loop. When you ray march through a volume, you need to apply light, you need to calculate lighting for every step of your ray. And that's typically very expensive. But you can see that a lot of games still do this, because if you have to render a volume, there is nothing else you can do, so you do this anyway. But there is a better way. What if we ray march in a texture space instead? Then we don't need to store actually a 3D volume data. We can just use a single 2D texture and derive multiple layers from it. So here's an illustration of how this can work. Blue is a view ray, orange is a surface that we are rendering, and there is a bunch of parallel planes that are subsurface planes. So we can calculate texture coordinates for these subsurface planes, and if we align them together, they look like a volume. So here's an example of what it looks like. For example, you see multiple volumes of water, sort of debris floating, and you see the nice parallax between them. Another example. You can also do a bunch of effects that look, they all look like there is multiple surfaces, but they're all actually one surface, and the look of multiple surfaces is created in the shader by introducing multiple layers that are blended in the shader. Some more examples. This is
so it's one layer, but it looks like multiple layers. That's actually
badass. But you can go further. The thing that you can also do is you can use data that is already present on your screen to calculate color of each volume. And what it allows is it allows you to calculate lighting of a surface only once, and then reuse that information multiple times to render multiple layers. This is how we can render stuff like fur. And actually this...
Yo, I liked this portion of the stream. Yesterday was awesome because we got to get more details about the design philosophies, like animation and jewels and gems. More like the number stuff and interactions and all that. Today is more technical, meaning that it's from an engineering standpoint in terms of like game design from this, actual like designing things, objects in the game. So this is like for me right up my alley in terms of interest. And I love um, dev talks about how the game was made, essentially, from the bottoms up, or what technologies they're using to render the characters, environment, just various assets and effects. So today's gonna be a little bit more, yeah, No, yesterday was more mathematical. Today is gonna be more about like philosophy and like from an engineering standpoint. So let's continue.
Technique I noticed is used in quite a lot of games recently, but I don't think it has like enough academic weight so that people publish papers about it. Different companies keep using similar techniques, they keep inventing similar clever techniques, but nobody really talks about them because, well, I don't know why. I just think these ideas are worth sharing and they're worth knowing about. Another example is some bear with
The
an
fucking
isotropic,
bear.
Lighting model, some more experiments with the ranger. The way these techniques function is they rely heavily on this transformation called TBN. TBN is a basis that allows us to translate small steps in world space into small steps in UV space. So this way, when we are ray marching a world ray, we can also calculate small offsets in a texture. It's used in lots of other techniques such as parallax mapping, et cetera, et cetera. It's not like a new invention, but if you're interested in computer graphics, I really advise you to familiarize yourself with this technique just because of the huge range of effects you can implement with it.
I like computer graphics stuff, like
to
reading about
next technique I
how
want
John
to discuss, by the way,
Carmack
used
and
TBN as well, is
Ed,
also surface shadows.
was it
This
Tim
is an example
Sweeney
of a technique that
were
allows
developing
to render, translucent
the
sort of
ID
shadows. So,
software
like,
and
imagine,
Unreal Engine?
for example, if there is a shadow in
You'll
smoke,
love,
you
you'll
don't
love it.
see
If
a
you're
hard shadow, it
interested
gets
in like
blurred
game
along
development,
the light direction. And typically,
just
in order
seeing
to
all the
simulate
cool
these shadows, you again
effects
need to employ
and
volume rendering, which can be quite expensive. But
techniques.
there is a much cheaper way, and the way this can be done. The reason why it can be
Rendering
implemented this way
techniques.
is because typical shadow map implementation involves an operation called percentage close filtering, which is a loop that samples texture in a small radius to create this blurry look. But if there is already a loop, the cost, the expensive part of the shadow mapping operation is already paid. So we have come up with this idea of what if we use the same loop to also ray march along the ray and also blur the shadow not only in a radius but in depth as well. And this is basically how it works. You can create for free because the cost is already paid of PCF. The cost is already paid. We can just spread our samples instead of spreading them in radius. Just spread them along a ray. You get this translucent effect for free.
Cool illusion, by the way.
That we have employed,
Less
we call
expensive
contact
than,
parallax.
full rendering
This
the
is
shadow.
An example of what it looks like. A very typical problem that comes with artists excessively overusing parallax, because artists love parallax, obviously, is that in order for parallax surfaces to intersect with each other, you need to either write fragment depth for each fragment of a parallax surface, or do something similar, but it's very expensive because if a fragment writes depth, the shader becomes very expensive. However, there is a much better way that avoids writing depth. Oh, by the way, another significant drawback of writing depth, it also creates nasty aliasing, because when a parallax map surface intersects with another surface, it creates nasty aliasing that is very hard to get rid of. But there is a much better way. What if you just get rid of the depth test? And what if you just fade surfaces? So here's an example of a surface. Here's an example of a surface. Yellow is a surface, and it intersects with this black ground here. But instead of applying depth test that creates this harsh intersection line between parallax surface and the ground, what if you just apply a smooth transition from one to the other and creates this much nicer effect, basically, again, for free? So you see, this allows us to blend a parallax surface into ground that creates a much nicer transition. Again, this is a technique that is kind of, at some point, well, in some sense it's obvious, but nobody really talks about it because I guess people consider it too obvious. I'm not sure. I know that a lot of other games do this same thing. Like I noticed Diablo 4 does this. A bunch of other games do the same thing. But I've never seen a publication on it. So I think it's just worth discussing so that people get inspired by these ideas. Next, technique was developed to solve a very prolific problem in PoE specifically, and honestly in many other games. This is
I really
rendering
like that
decals.
he's excited
What is a
about talking
decal?
about
Decal is
this,
basically a
because
flat
how
surface
often
that
do
you
you
want
get to
to make it
sort
look
of
like
lecture
like it's sitting on the ground.
people,
A very typical problem that happens when you try
like
to
as
do
a
this
game
is your
developer,
surface
you
intersects
know?
the ground ever so slightly, and you
You
get
only
these
really
nasty
get
intersection lines. When
very few
your
chances
surface,
to
your
sort
decal
of
intersects the ground.
present
And
your design, which
there
is
is sort
usually
of
only to like
workarounds that
staff
people
members within the
employ to mitigate this problem.
the
For example,
company,
lifting decals
but not in
slightly
public
above ground.
setting, right?
There is another technique called projective decals.
So
that
this
has
is their
a
moment
lot of
to
drawbacks.
finally,
It's
you know,
also
be
very
like, hey,
expensive.
look what
So
we've been working on.
while thinking about like what do we do about this problem, you see like
And,
this nasty line.
you know,
The reason why this line
just
appears
seems
is because
passionate
of depth
about
test. Again, because when two surfaces intersect, only one of them wins, the one that is closer to you. So either one surface wins the depth test, either the ground or the decal, and you always can see only one of them. So we asked ourselves, what if we just get rid of the depth test? And the better way to do this is if you just disable depth test completely and replace it again with smooth fade. This allows us to create a much nicer transition. But however, in order to mitigate the problem of surfaces having wrong parallax when they appear under the surface, we can also correct their UVs to a UV that they would have had if they were sitting perfectly on the ground. This is relatively easy to do. It's techniques, again, similar to parallax occlusion mapping. But this combination of correcting UVs to a UVs of a surface sitting perfectly on the ground, as well as disabling depth test, allows us to create basically perfect decals that have none of the drawbacks of the typical decals, and they're very easy for artists to set up. So here is how this decal intersects with the ground. You see it never sharply appears, it never sharply disappears, it never creates harsh transitions. It's very smooth, very easy to use for artists. And here's a side-by-side comparison, what it looks like on a player scale with and without this technique. And next technique that I think is worth discussing. Again, it's not exactly a novel technique. It's used actually pretty widely in
this is sped up, by the way. So everything he's saying is sped up
thing that
slightly.
artists like to do is they build flipbooks of effects. So basically a flipbook is a bunch of frames, usually 16 or 9 frames of a certain animation that they flick through. And if you just flick through frames of an animation, you see the transition from one to another. It looks like shifting, like interpolating sharply between frames. But the way to mitigate this is called motion vectors. You can distort source frame towards the destination frame, and you can distort the destination frame towards the source frame as they blend from one to another. And this way you can create a much smoother transition with very low frame rates. So this flipbook, for example, has just 16 frames during the entire animation. But if you apply motion vectors to this, it can look much smoother. Like it's the same amount of memory used, but looks like a much smoother transition. The big question is always, how do you calculate motion vectors? And this question has no simple answer. There's no algorithm that gives you perfect motion vectors. They are even
It predicts the
defined in a kind
second
of
frame.
sort of ambiguous way. So every
Like the first frame
game
is the
company that
original
uses this
frame,
technique
and then the
has to
second
basically
one
reinvent their
is
motion vectors in some
prediction,
sense.
and then the
And
third
I
frame
wanna
is
tell
the
you how we do
original
this.
frame.
Another
And then
example of
the fourth
just
frame
two
is
frames
prediction of the
blending.
third frame.
So this is source frame, destination frame. You see how they smoothly blend into each other because of motion vectors. The way we do this is we build this hierarchical representation of motion vectors. First, we find motion vectors in a very low resolution way. So just a very coarse picture of what our motion vectors would look like on the left. Then on the right, you see more, we refine that representation of motion vectors. And we can adaptively find perfect motion vectors by stacking these levels of details of motion vectors. Here's an example. This is a source frame of some flipbook. This is the destination frame of a flipbook. We need to find motion vectors that translate this image into this image. Basically, we need to distort one image towards the other. The way we are going to do this is first we are going to overlay them. I'm showing the first frame in red here and the second frame in green here. And when you combine red and green, you get yellow. So if we apply perfect motion vectors to this image, it should get completely yellow. So let's try to yellow this image. First, we are going to apply a very rough, I think it's just 4x4 motion vectors displacement. And you see like these frames already kind of sort of match, but in a very crude way. Then I'm going to keep refining and adding higher and higher resolution motion vectors. And you see here the iterative process that converges these images together and finds finer and finer refinements. And this is what it looks like when we apply the motion vectors to these two frames. You see a nice smooth transition from one frame to another frame.
You know, notice, okay, from yesterday, well, actually yesterday or Saturday, that's day 2 actually. So I'm watching day 2. Friday was day 1. So not yesterday, but 2 days ago. Day 1. Keep in mind, notice the difference between how the technical designer or technical staff member or the engineer essentially speaks compared to how the sort of like the higher up leaders speak. obviously, Chris and all the guys at the top level know what they're talking about, but um, I think sometimes they would stumble, or they would sort of blank out, or they would be like, um, because I mean, there's only so much they can know, right? The people actually doing the heavy lifting are the actual, the people who are doing the design, the designers, the engineers, and the programmers and stuff. Not to say that those guys don't know anything. They helped created the co-founded the game, so they know, from like sort of like the lower level to the upper level, but from a currently technical perspective, because they want to communicate without confusing users, so they had to sort of like use simpler words, so it's hard to articulate stuff. But once you get to really have the actual programmers and designers and engineer come up on stage and talk, it's like he's going off in rapid fire, because he knows what he's talking about. He has all the information that in his brain, but he has to relay it within like a matter of minutes, or within like less than 30 minutes. So he wants to talk about a lot of things, but he only has limited time. But he doesn't lose track of what he's talking about. He knows what he wants to say. It's a lot of information, but that's it's key difference between a keynote from the front end, but then when you get to the people at the back end, it gets more interesting. Well, from my perspective, I've always loved or have an interest in game design and development and engineering and stuff, so it's pretty cool.
So this is a technique that we use for all our skills, for flipbooks, for flames, for all that sort of VFX. Another technique I want to discuss today is bent normal shadows. Here's what it looks like. Bent normal shadows on, bent normal shadows off.
Another thing. He doesn't have to refer to another person for answers. He knows the answers, right? So he can sort of rapid fire everything without, having to pause. Hey, I don't know the answer. Then refer to the guy on the side and the actual engineer, and then blah blah blah, and then get back to the answer to the audience. So it's less delay. It's more, we're getting straight away with the presentation.
Comparison side by side. On the left, bent normal shadows off, bent normal shadows on. The problem they're solving is that when we have a texture of a material that contains in it some big geometry, for example, a normal map, this texture never encodes information about shadowing. So normal maps don't shadow themselves, if I put it this way. So how do we overcome this problem? How do we make it so that the micro details in a normal map also cast shadows onto each other? Well, actually, the answer is that the information needed for this is already encoded into the normal map. It's encoded in AO. Ambient occlusion is a map that encodes information about adjacent geometry to every point. And we can actually reuse that information to cast shadows. What if we use baked occlusion for this? The way it works is for every point, we can define a cone that is guaranteed to not occlude any light that's coming from within this cone. The angle of this cone can be derived from AO, and the direction of this cone can be derived from
how he
thing called bent
explains
normals. So bent normals, basically, for each surface point,
common
defines the direction
terms,
that
ambient
the light
occlusion,
is
anti-aliasing.
most visible from. So this is the direction that you least expect to see a shadow from. So this is
Rather
obviously
than
an
just
approximation. This is
assume
really neat
that you
approximation
know.
because we can use even normals or LOD of a normal or mipmap of a normal for the bent normal direction. We can use AO for the angle of the cone to create self-shadowing for very cheaply. It's almost free, applying this thing to a shadow in a shadow shader. And this is actually the technique that we use for lighting on the PoE UI. Like actually the UI is completely 2D, but all the shadows that you see from in-game light sources are done with bent normals. Next subject, GPU particles. GPU particles here's an example of what it looks like. This is one of the very early tests. Do you recognize the Ranger? The point of GPU particles is if you have a finite amount of time, for example, 1 frame, where would you rather spend this 1 frame worth of calculation, for example, 1 millisecond, on the CPU or on the GPU? Well, the answer is it really depends on what exactly you're calculating. For example, calculating gameplay is much more efficient on the CPU. You're much better off spending 1 millisecond calculating a gameplay code on the CPU rather than on GPU. But GPU is really good for calculating very simple, very repetitive tasks in huge amounts. And particles is exactly that. So that's why it's just very natural to calculate particle behavior on the GPU. And also, it comes with very nice benefits that particle systems have access to stuff that is only present on the GPU, such as depth buffer, so we can do a bunch of interesting things with it. We actually developed pretty in-depth GPU particle system that even allows some minor physics simulation. This is simulating some particles interacting with the ground. And we fully integrated with our graph editing system. So our materials are designed with these graphs that VFX artists can use, just visually connect things.
Oh wow,
and
then use
we
like a
implement our
node
GPU
system,
particles into
just
the same
like
pipeline.
it is an Unreal Engine.
GPU particle system. You see, now we can allow
Linking
having
up,
many more particles, like 2 orders
yeah,
of magnitude
nodes.
more particles in the same calculation time as before, just because we have offloaded that calculation from the CPU onto the GPU. In the same amount of time, your GPU can calculate many more particles in your CPU. Here's another example of GPU particles. And here's a bunch of, I really like these layer skills. So you see when the meteor strikes or when the nova strikes,
I like how the
there's a whole
smoke
bunch of
just
particles affected
disperses
by the shock wave.
when it hits the
And
ground.
another example, not sure if it was shown yet, but this is a player skill with an ice shield. And these ice particles, they too reflect, they react to players moving, they react to attacks from monsters. Next technique, rendering water. Last time we
Water
already
is always
discussed
the
some things about rendering water related to flow maps. But in my opinion, the hardest part about rendering water is rendering
Every
specifically
single game
waves that
you've
wash
played
up on
with
shore.
water
That is just so hard. If you look up on the
is
internet how to render
designed
water,
so
water articles,
differently
you
from
can
the
find
ground
like
up.
a million articles of how to render water surface or how to render rivers, but you will find no articles whatsoever about how to render beach waves because it's so hard. Like there is simply no accepted solutions like, look, here's how you do it because it's good and it just works. Because all solutions to render that types of waves are either bad or really complicated. So today I want to tell you the way we do this, just to give you the idea. This is the effect that I'm talking about. So basically when waves wash up on the shore, they dissipate, et cetera, et cetera. So the unfortunate part about this task is that there is almost nothing you can pre-calculate. Like even approaching this task, like what do they even do? it's a pretty complicated task. And there's a lot of moving parts. So one very important thing is when you need to solve such a complex task as rendering waves that wash up on the shore, it really helps to break it down into parts and try to make them as independent as possible.
I mean, as
For
you
example,
know,
rendering
water is a
surface itself
shader,
should be completely decoupled
essentially.
from constructing the geometry.
It's
of
not
water
really a
surface, because
texture.
these two tasks can be solved completely independently, and they should be solved completely independently. It's just much easier to tackle them this way. Another thing that I sort of taken away from doing this
Or
is
it's not
that
like
there's
an
gonna be a lot of
actual
parameters, like
well,
controlling behavior of water. There's
it's not like a
literally
hard
hundreds
object with
of
a
numerical parameters. There's
texture
thousands of functional
that's
parameters.
moving.
And the only way to deal with them is to limit the range of each parameter, basically to define the correct range that each parameter is allowed to have. So for example, distance can be only positive, right? Distance cannot be negative, etc. Basically just basic physical limitations. And you renormalize every parameter to have this correct range of 0 to 1, so that you can never have a temptation to have like, well, I would rather set this parameter to 1.3. No, just define a set range of parameters that are safe, that you guarantee your shader will always work correctly with, if your parameters are within this range. Well, let's break down how the shader works. So first, we break water into these zones. You see these parallel zones. And within each zone, there is a layer that
Interesting.
carries
Looks like
one
an
wave.
electrical or
I'm
a
here applying
wave.
a noise to this wave that shapes it in the maximum possible amplitude. So
A
this noise
sound
is just a
wave.
sine wave that goes from -1 to 1. So the wave cannot be deformed any more than this. And this is very important. Let me show you why. Because if we apply 2 of these layers, you need these layers to never intersect with each other. Because the shader only calculates 2 layers for any given point. And if we allow the waves to deform any more than this, then they would start overlapping and the shader would stop working. That's why I brought up the allowed range. So again, what happened here is there is one layer. Then I color a different way. Then I overlay multiple layers. And you see we are already creating sort of a seamless thing that where one wave overlaps correctly with another wave. Next thing is we color it in a more natural way. Then we replace the sine wave dummy noise with just a texture noise that looks nicer. Next step is we apply some sort of
you
screening
think
on
about
top of
it,
each
like a
one of
light
these layers.
wave or a sound
Then
wave.
we apply
have
distortion
a
to make
water
these layers more
wave.
organic. And that's how we get the final effect, basically. So just to get through this again, this is layers. Then we overlap these layers. Then we color them. Then we apply more organic noise, more noise, and this is the final effect that you get. Next technique, and actually a lot of previous techniques, they all often intertwine. Like you see, most of these techniques use, for example, TBN bases in some sense. Most of these techniques use fields. So what are fields? Fields allow creating any sort of liquid-looking surfaces. Basically, when opacity of a surface is in some way connected to its normal map, which is almost the case for liquids. So whenever a liquid dissipates, it has like a vertical normal. When it doesn't dissipate, it has like a horizontal normal. So this basically allows creating sort of blobs. The way, field is not an our invention thing. They are widely used in all sorts of shader demos and demo scene. It's a very popular technique. But for some reason, well, it rarely gets into the hands of artists. Like demo sceners use this thing all the time, but for some reason VFX artists don't use it that often. And I decided, like, how can we expose it to artists? How can we give them this tool that allows them to create liquid surfaces? Basically, a field is, simply put, is just a value and the vector that says how much this value changes. So basically, it's a value plus its gradient. And then you can add these fields just by adding a value and its gradient. You can multiply them the same way how you add a value and a gradient, et cetera, et cetera. You can do all sorts of operations that you usually do with just a floating point value, but you can do them with a field. And this field carries information about a surface opacity and at the same time about the normal associated with the surface. So it basically allows conducting all sorts of surface operations with preserving correct normals that react correctly to light, that react correctly to rotations. Here's another example of fields, which is a Druid skill volcano. That's done with fields. Again, fields are integrated into our graph editor so that artists can basically utilize them. Here's another example, just some test effect with water. And the last but not least, probably my proudest achievement that I want to discuss, global illumination. What is global illumination? Well, global illumination is the process of light bouncing between surfaces. Here's what it looks like if this scene has global illumination on. Here's the same scene without global illumination off. You can see that light gets propagated from really bright areas into darker areas. And the way that this process works is each point of the scene casts light onto every other point of the scene, and every point of the scene receives light from every other point of the scene, and also each point of the scene can block light between arbitrary other points. This many-to-many interaction is just notoriously hard to calculate. Calculating global illumination is an extremely hard problem. I dare to say it's the hardest problem in computer graphics. And actually, calculating global illumination is relatively easy. There's an algorithm called path tracing. It's just the only problem is that it takes like minutes to render every frame. It's extremely slow. The hard part is calculating in real time, like in a game scenario. And there is a lot of typical ways that they solve this in the industry. And unfortunately, none of them really fit us. And we had to do better than that. And our previous solution that we talked about on the previous XLCon was, dare I say, the first of its kind in the industry. We implemented in PoE, and PoE was the first game that shipped with a screen space global illumination based on variance. And it was very novel at the time. But it had just a few drawbacks that really kept annoying me in my sleep. I really wanted to solve them. And these drawbacks come primarily from the fact that our screen space shadows had very important properties that our global illumination didn't. And these properties is that parts of our screen space shadow algorithm that don't require much detail are calculated in a much lower resolution. So our shadows are implemented via these cascades. So you see the first cascade here has only low resolution part of each shadow. Second image has only higher resolution of the shadows. And the last part is a tiny bit that requires shadows to be calculated in the highest resolution. But it means that each of these can be calculated in vastly different resolutions, making it much cheaper to calculate this in a downscaled resolution, rather than if we were trying to calculate the entirety of the thing in the same highest resolution. So this is a very important property that our shadow mapping algorithm has. That actually I still haven't seen any other game implement this in this way with cascaded shadow maps. And I really wanted to adapt this property to our lighting. So I wanted our GI, global illumination, to have this property as well. So the typical way people implement global illumination is with radiance probes. Radiance probes are these, you can think of them as tiny cameras that you put all around your level, your geometry, that take a cube map, basically a photo of what surrounds each point. And then you use that information and code it in these cube maps, in these light probes, to light any object. Basically, see if I'm standing here, I'm checking what's the nearest camera to me contain. It contains this cube map. I'm applying this lighting to myself. Here, this is an approximation of global illumination. But the big question to ask here is, how many of these cameras do I need? What resolution do I need to use for each of these probes? And you can see that every game development studio comes up with their own answer. Some game development studios use lots of tiny probes. Other game development studios use a lot of, much fewer, much higher resolution probes. And it seems like there is no answer. But what if we use them all? What if we create a hierarchy when we have both high resolution probes, but very few of them, and we use another grid with much more probes, where each probe is has much lower resolution? This is what I call radiance probe hierarchy. I was struck with this idea and I just needed to implement this. Implementing this in 3D was very hard, so I just decided to do a 2D test. By the way, 2D global illumination is almost as hard as 3D global illumination, so I just decided to test in 2D. Those of you who subscribe to my YouTube channel, you might have seen this experiment, where this is 2D global illumination, basically works perfectly. Like this idea worked perfectly on the first implementation, which never happened. Here is a breakdown of how it works. You can see that there is these cascades, that each cascade contains a different number of rays, which corresponds to different resolution of the light probe. And if I change the cascades, they converge to proper lighting. So this is final image, and this is how it's constructed from these cascades. Well, let's see in closer detail how these cascades work. On the left, you see a grid of cascades, a grid of probes, where each probe casts just 4 rays. So you see like 4 rays from this probe, 4 rays from this probe, etc. Just a grid of probes. The right cascade contains fewer probes, but each probe casts more rays. But the question is, how many rays do we get if we combine these 2 cascades? It gets very messy. You cannot really read easily what's happening on the left image, just what happens when I combine the probes. But if you look at every individual probe, we can see that we can actually construct 8 rays per probe. These rays are not perfect. They are slightly bent. You see, well, rays are normally straight lines, right? But these rays are slightly bent. However, if we make these segments shorter, they will start approximating lines more and more perfectly. So we can actually, this thing converges to perfect rays. But there is 8 rays per probe, and there is 16 probes. So the first image contains 64 segments. The second one contains 32 segments. But when we combine them, we can create 128 rays total. Well, this is curious. This means that if we increase the number of these cascades, so I have just shown 3, right? The number of rays that we cast with increasing number of cascades, it's 64, 128 to 56, it's power of 2. But the total cost for calculating these cascades approaches a constant. We can calculate 100 cascades at almost the same cost as we calculate one cascade, because each next cascade is cheaper than the previous one. When I first realized this fact, my mind was blown, because this is a property that you see in no other rendering approach out there. At least I haven't seen anything like this. This means that the number of rays increases exponentially with the number of cascades that we use. And the total cost of infinite number of cascades is bound. It's less than a constant. Like, what? But this is literally what it is. This is what I learned when I implemented the first 2D version of GI. Rays get exponentially cheaper with more cascades. So the more rays you have, the cheaper they get. But this is literally what it is. Well, I was quite excited when that 2D demo worked. Obviously, the next question was how do I adapt this to PoE, because PoE is 3D, and the implementation of my first implementation was 2D. Well, long story short, we did get there. We did implement this algorithm in 3D. Here's how it works. This is the first cascade. You see it captures information about only in tiny vicinity of each point. Basically, it looks like bad AO that you typically see in games. Next cascade captures longer field information, and it's lower frequency. Next contains even lower frequency, and so on. So we create this hierarchy of probes, where each level of hierarchy captures only a specific range of radians of light, basically. But then the magic happens when we combine them all. Because this way, we can get details of all scales, from fine details to very long distance details in the same image, by combining information from all of the hierarchy levels. This is how we encode, for those you graphics programming aficionados, this is how we encode screen space probes, basically in these tiny grids. You can see that this level contains these tiny probes, there is a lot of them, and this level contains much larger probes, and there is much less of them. But the memory that each layer, that each cascade level contains, actually decreases the more cascades you have. So the first cascade is the more expensive one. Weirdly enough, the cascade that contains the tiniest bit of occlusion is the most expensive one, and they get exponentially cheaper the more cascades you have. Here is the implementation of the same technique in 2D. So the previous one, I always implement these like highly experimental, 90% gonna fail techniques in my like test bed.
This is like PoE's genius.
In PoE. So this is again Glowing Ranger classic, lighting the scene with
multiples
only
of
indirect
them
light. I should have probably mentioned this before, but calculating light from emissive surfaces is computationally equivalent to calculating light from directly lit surfaces. It's basically the same thing for a GI. That's why it's very typical to test global illumination algorithms by just having emissive objects. This implementation that we have in game uses screen space information, it uses screen space probes, but actually it can also be used in, for other games. It might be more appropriate to use the same hierarchy of cascades in world space. And this demo that I also posted on my channel actually does just that. It has no screen space information, it's fully world space information, which means that it can calculate light sources behind the camera, which we don't have in PoE, which we don't need to worry about. By the way, this technique, since it basically allows encoding light reaching every point from every direction, we can also use it to calculate specular, so basically reflections. So here you see one of the dungeons basically made of mirror materials. We can calculate specular GI the same way. Here is the same thing. You can see the highlights on the curtain from like a porcelain-like material that has a specular part in its lighting model. Here is another example of specularly lit scene, and here's an example of a combined diffuse plus specular in-game. This implementation is even faster than our previous one. So basically, all global illumination solutions converge to the same result, because the correct result is known. That's why I'm not even showing you side-by-side comparison, because if two global illumination algorithms are correct, they should produce the same image. The question is how quickly they produce this image. And this algorithm just scales so much better than everything else I've ever seen. It scales even better than our previous one, even though the previous one was pretty good, honestly. So yeah, this property of absolute double dipping in double exponentials when each cascade captures twice more rays for twice less speed is a totally OP exploit in reality. And you are the first audience to learn about it. Thank you.
That's amazing.
Thank you very much. I hope we have some time for Q&A from Octavian here.
Hello, hello, hello. Yes, there's a QR code up behind me right now, so if you've got any questions, be sure to scan that and send them in. I'll be vetting them as they come, but until then, I've got a couple questions as well. So you mentioned during the talk a few times about like what other game companies might do, what other games are doing. In the course of your work, have you just like developed an eye for being able to see like, oh, they're using this technique or that technique, or do you actually have you asked people in the industry?
Thanks. That's a good question. I like it. The way it works is when I just started working graphics programming, I was obviously curious. I always looked like at what other games do. But over time, you absolutely do develop an eye. You just see the same things over and over. Like I'm playing Monster Hunter, and I'm immediately seeing how they're doing their fur. Of course, they're doing it in screen space. I just naturally move it to the edge of my screen, and it produces the artifact that every screen space fur should produce.
Basically, he plays other games to see how they do it.
Anymore, or
cannot. Play Elden Ring, and I try to get under every rat to see from the nastiest angle possible.
All right, we've got some questions coming in. The first one here is, something that you'll probably understand more than me. Do you have to vary the number of cascades for different levels or geometries?
Say it again, please.
Do you have to vary for global illumination? Do you have to vary the number of cascades based on the level or geometry present?
So the thing about that algorithm is the cascades are always put in a fixed grid. The grid hierarchy is completely fixed. It's independent of the scene complexity. I should have mentioned that, but the cost of that algorithm is completely constant. Whatever happens on your screen, if you have one fireball on your screen or 1 million fireballs on your screen, it doesn't matter. The cost of that technique is absolutely constant. So it can never dip your FPS in a heat of battle. It has a constant technique, it has a constant cost of about like 1 millisecond or something like that.
All right, next question. Do you feel you have an advantage by using our own bespoke engine versus something off the shelf
Yes.
that
That's
might have more documentation to it or something?
Yes, probably worth mentioning that we have our fully custom engine that we have implemented for our own purposes, right? Because our game is not a general. We don't need to implement an engine that allows to implement any other game. We are implementing an engine that specifically supports our game with our own limitations, with our own things that we can exploit. For example, fixed camera, right? We never have to calculate lights that are behind us because there's no lights behind us. That's why our global illumination solution can work perfectly fine in screen space because all the lights that you care
That
about
makes
are on your
sense.
screen. And yes,
They're
since we
using
are
an
developing our own
engine
engine, we have kind
that
of
is
personal attachment to it,
niche,
and it's also why it's much
essentially,
easier for us to modify it. and
for this
build natural
specific
cost
game
of
rather
so close to
than
it.
like
You
Unreal,
mentioned towards the end of
which
the talk, having a video
was
of one of your
developed
channels
for
on your YouTube channel.
many
People wanna
types
know
of
what the channel
different
is in
games
case
and
they
genres.
check it out and find some interesting stuff.
I'm sure that somebody will put that in the show captions. But yes, usually if you want to see like sneak peeks into stuff that has a non-zero chance to end up in PoE, you can follow my channel where I usually post all these experiments. Like all these 2D GI experiments were posted like way before they actually ended up in game. I was just playing with it. I was just trying things. Like they had a very high chance to not work out. But it's fine.
Are there any remaining parts of Path of Exile's renderer that are expensive or annoy you? So sort of like the GI problem you said it kept you up at night. Anything else? that's keeping you
GI
up at
is
night?
absolutely the hardest, computationally hardest problem that I'm aware of in computer graphics, period. There is nothing harder than GI.
Okay, and we've solved it better than anyone else? Would you say?
That is my belief.
It's a big question.
I do believe that our solution has properties that no other solution has, and I have never seen anything even similar to this. If you have, let me know.
Well,
Okay.
actually, this runs into the previous question.
That's
Besides
actually
your
pretty
inclusion,
cool.
What's another technique you're proud of?
Because
implementing?
you able to run
Honestly, just watching the trailer.
global
felt
illumination on like
unexpectedly
less
emotional
high-end
because,
computers.
Like, I put my finger onto literally any point on the screen, and there is something I contributed here. Like whether it is a lighting model, or there is like a fog here, or I'm extremely shade of specular aliasing that I see here, or like there is some personal thing in every pixel of the game for me. So yes, I do feel proud that we got there, but I also feel kind of sometimes ashamed, like I hope they
Oh,
don't
come on.
notice this thing.
Come on, you've done excellent work. You showed examples of layering techniques on 2D planes and some 3D simple shapes, but what do you do if there's, say, a character model which is immersed in water or fire or something else like that?
Well, if a character model is immersed, well, we usually try to make it so that it doesn't explode in a really bad way. Like the interaction between some of these techniques is sometimes questionable, which sometimes pops up in like nasty ways when, for example, somebody decides to make an MTX that turns the player into water, and of course nobody expected this, and now we have to deal with it.
Yeah. How do you/Grinding Games decide which technical innovations to treat as trade secrets versus share openly in a talk?
I don't think there is anything that we keep secret, at least until like a big announcement like this. Like, because we want to make like a bigger announcement out of it on ExileCon rather than if some of it like got leaked in some sense. But honestly, we are perfectly fine with people sharing their progress when it's something to do with technical aspects of the game, when it doesn't have to do with like plot or like spoilers. But with technical aspects, we are actually free to share how we do things. Like people that have been following my channel, they knew what was happening with the GI from like half a year ago. I just was progressively posting how the algorithm developed.
This niche little channel that...
Yeah, it's a pretty niche channel, but I'm kind of proud of it. I use like this as my portfolio.
Let's see, what's the next one? Do you have any renderer features you wish you got to build, but Path of Exile just doesn't need because of our very bespoke system?
If there was such feature, I wouldn't be talking right now, I would be programming. So there is some feature that I could say like, well, I wish our game suited for these features better, right? Like, I wish we had TAA so that we would have nicer anti-aliasing, but we don't have a TAA, not because we are lazy or not because we don't know how to make it happen. It's just because our game is really dynamic, and TAA really breaks down when you have a really dynamic game. So
we're just too good for that system.
well,
You gotta phrase it, you gotta spin it.
yeah, like some people do come like, well, you just should have implemented this thing, but often the answer is like, we don't have this thing because of this and this reason, and this is just the way it is.
Yes, he's a smart man, he did think of that. Have you hit any interesting problems supporting both PoE 1 and 2 on the same engine?
Yeah. There is some like
What?
scaling. I'm just thinking of what I should be talking about here,
Okay,
because this can have some implications. But like, yes, because PoE1, well, for example, if PoE2 had textures that had resolution just twice higher, right? Like from 512 by 512 to 124 by 124, what's the difference? Well, the difference is actually 4 times more memory, right? So like the challenges with increasing just texture resolution are pretty obvious because you increase the resolution of textures twice, and it uses 4 times more memory. So like supporting engines that need to deal with typical 512 textures versus 1024 textures, is just, yeah, that's quite different. But we do want to apply as much of the tech that we develop for PoE2 for PoE1 as well, whenever possible.
And sort of leading off that, are we going to be using these methods in PoE1 now with the recent engine update patch?
The GI is not going to be in this engine patch. but
Alexander
just because it's such a huge change. We
Norway.
were, I guess, decided to not ship it with a whole bunch of other changes that are also very impactful. Like they're going to change the way engine behaves
One
quite a bit.
second.
And I just didn't feel confident enough of shipping this GI solution right now.
Do it in waves, rock the boat quite too much. Which is more common? Do artist creations drive the need for new rendering tech, or does rendering tech enable artists to have more freedom with what they make?
Alexander
It's both.
They've got a lot of good questions.
It's both. So I should have
Sweet.
mentioned that, well, a lot of
I follow
these
his
effects are
channel.
not my doing. I just enable other people to create art using the techniques that I make. I don't actually create art myself. So everything that looks good on these images is like created by our effects artists.
I mean, it's still as much your
However,
deal as
I should also, well, it's kind of an interesting point that, in my opinion, global illumination looks beautiful just on itself. You don't need any artistic talent to create a scene that looks beautiful because realistic lighting, in my opinion, just is beautiful. So if you manage to create lighting that behaves in a realistic way, it will look beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, I think it looks
Okay,
great.
follow
I was
this
staring at the
YouTube
game,
channel,
so-
okay?
Thank you.
Aside from other games, where do you learn about these sorts of techniques? You mentioned there are some publications and such, articles.
Well, I guess you live and learn. Learn something
Fair
every
enough.
day. There is actually, well, my background is physics, right? I studied physics. This is the primary
shoot,
thing that
okay.
drives my passion, right? But how is physics related to graphics? Well, the answer is programming graphics is programming physics, because programming graphics is programming the behavior of light. Light obeys physical laws.
So
So,
this-
just studying
wow,
physics
okay.
is directly translated into being able to program graphics. If you're
I
really
thought
good
he
at physics,
started
you will
off
be able
as a
to program
software
graphics.
engineer
Of
or a
course, like, there's,
programmer.
like, tricks and stuff, but that's
He
easy.
started
They
off
just
as
pick
a
up all the time.
physicist.
Also, like,
Physicist.
just playing other games
Or
is
studies-
very useful
studying
to,
physics.
Hey, how did they do this thing? And you just start to
So
learn.
that
start
makes
digging into
sense
the
why his
understanding.
So if
techniques
somebody
are
wanted to
very
work on, they should
physics
get
based.
a physics degree and play a lot of video games.
Absolutely, physics degree is the most important thing if you want to get to graphics programming. Yes, that's the most important thing.
I'm halfway there. What are some of the other techniques? that
Oh,
developers,
Octavian,
that
I knew
that
he
you wish artists
studied
would use more?
some technical field,
That's a little bit
studied in
embarrassing.
some technical
When
field.
artists saw these,
That's
like,
why they chose him
we had
to
this, like,
sort of
yeah, some
host
these techniques
for
are kind of
this
hard to
technical
adopt,
session.
by artists, like, it takes
Yeah,
some
it's,
dedication,
he's
like,
studying
field, right? Like,
physics and
well, it's
probably
I'm not going to show that again, but like fields, it's a
I
very
don't know,
powerful technique, but it just requires like
computer
some doing to get
programming or
used
something.
to using it. It's not like a very straightforward thing. It's like a different way of looking at your effects. It requires some level of attention. And some artists sometimes just don't have
Wait.
time. Like one VFX artist had the time, learned fields, now they're good at this, but other VFX artists can just fall behind. And the technique can get kind of lost because of this, which is sad. But yeah, this happens all the time.
So we are low on time here, so I'm just going to go for one more question. Do any isometric optimizations need to be changed when capturing trailer footage specifically?
Oh, that's a whole thing.
Well, I'm glad we went with that as the last question.
If you have a guy who does most of the filming, and I have a lot of issues coming specifically from him, when the game breaks down in terrible ways, when you just put camera at an angle where it never was supposed to be. Yeah, that happens.
Is
all the
that
time.
Yeah,
that's
generally
Octavian
players
1,
zooming in
right?
quite that far or doing advanced camera work.
Yeah, like when players
Let me
say
see.
something like, "Why don't you just put the camera horizontal?"
Because I know
Or,
there's
like, "Why don't you
Engineering
have more
Eternity
cinematics?"
has a very similar
Well, because a lot
voice
of assets are really not designed
to
to take
Octavian.
different angles from the angle you observe them in game.
All right, I think that is just about our time, though.
Thank you, Octavian, for your questions.
Yeah, and thank you all
Thank you
for
very much
sending them in.
for listening.
Yeah, Octavian 0, not Octavian 1. I never really get to see his face. He has a very, very similar voice to Engineering Eternity. Oh, there, yeah, that's Octavian. That's for sure. You see, did you see what I meant by the difference between the like the non-technical staff members? So people who had like the managing director, the director, lead designer, whatever. Well, lead designer is gonna be like your. I mean, all of them probably have a technical background, but that's less of their focus now because they have leadership positions and administrative duties. But they obviously have like computer programming background, software engineering, whatever. And then they obviously know what they're talking about, but not in the moment right now. They don't have all the details because they're more focused on other things, more from a broader perspective. They have to worry about like staff members and positions and administrative design choices and stuff like that. So they don't really get to into the nitty gritty of the game. So when you actually get the engineers on the stage, or physicists in this case, or software engineers and programmers, and they just go off they're so excited to talk about this because they want to showcase it. They don't really get that opportunity in most companies. And the cool thing is about GGG is that they're allowed to talk about it because they don't perceive it as a threat, meaning that it doesn't give away much about the game. Well, I mean, it gives away how it's designed, but they're taking it from a perspective of, hey, if you share it with the community, it makes things better because you get so many different design choices and system designs, and you get to showcase it, and then you get to see other people's, because it promotes, like, imagine going to like a convention, an engineering convention, where people showcase their designs and then take inspiration from others, and then it's all there for free to see, right? It's not, obviously people are gonna copyright and trademark stuff, but GGG takes it from like a more open source perspective, so that's really cool. The first talk, rendering PoE2, is extremely interesting. I mean, I'm really gonna like. I mean, the dude's a genius at this point. He's coming up with, he's sort of pioneering different techniques that maybe haven't existed. So, and then also Camille too. Camille is their pretty much lead music composer or whatever. I don't know his exact position, but he's like PoE's Hans Zimmer essentially. But Hans Zimmer is like, he does different movies and different games, so it's, doesn't really have a particular, well, if you listen to his music, he does have a style, but it's he can have multiple styles. So if it's like Inception, or if it's like Interstellar or something, he has to understand what type of movie it is and then cater to his sound design to that movie. But in this game, Camille is more niche, meaning that his main focus is to make the best possible music for this particular game that he's been working on for years. So it has a very specific personality to it. But I mean, most people don't really, day 2, most people are going to skip it. But if you're really interested in sound design and in computer stuff and game design, then today's the day to check out, right? Because you get to actually listen to people who's been working, on the back end of the game, and get to see, what they like to talk about, from something they're passionate about. So that's pretty cool. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll get into, just briefly explain what we're going to be doing. Very unrehearsed. We're taking a bit of a different approach with this one, and what's going to be happening is I've got Octavian over here playing. Instead of putting up slides with text and pictures of the bosses, we're just going to demo them live as I talk about them. Later on in the talk, if anyone's willing to test their might, we will be. We've got some stairs installed. I will get people to raise their hand. You can come on stage if I pick you, and we will let you fight the boss. If you succeed, or let's say do well enough, I've got some merch over there to give you. And then obviously Q&A at the end if we have time, but if fighting bosses is more entertaining, then we can just keep that going. I'm going to move around a lot. Sorry to the lighting team. I like to pace. If I do any dancing like I did the last ExileCon that people made gifts out of, feel free to update them. I have lost a lot of weight.
Yeah, as I said, the original, like, the CEO, or like Chris and Eric Olofsson and Jonathan, it's not like they're technically, like, they don't know anything, right? They know, because they helped co-found it and design the game from the bottoms up. So obviously they have knowledge. It's just that their current duties require them to focus their knowledge on elsewhere, so they can't really talk about the exact, background of, from a software engineer's perspective. It's because there's too much on their mind, and they can't really have full knowledge of that. It's better if someone who specializes in that area actually talks about it, because their specialization is from a higher up duty or administrative duty at the moment.
Anyway, so we're Octavian here. We've got, again, very little rehearsals. I'm pretty much just going to be telling you what I think we should fight, kind of picking them somewhat at random. I'm going to be going through slides and back a whole bunch, but there's nothing to really see but a game client up there. I've just got some real, this one just says intro num monsters, that's all it says. So winging it. All right, so we're going to have Octavian go to fight Krutog, who is in the Volcanic Warrens in Act 4. Act 4 is my favorite act for bosses, and the reason being is that you can travel to all these different islands. So as for most acts, they have a consistent theme. So you've got Act 3 being very Val and jungle, you've got Act 2 being very Desert Marraketh, you've got Act 1 being the Izamite and the Gothic Horror. Act 4 is, it has the Karui consistency through and hints of it, but every island is just a different biome. So you get this high diversity of different kinds of bosses, and that's really cool, and monsters for that matter, and it's really, really cool to me. Feel free, go for it.
There you go. You see the lava in action on the right, the one that he was talking about in the first part of the lecture.
Some of you might have already gotten to him in the demos. And we've got Octavian here playing on the warrior. There might be gods.
And then if you look at the ground, you see like the
so
textures and the
this guy is just, you can
shaders.
tell right? He's a big dude. And what's going on here is that there are these goblin kin that are inhabiting the island, and these goblin see him as a god figure, just because he's so massive. And they bring him. If you play through the areas, you can see all the goblins. The goblin-esque, I think they're called kin.
down to like two, essentially two
They just
pots.
see him as a god and they worship him, and they want to make him happy. And so they bring him, monsters. They bring him humans. They bring him like playthings, and they also bring him food.
Can he
Bring
use
things
his
that they think make him
scroll,
happy,
portal scroll,
And
to
he's just,
deal
really
with
sitting
his
here on my throne in
boss?
this warm area getting brought playthings, and so you can see he's got a suit of armor that's made out of human corpses. And when you start the fight and you first initially approach him, he's actually got two humans in his hands kind of playing and going at each other like they're dolls. And,
Oh, man.
He's to you, you're just a plaything to him. And you get a lot of this with this mechanic exactly going on right here, where he's trying to stomp you. You're just a bug to him. He's just trying to squish you.
Just to give you an idea of how
That's right, we're not expecting anyone to succeed first attempt.
difficult this fight is, he's already down to one pot, and he's only gotten Krutog down to something like 75% health. So at this point, the only option is to whip out a portal scroll to refresh. Yeah, or just take it. Essentially, you either reset now, or you accept the defeat, or you play it perfectly without getting a single hit. But Octavian's just gonna, for the demonstration purpose, just gonna die. But yeah, if you're playing PoE, you'd probably whip out a portal scroll as soon as you hit like one pot left. It's way too risky.
And that's because we have, in PoE 1, we have one central hitbox to an entity, and it's a square, and increasing that has complexities with things like pathfinding. But it does cause things where if you have that and has a maximum size, you can't have a boss too large in PoE 1 that can move. Now, if they're stationary, we can make the thing larger, because it doesn't.
But you can get between the legs of the boss.
Or more so, it's for optimization's sake. Now, what you can notice on this guy is, or what we've done is,
Yeah, I think that they announced that they won't add Ruthless into PoE 2 because the game, as of the moment, is developed as though it is Ruthless. Even from a softcore hardcore gameplay mode, I mean, it looks way more difficult than Ruthless right now. Ruthless kind of reminds me of the early days of D2, or the early days of PoE. That's where Kripparrian was like, yeah, he loves Ruthless.
One other thing I wanted to talk about, which I was hoping to be able to see, but I haven't been paying enough attention, is, and it was in the last talk, you saw it probably during the keynote, if you were there, you can now stun bosses. You can freeze bosses. We also have a mechanic called Electrocute coming, which allows lightning damage to do longer duration stun as well. Crowd control, I should say. Now we've done custom heavy stun animations for all these bosses with various lengths. So this guy's is quite long. If you heavy stun him, he's probably going to be down for probably 6 seconds. That's complete, nice. That's, yeah, it's all right. We'll move on to the next one anyway. Just, what do we give a go here? We can go to the Blind Beast. Give it a go, same character, saves you having to swap. For stunning, yeah, so you can stun these things that get stunned for 6 seconds, but in other cases we've got bosses that get stunned for 3 seconds, and others we can have it be stunned for 10 seconds.
Octavian's like, man.
We get to completely control that now.
He's like sitting there like, oh, you guys gonna, I'm the lab rat right here. He's gonna put all the bosses against me and I have to face them. I think the Blind Beast is a little bit more easier from what I've seen.
This one's easier, for sure. It is, you'll see the goblins I was talking about earlier around the edge of the arena. These are the ones that worship the Krutog that we just had before. Now this arena of theirs, I mean, they bring people in here. So these goblins like to tame beasts. If you play in the area, you can see them riding on top of these big beasts and they jump off when you get near them. Pretty cool mechanic. But in this case, this one was untamable. They couldn't control it. So they put it in an arena, they built an arena and they bring people here to fight against it and to test their might and to see if they're strong enough while they're all cheering. Now if you do happen to defeat it, they all get a bit scared and shocked and they all just flee and they're gone. Because now to you, you're very intimidating. Now the rest of the level they'll still fight you because they didn't get to see you fight it, but Very dodgeable. Again, you've got another mechanic here. It's very just hard hits, heavy slams. You notice some knockback on some of the stuff. He's got that skill that creates 3.
It's like sulfur in the ground.
Abyss cracks, I guess.
Consecrated ground.
And it creates degen for a duration. What else about this one? Sorry, this one, his heavy stun animation, which just happened there. So that was his heavy stun. Now, this one's not quite long, but it gives you enough opportunity for him to do the channeled, the heavy impact skill he just had. His one is not very long, but he gets heavy stun twice as frequently as other bosses. So you have less time to utilize the heavy stun, but you have more opportunities to do something if you're able to.
You saw how Octavian stood in the corner to try and lure the boss out, but the boss just stood there.
They drop consumable quest items, so they're consumable items that give permanent bonuses to characters. So the first time you kill
So
them,
it seems like
this one in particular, I believe,
an
looks
old
like
school technique
like a soaked, bile-soaked skill book or something that gives +5 to all attributes permanently to that
of sort
character.
of like dragging the
There are
boss
many
out.
throughout the
Might
whole campaign. Not every single boss drops one,
it might
but,
play
you have
differently.
different rewards. Another thing that happens with bosses in PoE 2 is the first time you kill them, they will have much higher, and this is actually something Diablo 2 did, they will have much higher rarity and better drops. So you're really incentivized to explore throughout the campaign, find all the bosses and kill them for both permanent bonuses and for much better items. This is something that will hopefully promote not skipping so much of the random mini bosses. Like there's always the question of once you know what you're doing, should you kill
I mean,
one?
at this point,
I don't know how many you
PoE
do, I don't know
2
how
is
to do.
it's
You
like
really
the
wanna
Dark
see now that you
Souls
feel like you've
of
done something, you
ARPGs at the
well,
moment,
it's not a bit rough here, but
and that
oh, good. Anyway, if you were to
that
kill
throne
one,
used to
drop a
be
quest item, you would be able to
D2,
use and get a permanent bonus. We're gonna try
or the one sitting
now.
at the top of the
Sorry.
throne was D2.
You know what it is, the Siren boss.
So
Good luck. It's all right. It's all right.
I think
Again, not
PoE
practice. And that's
PoE
fine.
2 still
Um,
continues to build
Hopefully
off
it makes
of,
everyone, I assume a lot of
you
people
know,
are
where
having a pretty
D2
rough time
left
with the demos
off.
that they've been playing it, but don't feel too bad. It is hard for everyone, and it's easy to make mistakes, easy to die. Now this boss, don't worry about him warping
I mean,
into
if you
water
look
there.
if you look at the gameplay of PoE 2 right now and compared to D4, you can,
now what we're going to talk about on this one is, well,
as a
context again, just
as a
for
new
sake.
player,
This
you'd
is
be like,
the Amora, the Siren,
yeah,
the Song of Death.
PoE
She's
2
a siren
looks
in
a
the
lot
cave,
harder.
vibe straight off the bat, but it is pretty much a modern day
It's
enhanced
like it's
Merveil.
more hardcore.
And what she does is turns people to stone. This one's rough. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry, Octavian. She turns people to stone. So as you're going through the level and you see the above area, you'll see just people, petrified people who have come here. So people who try to inhabit this island that is above. She's actually on the tropical island, and the caves underneath it, or towards the ocean front. And she turns people to stone. And what's happened here?
Yeah, the
is that
bosses
she
look
walks you
way
through,
more
and essentially you've
harder.
got a petrified mechanic, which you haven't yet seen. I don't know if you'll be able to get that far into this
I mean,
one.
look, if these guys who've
One thing that happened with this one is
been
if we were
playing
able to show
PoE
the,
for such a
she
long
has a petrified
time
mechanic where she jumps into the water, goes into the
are
comes up, and
struggling
she's
with the
radiating alcohol,
boss,
and she's cursed. She wants people
can
to
you
be able to
imagine the
find
average
one
player
who resists the
base?
petrification. And you can't. You're not the one. And yeah, so she'll turn you to stone, and that's during a whole minion phase. But we have one mechanic where mirrors would be spawning periodically around the edge of the arena. This isn't in now; it's been removed since, and it was just incomprehensible. You're getting turned to stone from all directions. But the idea was that if you look at her, you turn to stone, and there's these walls of water that come up that reflect that. If you look at that, you also get turned to stone.
I could tell you
And
that
there was
PoE
one
does
periodically,
not
what
hold
people
your
would do was
hand,
to move clockwise
and then the
counterclockwise
new
around the arena
game
at a fixed pace. And if you
even
overshoot
less
the time,
so.
you will end up lapping yourself, and now you've got mirrors in every direction, and you've failed. So you have to move at like, say 25 degrees per some time slot, unbalanced, because I don't know the exact numbers. Now, we removed that because it was just no one could tell where they were being petrified from or what to do. It was too complicated. Now, that's normally fine to do it in-game. You, at Pinnacle content, to have something kind of complicated like that. People will find it frustrating, people will find it stressful, and others will find it challenging and something to learn, something to keep fighting until they learn it. And those are two completely fine demographics to target. But when it's going to be progression blocking like that, all of a sudden you've got this just boss where it's stopping 50% of players in their tracks completely, and it's not like you can kind of gear to brute force it in that case, because Petrified's a pretty hard lock mechanic. You might be able to survive it maybe with enough gear, but honestly, pretty improbable. So we removed it from here, and it's kind of my hope that when we re-add it to in-game, we can revisit that mechanic and see if we do it depending on where it falls in and whatnot, or we'll take the same mechanic and apply it somewhere else. But ultimately, so there's this phase going on here. He's fighting the minions that are spawning during it, but he has to kind of always be having, I think it's 120 degree vision cone, as long as he's not, chills are rough. As long as he's not looking at her for too long, he should generally be fine, but the minions are pretty brutal. And that gets on to another thing, which is that minion phases, well, you do not gain flash charges for killing normal monsters anymore. You only gain them for killing rares and magics and uniques. However, so this is purely downside. These minions are now just, like, it's a challenge. It's not a, like, refresh my life pool infinitely. Oh
no.
Yep, so he's finished one petrification phase. He's doing pretty good, actually. Long fights, as you can see.
We don't get flash charges from killing the
Have
ads.
to adjust her life, among other things. Put some cooldowns on some stuff. There's more iteration to be done. Always more iteration to be done to get these right. However, it's in a pretty good state.
That's brutal.
Flash charges, though, going back to that. Well, tangentially, we have checkpoints, which you saw me revive it in the keynote, if you saw that, where you're just outside the boss. It is a new instance. You start the fight from scratch. However, the checkpoint restores your flash charges, fully heals you, and all of that. If he needs fast right now, it is our expectation that he finds an opportunity to turn portal, which he just did. You'll notice it has an animation. During boss fights, you now have I want to say that's about 2.5 to 3 seconds, but I don't remember the exact thing. It is normally instant. Only if you're in a boss fight do you do it. Does it have a cast time like that? The other thing is that in order to stop people from just creating them during emerge sequences and all that, the moment they become hostile, all portals in their arenas are destroyed. We really want, I'll tell you what's disheartening is when you make Katava and you go and see the world firsts, of which some of you might even be here who did this, and you're literally using 40 portal scrolls to fight. Going, oh, he's doing a skill, portal to town, portal back, instant grace period. And there are other ways to do this, but it's pretty disheartening to see. So we're working to make you really actually have to fight the boss, have to engage the boss, have to deal with these things. If you were to
Okay,
Alt
so
F4
they added
if you were to
delay.
Alt F4 right now and log back in, you will be exactly where you logged off, in the exact same state, and the boss will still. So if you're about to get slammed and you log out macro, it does not save you. You will be logging back in, and that boss will be paused, and the moment you move, that slam hits, you will die.
Okay, so there's a penalty
So the
now
checkpoints, yes,
for
sounds like if you
either
die, pretty brutal, but it means we can't
hitting the
just double hit
portal
them, we
scroll
can't just
or
full.
log out
If we do it
macro.
later, it obviously gets progressively difficult, but it means more so we have to be more accurate with the balance. If you misbalance it, so many people are going to just hit a wall and they're going to have to stop playing, and that's very, very brutal. And I mean misbalance in the difficult direction, not the easy direction. That will be very
Yeah.
brutal and it will be not good. Now that's still
I mean, I'm indifferent. Like, if you want to make it more harder,
die, revive, cast a few more skills, die, revive, cast a few more skills, die,
and
revive,
players
it's
have
just
to
like, it's
actually,
brutal. And then
you know,
don't
not
anything,
rely on
you get rid of it,
portals
you just keep
or
doing it, and then you get to the next boss, and you're probably
logouts
not going to have to
to
pick one either, so you do it again and again.
play the
And
game.
typically, you're having a rough time. So this is the
That
second
is,
phase here.
that's
This
perfectly
phase is
fine.
much harder because on top of the ads, you've now got these rotating drowning orbs, which behave the same way as they do in the Eater of Worlds fight, where they will straight up kill you after X seconds of being inside of them. They slow you as well.
I mean,
you've got all those orbiting in various
as I
lanes,
said,
counterclockwise and clockwise, while you
but
have to
it's
deal with the
softcore,
minions.
hardcore. This game is technically more ruthless.
But if anyone manages to defeat it in the demo, honestly, good on you. It is doable, but it is pretty brutal. There's a lot of portals, so hopefully you can do it. Oh, one other thing about the portals, if you take damage while doing that cast, it is interrupted. You don't get to just execute it with ease, but 2.5 second windows are pretty frequent, so it's not actually impossible. All right, let's go check out another boss, shall we? Don't worry about this one anymore. I reckon Bog Witch is pretty cool.
Is that Nessa?
Again, we're looking at these bosses and they have a pretty damn epic. They kind of stand out, but they are not act bosses. Our act bosses are a whole other tier. Generally, we escalate phases, mechanics, and introductions, and of course, they have just an epicosity in terms of dialogue and storytelling. But we've even up to that, we have specific character reactions to bosses, character comments. They talk about them, they comment on them. All the different characters say different things based on their backgrounds. Heaps of a lot more kind of on-the-fly storytelling, which is real cool with respect to these. All right, so now we've got the Bog Witch, also pretty difficult. This is actually the last area of the Act 3 demo. I'm not sure how many people are going to get there. She is a witch, and right now she's, as you can see, doing some broomstick flying around. A little bit more horrific than that. So her first main phase, what she's doing now, is using bone magic. She is summoning bone walls and exploding those bone walls. This phase isn't too much of a threat. Well, maybe. Maybe not. Relatively second phase. But yeah, as you can see, she is doing a lot of this bone summoning walls. Now, once you damage her enough during this phase, or once she's reached a certain life threshold, she's actually going to... Oh, brutal. So, all right, try again. Feel free
That
to just remove some
detonate,
life from her,
that
shortcut it,
just
so you can short it off.
one-tapped him.
Or you can legit, it's up to you.
Holy.
You got 24 minutes though. So she changes phase mid-fight. So once you've done enough damage to her, she'll actually face plant off the broomstick will snap. And then she's like, well, all right, I'll just use my fire magic that she's good at. She'll light all the effigies on the edge of the arena on fire, and then she'll be able to siphon fire magic from them to do fire magic. So you go from two different very distinct styles of magical spells in this fight, and it creates a whole different, phase, which is pretty fun. Hopefully we get that far. I can talk about some of the mechanics behind that one. Yeah, good luck.
Yeah,
All right,
good
let's just give
luck.
them a go for a minute here. Let them concentrate a little bit.
Holy shit.
Just want to see you get her to phase 2.
Yeah, if you go into PoE expecting a Diablo 4 experience,
It took one of our designers, Jason, a lot of work to get her
it's
to do
gonna
that.
be hard reality to
Here we go.
realize.
So that one you just saw, she creates two walls on either side of the player in line with an effigy and then siphons the fire from the effigy to her. But interestingly, what you can notice here, you can see the fire actually splits at her, sending damage that way. So not only running to the sides is safe, standing directly behind her makes you safe. It can be sometimes hard to maneuver into that exact position, however. But you can see there is a cone behind her that is a safe zone. Otherwise, she's got fireball, she's got flamethrower, she's still got some bone magic, which is apparently rough.
The bone
But anyway, moving on again.
spikes.
Mastodon Necromancer, I reckon. I'm saying internal names, by the way. I have no idea what they're called in the
I'm
demo
sure
right now.
Mark's getting the
honestly
kick
forget.
out of this
So I think that one was called the
because Mark was the
pronunciation to be determined.
I think was like
So
the
this one's
first
an
one on
Exo,
stage
Huntress is in the
to show
Mastodon
gameplay,
Badlands.
and he
I think is the second area. Here we go. So you've got these Necromancers
actually
here, more
did
bone
pretty
magic.
impressively
They
with
come from the Strand,
the
old Act
first
2,
boss fight.
trailer gameplay trailer, however long ago that was.
But
Won't be fighting this one for too long, but I guess we'll move on. Not because you'll necessarily win or lose. But what this one brings to the table, or the difficulties or complexities of this one, is when you've got a twin fight.
he shows that
once you kill one, it
it's
doesn't just
doable,
anymore,
but
and
he
so
shows
that's
it's
what we had
pretty
originally.
difficult.
If
Even
both of them in the
he
middle, you kill one,
has
it's just like round
practice.
You never want a boss fight to just become, unless you've done an interesting mechanic to temporarily get ease out of the
Is
fight. You don't want
challenged
to be-
by
you
it.
just all of a sudden have,
So
a
imagine
half-paced fight and say, "Oh, it's fine
a
from here,
long-time
the fight
PoE
should get harder,
player.
they should escalate, they should get more difficult, and that is what we had to accomplish here. So when he dies,
He made
loses,
it
like,
look
his energy
easy
is still linked to the
essentially.
Mastodon, remains, and he does,
So-
damage still from his corpse. And it would use this kind of mechanic, but they'll be moving throughout the arena, so it adapts. When the Mastodon dies, the Necromancer just completely gets a bit angry, or he takes back his power.
That
from what he
puts
infuses in the
into
Mastodon, and he amplifies all of his
perspective
skills, his lightning strikes at different
how
layers,
difficult the
meteors
boss
at
fights
different
really
layers, different
are.
distributions. Now, getting both, that means getting both to as low health as possible together and killing them at the same time is one strategy. If you find it is easier to deal with a buffed Mastodon, then killing the Necro first is easier. And if you find it's easier
Think
to
of it
kill
like
the Necro,
a
then
veteran
time based on your
player
player
is
skills, you have those three decisions
having a
to
hard
make
time.
in order to make
Ooh,
life easier for
imagine
yourself.
all us
Sometimes
regular
it's hard to make those
players.
decisions on the fly, but if you go in there with, say, your attempt and then you go in for another attempt, you can easily make that decision and you can go, I'm going to focus DPS on one or the other. Just let this play out a little bit as well. I'm going to talk about another one while this is happening. It might be a bit weird, but it's, we don't want to show it. There's no need.
I guess for me, I'm technically experienced, but I don't really have as much hours as those guys do. They have like 10k hours into PoE, whereas I only sit at like 2300, you know, over 7 years. Because it's on and off for me. As I said, I play it, I used to play it pretty heavily, but then I, also were playing League and other games games too, like
You often
PUBG
want
and
to leave
stuff.
things, not 100% because they'll become 70% a week later or less in terms of how well done. All right, so you can see now from this, going back to this fight here that Octavian's doing, you can see now there's a new mechanic introduced, which is there is both a moving kind of bullet hell style projectile sphere, as well as what we call volatiles, which are the orbs chasing him that will explode.
What determines whether it disappears? Oh, it hits the ground or it detonates the moment it gets near you. So you have to like sort of pre-detonate it.
It was actually the Swollen Miller is the first boss. It's been very, very, very hard to balance is one word. But
Oh, he's playing this Mastodon fight
the
really
thing about
well.
it is that you can walk up to him and just hold down a button, not dodge a thing, not evade a thing, and survive. And at one point we had only one life flask. Yes, well done.
There we go. There we
At one
go.
point we had only one life flask, one mana flask, and without the normal monsters now giving flash charges back, we ended up deeming, and I mean on, not overall, I mean on the beach, what you start with. And what we learned is that often you will run out of flash. If you just stood there and held down attack, or whatever skill you have, you would run out of flash charges and life before you killed them, most of the time. And then all of a sudden we added another life flask back. And so now you're fighting the Miller, and now you can just go back to holding down one skill, never moving, never dodging, because as long as one of his skills cannot one-shot you, and the time between attacks is long enough that you can restore your life, then you're fine. You're never going to die, as long as you have enough life flasks.
Do you want me to go fight Miller?
What do we want you to fight? Let's just show some prisoner for a moment here,
joy.
but don't worry about it. No success.
It's a very cool boss.
Yeah, I just want to show how cool it is, more so than make sure you open all three of the doors. A little heist mini game before the boss.
I'm back where I was when I logged out. Can you demonstrate that?
Oh, interesting. Because of all the cheats, though. So, yeah, all of a sudden we had another life flask of characters, and now people are just sitting there face tanking it until it dies again, and you never have to dodge. So we have to rebalance the boss yet again. It's either rebalance flasks, but then you have to determine which one. Well, one boss being rebalanced is far easier than rebalancing all flasks for every character. Obviously, you don't go with that one.
We wanted to show the doors, so I'm just clicking back to the doors.
Yeah, so this one has a cool epic lead up. We've got a series of doors, and you're in the bottom of a prison. This prison was built around this boss. He has a regenerator. He cannot die. So what they would do is keep the boss in a perpetual state of drowning. It was actually our intention, and it may still happen, that this room he's about to go into is completely flooded with water, and when you open this door, the water drains out. And he was kept there just to make sure that he couldn't break free, because he cannot be killed, except for by the player for some reason.
Oh, this boss
But
fight.
it's interesting in this one, he changes his 3 phases. He definitely sets a new bar, but brutal. There are actually ballistae around the arena, and the first time you phase shift him, he will take a knee, and then you hit the ballista fires at him, and the spear goes into the big projectile, the big metal spike goes into him, and he can pull that out, and now use it as a weapon. So this phase change number
I
one.
think it's his
The
fault.
second one,
Either
is
Ziz or
he will get shot,
Mathrin.
and he will lose his entire
Mathil
arm, it will be gone. He will then
fought this
Dragon Ball Z
dude.
Piccolo style grow a
Holy.
new one, and that arm is fresh and imbued with, like, his corpse is all rotted, so he doesn't get to use too much magic, just the cold magic from his, like,
Yeah,
frozen organs.
you can kind of
He really has a
tell
fresh
if
bloody arm, and then you've got frost magic, and then you've got
like
phase
for
three,
me,
so it's
I know
blood
when a
going on.
fight's over
He's very
when
difficult,
I'm
once it's
already
done.
burning through my pots.
Oh, good. So my plan, as I said, it was pretty impromptu to just go through things. We've got about 13 minutes left, so I'm going to say we just skip straight to seeing if anyone wants to come up here and fight. It is not going to be a, if you succeed, you get some merch. I will just give you some merch anyway. However, it'll be one at a time. I'll ask people to raise their hand if they want. If no one wants to, we'll go to Q&A. It's fine. But I'd like to give some people a shot. There's some hand sanitizer up here if you're feeling like you want it. You don't have to. It's up to you. We will pick the boss. Hard luck. But again, put on a show, and then you get the merch. It's all good. We just want to have this be fun and entertaining. All right. So that being said, let me just check if there's anything super critical I need to talk through. I'll talk over when people are fighting anyway. Does anyone, especially on the ground floor, if you're up there, you might want to move down if you want an attempt, but I can't see too well here, so I'll just pick whatever I can see. Oh, I see someone right there.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
you who stood up. Stairs are over here. Come give it a go. I saw a waving hand. It's very hard to see the rest.
What if it was Quinn
We'll do one for
or
sure here. We'll
fucking
give the Blind Beast a go on the
Asmon or
warrior.
something? Just like
Keep renaming that class. And I
just
keep almost
walk on
pronouncing the name.
stage
Welcome.
and just get
Give
owned.
it a go, give it a go. He's going to set you up, go over there. He'll get you into the correct position on the correct class. Again, if you want to sanitize your hands, go for it. You can do it before or after. It's entirely up to you. And then give it a go and see what happens. Right. As soon as you started, I'll move on to some other
Right
topics.
through that menacing
I
looking.
like how they take the COVID
Remember,
seriously.
dodge roll, spacebar. Good luck.
Do better than me.
Okay, he only has a
Alright,
few
now
seconds to
you've got
know
your
what to
Sunder
do.
Now this character has, on right click, it's called Armor Break. If you hit the boss 3 times in this case, it will break its armor. If you then sunder it, you will do an always crit at double damage. Let's go!
Try again to get a stun on him.
If you heavy stun him, feel free to open a portal.
Leaf Flame doesn't have extra stun damage right away.
Okay, so the portal was cancelled. He was trying to set the pre-portal. I mean, like, pre-portal before the boss fight.
1,000% or 500% more stun damage. So that's 500.
I think it's 500.
500? I put the number in there, I should know.
This guy's pretty
When you do
focused.
that, ideally you would then heavy stun him. What you can then do is immediately Warcry followed by a fully powered up channel ground slam. And that should do a lot of damage.
Oh shit. I think the cool thing about the skill effects is that it leaves sort of like a trace
Unstunnable.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
timing correct.
on
Once
the
you stun something, it
ground,
makes it very
so
hard to
that you
stun again for a
know
duration.
exactly
Once
like,
you kind of get the
hey,
rhythm of that,
that's
it
one of
makes
their
it easier to sunder in some
abilities.
cases instead of
This
using,
is
the
its
leap slam because you
area
don't
of
really
effect
kind of be
or
stunned for that
its
time. You'll get the feel of that as you
distance.
play more and more as to what skills you
So
can
the
use in
next time he
certain
does it, you'll know.
circumstances.
He can't fucking portal.
Sorry, you do this damageless.
Nice.
Oh.
Nice. Just gotta get back to it.
There we go. Okay, so they did add a delay to the portal because
Nice.
it doesn't. It's not like a cheap, like a cop out.
Oi.
Essentially, you can. You know, it's essentially infinite.
The whammy as well.
It's infinite flask
Probably gonna get one more
refills
attempt at this after this one, so
because it's the in PoE when it's instant. You hit the portal scroll, it opens up right away. You jump in, go to town, reset, and then go back in, and then you won't really ever die unless you get one shot it. So they made it a lot more difficult with that.
Good Sunder. Big chunk of life there gone.
Even with a log out, you still have a delay and can be interrupted.
That's way cooler watching on the huge screen. Nice.
So now the game's even more hardcore than for everybody.
Over halfway.
As I said, I'm indifferent because I
I know it's an
play.
instinctive portal here, but for the sake of others trying, I will implore you to try not, but it's up to you.
I do
Don't wanna
play
give you any
HC,
unfair disadvantage or anything, but I reckon you've got this.
but I
Damn it,
took a long break from it. But essentially, all of my SC gameplay leads up to HC. He's out of flask. Oh, he's gonna get it. Yeah, sub bosses they will do more damage from far away than up close.
Still yet to be a success.
Oh, he's gonna have to play this perfectly without flask. It's good dodge, by the way, when the blind beast leaped up.
Very nice.
This guy's not bad at all. It's just that
Home stretch.
he only had a few seconds to learn what the abilities he has, and then learn what the boss does. I don't know if he's played. He's gotten hit in like the last 30 seconds.
One thing I'm noticing a lot here is the instinct to use shift attack in place all the time. It does result in misses. It is very hard to change the muscle memory there. I appreciate that.
Oh yeah, use shift, but
Easy. Do it.
it's situational. Alright, he had to use two portals, but that's one portal, but that's fine though.
Well, it's either that or we do a Q&A. We're going to go to a different boss that we have here. Well done. Come this way, I'll give you something.
His
Or you can-
first fucking reaction was to identify the
There's a bunch
item.
here, there's game pads if you want. These.
Bullshit.
Just pick one item out of one bag. Feel free. Awesome. It's a legacy one as well. Well done. Awesome. All right, we've got one more. Oh, no, you're right up the front here. Let's go.
Come on, Queen
Now,
69.
the good thing is if you die very quickly, someone else gets shot. Nice to meet you.
All right,
I'll take
Jim
your
bro,
situation
let's
there. This is the
go.
last one. Won't be a Q&A. Sorry, whoever was back there ready to do the questions. We'll just do this instead. I think it's more entertaining. Captain Heartland, please.
Heartland.
One we didn't show earlier, so you're going in blind a bit here unless you happen to get there during play demos out on the floor. Now, one interesting thing about this one is that this boss has a quest where you will find a person trapped in a... There's a little bit of spoiler here, I'm so sorry, but it is again on the play demo. You'll find a Freya Heartland trapped in a Karui prison. And Freya Heartland is wanting you to rescue her, and she sends you off to kill her son, Captain Heartland. And
This is blind.
Correct.
He was just asking if we'd shown this one yet.
Is it live?
Blind. This is
Oh, blind? Yeah, of course.
He's just off screen to the left there.
It's to your left, and it's kind of top left corner of the screen to get to the boss. Go for it. This boss, once you do the quest, he actually drops a quest item, you take it back to town, you come back to the start of the area, and you talk to Freya Heartland, and you find that you will set free the delirium.
This is actually pretty funny.
So the right one, the strange voice, and that actually unlocks
Captain
the delirium
Heartland.
league from doing that. So we have quests throughout the campaign that unlock the league mechanic from then spawning in the game. Now this boss has an interesting mechanic where he...
As I said, PoE 2 is now Elden Ring, Dark Souls, whatever you call it, anything from Software, Bloodborne. So the game is more harder than it was before, essentially, overall. That's my take on everything. It's more harder, it's more things, but there's huge overhaul in gameplay mechanics. We're gonna skip the race because I watched it yesterday. It was cool. I won't spoil it. Art and design, item design, and mechanics. Ooh, it's gonna be good. I have 30 minutes before I had to take a snack break. So, actually, give me 1 second. I need to. Well, we'll let it play out. We'll give it that. So I won't pause it or anything. I need to actually take a minute.
Take it away.
Hey everyone, I'm Dane. I'm a 3D art person at Grinding Gear Games. I do a little bit more than that. I got my fingers in a few different pies. I kind of know a bit about rigging and animation, and come from a graphic design background, so I'm a bit particular about the 2D part of the item art, despite being a 3D guy. So I'm going to get into the art aspect of PoE2's items, and I'm going to pass over to Rishi afterwards to talk about the wonderful numbers stuff you guys love so much. All right, so art in our game is, for items, is in two different sort of fields of what we refer to as the 3D art, which is what you see in character, obviously, and the 2D art, which is, I think, is actually the most important part. And I say this as a guy that spends a lot of time modeling this stuff. The 2D art is the part that you're picturing in your head. It's the part that is just, it's the icon. It's iconic, all the way back to the 90s, like when I was a kid playing Diablo 1. You didn't see it on your character. The inventory was where you saw it, so it was the most important thing. So you look at this little icon of like Griswold's Edge or the Butcher's Cleaver, and you'd be like, oh, that's so cool. Oh, that's fire damage. Wow. But for PoE 1, obviously you see your 2D art on your 3D model, but even to this day, there's still some uniques that don't have any 3D art, which is a bit of a fail. That's not going to happen anymore. PoE 2, the 2D art always comes from the 3D art because we render it out at high quality. In the past, the 2D art was a bit of a mishmash of all sorts of stuff. This is random stuff that I've grabbed from the icons folder. Some of it looks like 3D models, like A-posed. Some of it's like a photo, just a straight up photo. Some of it's like cartoony, like this guy down here. It ends up with a very inconsistent kind of front end to the game. Like you guys are used to it. You play the game so many years, and items get added over time that doesn't really matter. But it was always a bit of a problem to me that things are inconsistent because different artists have different approaches to how they just paint and render and do things. And sometimes they'll be like, we need a unique arm yesterday. So someone will just get a photo of a shield, I guess. And so PoE 2, these aren't the same items as the previous screen. So don't freak out that Calm's heart now looks like that, because that's not it. This is just an example of similar size stuff. Basically, every single item, even if it's a small thing, gets through the full treatment. I was modeling little gum nuts for that little potion bottle right there just to render it. The flasks are all redone in 3D, everything's redone in 3D. And the goal is that you get a consistent image on all the items. So everything in your inventory, everything in your stash, it's going to look clean and like it came from the same place because the rendering is like the great equalizer. It doesn't paint a certain way on this side or whatever. So everything's going to be clean. So this is an example of some shields. Top is Dex, bottom is Strength Dex. And we're calling those obviously bucklers. And these ones we're calling a Taj, or I just call them a shield because they're kind of like the standard, just a shield. These things always highlight a problem with me in the game because I'm a visual person, and I'd glance at stuff and I'd go, what is that? It's round and it's a shield, and I'd have to think of it. For people that play the game all the time, you get that vocabulary, you know what it is, you've played it a million times, you've seen it all the times, but I think for a brand new game, it's even more important to really get things nice and clear. So what I'm doing with all the main primary stat shields is they all point that way, and the split ones go that way. For stuff like this where they're all round, I think it's really important because, again, as soon as it drops, the name, it's always going to be something buckler or a Taj, and you'll just know, okay, that's a thing, that's Dex. And it's sitting in your inventory. You don't even have to you just glance at it and you'll just know. Same thing with like axes is a good example because axes to me always look like they can be two-handed or one-handed and they're kind of frustrating to look at. Again, I've chosen to make one hand go this way, two hands that way. It's like a small thing, trying it out, it might get rolled back later. They might all end up facing the same way. I personally like it. Just a few base types from the axe. This isn't by means all of them, this is just some of them. Like I said, even the small stuff gets the same treatment. So we've got some amulets and these three, I'll let you figure out what they might do. But yeah, they go through the same treatment. We have a lot of control because they're 3D rendered. We can try and just play around with what they are. And it's very hard to get an artist to say, I think I want the sword this way and painted like that. And they go, well, I just have to repaint the whole thing then, I guess, which they don't. Currency orbs, same thing. And these were a fun one because we got to redesign what we thought of them as. Previous head honcho Eric, who's now retired, this was his little baby. He's actually printed massive scale cast bronze of these things. He's got a huge exalted orb that's like this big. But yeah, it was mostly just to get them to be more cohesive. So they've got that same kind of, that Roman kind of bust head thing going on with a lot of them. Yeah, okay. So they all get the same treatment, even if they're a little guy. Some armors. So these are the base types, first 6 for the different character branches.
Jotting down some stuff.
I don't know if you're able to tell, but there's a gradient that occurs here. So it goes from Dex int strength, Strength Dex, Strength, and then Strength Dex. And it kind of loops around where the Strength Dex looks a little lighter than it kind of. That's a personal thing as well, just trying to get things to be very clearly gradiented across the item so that it feels like you can just glance at stuff and just know what it is. And this comes into the naming of things, which is also, as a visual person, it's another thing. It actually had an impact on the art in a cool way as well. So every single Dex base type armor will be something vest or something coat. Same with all these. They're all going to be called that. And you might go, oh, that's kind of limiting. But that limitation actually kind of breeds really interesting creativity to actually accentuate them more. And like I said, you get a cool gradient that happens as you go through the stacks and it loops back around. Yeah, so everything's strength will just look massive. What's the unique, the bronze one with the massive... brass dome. There's a base type that just is that big, you know what I mean? Like, same thing with all the items. The pet peeve is when you're working on all these things, so many things get called boots, helmet, gauntlets, and after a while, just from the art managing side, I got really annoyed. I was just like, what is this again? And so it was like affecting the management part as well as me just reading stuff in the game as well. So they're all going to be basically partitioned in a way, naming-wise, that affects the art a little bit. It's not as strict as you would think. Like say, if I go, I'll let you look at that for a little bit. Like say the gauntlets, right? They've got like these ones here have got a bit of a leather bracer aspect that kind of starts transitioning over to what the Dex ones do, which will be only focused more on this area. And they kind of spread out, and so there's just more identity between them. Here's a good example actually versus PoE1 because I think the Dex int gloves are called the mittens, right?
Yep.
And that always bothered me because a mitten style like gauntlet is actually a thing, and it's a very strong, strengthy, bulky looking thing. So all the strength gauntlets are now called mitts. All the strength ones are the ones that are called gauntlets. So every strength gauntlet will have this like real chunky vibe that just separates itself. You're not going to like feel like it looks like it could blend across 3 different classes. So I think we just get more variety of just gear this way. I think helmets is the best example of the gradient I keep talking about, where Dex is where I've got hoods, but you'll notice that Dex int, there's a hood, Strength Dex, there's a hood. But the defining feature of that is that it's a helmet. The defining feature of that one is that there's a little COVID mask in there.
Crown.
So I've talked about base types for a bit. So now I'm going to go over the difference between base types and uniques in PoE2 from an art perspective. It's something most people, I guess, don't think about. But we're trying to treat the base type items with very clear, distinct lighting, but it still is stylistic. It's not just this flat, I just threw it in the render and hit render type thing. We have place lights and we've tried to make it look as cool as it can. It's very clear and subtle. There's a bit of warm lighting, a little bit of cool. That's about it. And the uniques don't really have any rules. We just sort of make them look as bold and colorful and interesting as possible. And the other thing is, every base type in PoE2 will have a unique associated with it at launch. Every single one of them. And every single base type has unique art in and of itself. There's no base type that repeats. You will not get a shield later that has the same name, has a different name and same art. Every single act has entirely unique art all the way through the game. So to me, the unique, having a bit of a bond with the base type that it comes from is kind of important, because otherwise it kind of ruins the item identity of both. If you had a unique sword that was like a scimitar-looking curvy thing, but the base type is just a straight blade, it's kind of shouldn't that be with the base type that has a curvy blade? It's kind of common sense to me. So the shield in the middle is a pretty good example. They're very similar structurally, but very different in terms of what actually happens. This one being super Celtic and really ancient bronze looking, and we'll do something very cool with the numbers, I imagine. This little shield I like a lot, this little buckler with a spooky man trapped in there. This is an example of the lighting of these things. So this is actually unique armor that they don't know about. Doesn't do anything yet. That's lit how we would do a base type. And then here I remove it all, and I try to give it some more character, make it look a little bit more moody and a little bit more special. And we do this for all the items. We hand place and we pose the meshes and we try and get a really iconic little look to it. So that's the difference between those two things. And here I might get Trishi to sort of pitch me back in, because this is going over the act-specific rundown of gear. So in each act, you will find a gear specifically for that act. So all the base types will look like they're very Mariketh in Act 2.
Is that the sorcerers? Holy shit.
And you purchase them.
Yep.
Kind of reminds me of
Vendors of each act only sell gear that comes from that particular act. They don't sell, you don't go to Act 2
the
and you
Witch
buy Act 1.
and
and
X2
you just get
the
more distinct
Force.
looks. I personally really wanted that
Alera?
giant Aztec shield.
She looks
and
just
people were
like
worried it was
her.
too big, and I said it might not be big enough for me. I wanted it this thick. Anyway, so this sort of getting into the.
I kinda wonder
focus
if
of
lore-wise
items in terms of some tropes that happen.
The
in fantasy art
sorceress
and games
is
quite a lot,
related to the
bugging.
witch.
All that stuff is obviously AI crap. But I mean,
Or to
it's cool.
Alera.
When I was 13, I would be like, hell yeah, it's got spikes all over it. But after a while, you've seen these. They're in everything. There's so many games that have that, and just loads of it. And you can infinitely produce. I mean, AI just did 4 of them in half a second. Whereas this stuff is from our world, and it goes back centuries, and there's just a rich history and culture behind all this art making and weaponsmithing from just different metal making practices in all these different countries, India and old cultures like the Scythians and the Mongols, and how it all blends in. And I think artists need to do more to really learn from the past to make more interesting looking stuff. This is what I want PoE2's items to feel more like these really rich, dense things that have all this history behind them. We do a lot of investigation on the environment side with stuff. Early on, there was talks of how the Mariketh would write musical notation and how that would affect sculptures on the walls and the environment art, and then trying to get that into the item designs and stuff as well. A lot of thought goes on there to get things to have a real rich sense of culture, because for a game that's all about items, you don't want everything to just look like a jagged spiky sword every single time, or this cool flaming blade of blah. You just want, there's a place for them, but having just a spoon, just a weird spoon, and that's the unique, is kind of cool to me. There will be a spoon.
What is it going to do?
You figure that. So this is the part I really like, is that I personally make a lot of weapons and items and stuff. But the cool thing is I make all these unique items. Oh, this is a drop, by the way. This is nothing. If I could have a screen that went all around the whole building, it still wouldn't get them all. They'd keep going. There's many. Anyway, they don't know about them most of the time. I'm just making them. And then I sort of give it to them. And to me, it's kind of like they've actually found a unique, and they don't know what it does. It's actually unidentified. And they have to be their own little Deckard Cain and be like, what the hell does this do? Which is really exciting to me. I don't know, this little weird wand up the top that is basically a hand holding a bell. I just wanted you hold a hand that holds a bell. And so I just think, well, there's cool stuff there. Does it reverberate your spells? Does it bounce things back? I don't know. It does stuff. It'll be cool, I promise. But
Really?
I have bad hearing, I didn't hear that. Anyway, that's just a little tease of stuff. I just wanted to just show you that the items in PoE2 are going to be very rich, and every unique is going to have a lot of interest and just flair, and just feel like it came from somewhere. It wasn't just always just, it looks cool. Some of them are just, they look cool, but a lot of them are going to be really well thought out. From the art side, I don't know about the numbers. So this is where I pass over to this guy. And thank you.
You can tell these two are
Hey,
they work
so,
closely with each
let's talk
other.
about item mechanics then. So my name is Rishi. I'm a game designer at Grinding Gear Games. I mostly work on item stuff. I've been working on them for a really long time, although of course I do other stuff as well. So it is no secret that we think items are very important to this game. We just spent all this time talking about just what they look like, and there's so much more to them, right? We want items to feel real. They're more than just a collection of stats. And now that PoE2 is a game in itself, we have a chance to look at items all the way at its very fundamentals and try to make some changes that we couldn't make.
I had to speed the stream up because it's 11 hours long, and I had to truncate it into less than 3 hours. So try
in
my
an
best.
existing game because of the worry of how you would port existing items over to a new system. So I'd like to go over some of these fundamental changes with you. So this is the first problem that we really wanted to tackle. In Path of Exile 1, different weapon classes don't necessarily feel that different from each other. Like just take an axe and take a sword. There are some light stat differences. Some of them have faster swing speeds or faster damage per hit. But how much does that difference actually matter? So for this reason, we added implicits to all the weapons. So every sword has an accuracy-related implicit in most cases. Axes don't have implicits. Maces have stun-related implicits, and so on. And it helps. It gives them a bit of identity. But it doesn't really make them feel that different, right? Like you're still just swinging a bunch of stats. The other problem too is that most skills you can use with kind of any weapon. So what you really care about is, at the end of the day, which is the weapon that's going to do the most damage, and I'm going to use that weapon. So I want to talk about the attribute, like attribute alignments in this game. And we consider this very important as a way of aligning certain attributes with different mechanics in the game. There are some new weapons in there. I'll let you look to see what they are. But effectively what we do is we associate different weapons with different attributes.
Maces,
and that
axes,
sort of gives
sword,
us
crossbows,
like some
swords
guidance
and
on what their
crossbows,
stats will be.
spears, claw
For example,
bows,
armor-related stats
claws,
are usually aligned to
bows,
strength in our game. Evasion is
it?
aligned to dexterity. Energy shield is aligned to intelligence.
Daggers,
And damage is no different, right?
wands,
Strength-aligned
and staves.
weapons generally have higher
Where's
damage
my
per
armor
individual hit.
glove?
Dex-aligned
for
weapons
the
are usually
monks?
faster when it comes to their swing speeds, and int-aligned weapons are usually really good at dealing critical strikes. So, using this as a baseline, it's kind of clear that a mace is going to have higher damage per individual hit, whereas a claw is going to be faster, and a dagger is going to have more crit, and so on. So we have tried to emphasize these differences really heavily in Path of Exile 2. So I just have a random dagger from the dagger base types picked up and a random axe, and you can see the difference in critical strike chances is much higher than what you might be used to. So a dagger is going to start with 15%, and then you have mods that improve it over and above that. So when you're using a dagger, you're really going to feel like you're critting a lot. Whereas an axe, you can see the base damage of the weapon is going to be, like per hit is going to be quite a bit higher. But all this too, this is going to change how you view weapons, but it's still not entirely enough as well. Because ultimately the difference between a mace and an axe, for example, is the sort of attacks you can do with it. So we have, so in Path of Exile 2, most attacks are going to be usable with a single weapon. So this immediately makes designing new attacks a lot more interesting because you're not thinking, what's a cool attack? You're thinking, what is a cool thing that an axe in particular can do? So let's talk about axes. So axes, as you can see from the chart, they will be slightly faster than maces. They do slightly less damage per individual hit than a mace, but they're still primarily strength aligned, so they're going to do a lot of damage per hit. But on top of this, what defines an axe thematically are themes such as culling and executes. And in Path of Exile 2, you can throw them. So that leads to really interesting skill design because you can throw them, wait for them to return. It's almost like a boomerang. Daggers. So daggers are sort of 50% in the int section, 50% in the dex section. So they're both high crit and high and have decent swing speed, but obviously per hit their damage will be lower. Thematically, what do you think of when you think of a dagger? They're mostly all about fast attacks, trying to find the weak spot of enemies, which sort of perfectly matches what they are in this chart. And they're also thematically linked to poison, which will really come out in the skill design for daggers. So when you have this identity of item class sorted in this way, you don't need to have an implicit that is on every single weapon of that type. So we've removed them. All swords do not have an accuracy implicit. All daggers don't have a crit implicit and whatever. So now that the implicit slot is empty, we can make interesting implicits that sort of make certain bases throughout the game feel very different to each other. Because it's not super interesting if you're just going up a ladder of slightly stronger and stronger bases. We want to throw something in there to make the upgrades not feel too monotonous. So we've added some wacky implicits, and I'd like to show you some of them. So this is an axe. You'll find it at a certain level. And you might notice that this deals no physical damage whatsoever. Its base damage is just pure fire. So this is going to give you some interesting considerations when you find it. Like, how are you going to build for it, especially if the axe before and the axe after is mostly physical? So it's not just that it's a damage upgrade from the previous axe. There are these other interesting considerations to think about as you go through. Here's another one. Yeah, so this is a mace that destroys enemies that you kill with critical strikes. Now, it sounds pretty useful, right? That, because who doesn't want corpse removal on their weapon? But note that this is a mace. Maces are not necessarily that good at dealing critical strikes. It could be useful, but how do you make it useful? It's not interlined, so it's going to have low crit. There will be mods that can increase its crit, but still, the way you build for it is supposed to really make you think. It's not that it's necessarily immediately useful. It's cool to have these sort of thematic things throughout the game, and it's just a puzzle piece that is there, so that sometime in the future, someone might find something that they can do with this, that only this would allow you to do. If some of you have played the demo and have played the warrior class, you might have noticed that they have a mechanic that breaks enemy armor. It's primarily a mace mechanic, but there is a dagger that does it here. The mace skills are normally the ones that interact with this in a number of ways, but a dagger does it. Breaking armor is obviously useful, and that makes this very special and build-defining. But how are you going to best make use of something like this? Well, that's an exercise left to the user. I'm sure there'll be a million different broken things that'll come out of all of this. So I've spent a bunch of time talking about attack weapons, so let me briefly touch on caster weapons. So in PoE 1, they were quite strange, right? Like you had a staff, and they had attack mod, and they had attack attributes, and they could roll attack mods, but you're a mage. You don't want to hit people with the stuff. You want to cast your spells. And as a result, their mod pools are a lot worse because you have both attack mods and spellcaster mods rolling. Like, of course, they did improve your spellcaster mods, but because there were all these mods rolling on the same item, it was really hard to get a good one. We tried a bunch of band-aid fixes over the years. Like, I'm sure you're well aware of us introducing rune daggers and splitting staves into regular staves and war staves, but they didn't really fix the underlying issue. So we feel it's better to break out these concepts entirely. So in PoE 2, wands and staves will have no attack stats whatsoever. They just come with a skill
Nice.
that costs no mana. These spells can be a number of things, from
So you don't have
just
to worry
a straight-up
about
damage spell like this
scaling,
one,
like-
which is the first staff you get as you wash up on the beach, or a number of other things that
I
can be
always
used alongside
felt
your other
bad to
skills.
have like attacks on
The later
something
ones
that
obviously tend to have a few more
is
interesting
more caster
considerations.
based.
Like this one obviously will be
So I'm
very
glad they
familiar with anyone who's
removed
played PoE, where this lets
it
you triple cast
and
your next
replace it
skill,
with a spell.
which is obviously really good for skills with really long cast times.
innately.
Here's an example of... Pretty fun, right? So you might be wondering, what about people that want to hit people with staves? So we have split out the melee portion of stave into its own weapon class called a quarterstaff, and it's sort of thematically linked to the monk. But again, this is Path of Exile. Anyone can use any weapon and do anything. All the mods here are obviously attack-related mods, and here is a particularly interesting one, which has a longer range than every other quarterstaff, and you can actually see its art looking longer than the others in-game if you compare two quarterstaffs together. So, we've talked about the two, I would say, core archetypes that we sort of support in Path of Exile 1 with attackers and spellcasters, but trappers and miners, of course, are another archetype that sort of got left in the dust a little bit in Path of Exile 1. Like, they were fully supported with a bunch of skills and everything, but they didn't really have gear that was specifically designed for them. They just sort of used, caster weapons because, it increased the damage of their skills, but it's really thematically weird because they're not a mage, they're supposed to be mechanically aligned and that sort of thing. So we wanted to add an item type that can be used specifically with trappers. So the first major change is traps are no longer spells. Traps are just trap damage, and there will be ways to improve specifically trap damage that are not related to spells. So this is an example of the new base type that you can use in your main hand. It takes both your hands, and you can see that
okay.
the throw
Trap
time of the
is
trap
its
is
own
listed
type of
on
damage.
the item itself. And yes, that means you can modify it further with mods on the item.
Just another spell or
the other thing you
attack.
might notice is that it has a detonation type. That is because
Think of it like
we
a
have sort of
grenade,
combined the
like
concept of trappers
explosive.
and miners into one
Like
thing.
how
Mines
you-
are also trap skills, but with a different detonation type.
can-
so you can take any trap
If you
skill,
want, you can
swap your
scale
weapon that you're
spell
using,
with
and it's
that,
now a mine.
but it
It's
only
not
makes
that you
sense
have
that
to,
it's its
specifically
own
find
type
mine
of
skill to
thing,
use,
because
to
it's
actually have
independent
that
of your
playstyle.
character.
And the other interesting thing is, with the new weapon swapping system, you can have a trap in your alternate weapon set, so you can still use other skills, but still trap occasionally if you really want to as well. Yeah, I do have an example of a mine as well. So this one, as you can see, will have the detonation type, which is manual, which requires you to detonate them afterwards. And yes,
I
just
would
like other
love to
weapons, there will be
see more
implicits,
things
on
like
some of these
grenades and
throughout
explosives
the
in this
progression,
game.
so you'll have these interesting
So you have
considerations
an
on trappers as
actual
well.
like engineering type character.
So the other
More on,
archetype
like, the
that never
index
had
side.
a specific item class dedicated to it was minion builds and general support type characters. Like we've tried a bunch of band-aid fixes over the years, like about the convoking wand, and we've added bone rings, and we've done a few of those things, but they don't really fix the root of the problem. They do help, but what you really want is a set of items that you can find throughout the game that is specifically for this particular class. And as you know, we've added Spirit as a concept, which is for our skills that were previously reserving your mana, but it also is about but permanent minions also use your Spirit. So if you want more zombies, there's no such thing as just getting plus zombies. It's just increasing your Spirit gives you more zombies. You can use as much of your Spirit as you like to get as many zombies as you like. It is completely dependent on how much Spirit you have. So we obviously wanted a base type to support this, and Scepters are thematically perfect for this kind of thing, because they were also kind of weird with the whole half attack, half spellcaster type of thing. So I have some examples of Scepters here. As you can see, the mods almost always grant aura-like effects, or they improve the Spirit on the item itself. So it's almost like you get to build your own aura and hold it in either your main hand or your offhand. You get to have that flexibility where, if you're not planning on doing much attacking or spellcasting yourself, then hold it in your main hand, have a shield, and you're pretty defensive, and you get to buff your allies or your minions, or your allies and your minions, I should say. But if you want to, let's say, do some attacking as well, then you can just hold it in your offhand if you like. And then you can still have a weapon in your main hand, you can do some damage, for something like, a build that would be similar to Dominating Blow, you can still have a weapon, and you can still buff your minions in your offhand. You can also put it in your alternate weapon set if you want to just buff your allies once in a while and not all the time, but just be careful not to use the extra Spirit that you gain to use your minions, because when you swap out, your minions will go away. So we've talked a bit about skills before. So as you might have seen in the keynote, we had a big problem with how skill gems dropped in Path of Exile 1. Because the more skill gems we add, the less chance you have of finding the one that you particularly want. And because to solve this problem, we added gem vendors in Path of Exile 1 so you could get one at any time that you like. But that isn't also the correct solution, because what that means is it's just trivial to get any gem at any time. And at that point, why are they even itemized? Like, you should just have access to your skills, right? So in Path of Exile 2, we wanted to both have the fun moment where you find a gem of like a higher tier, but also we wanted to not prevent you from just using a skill that you want to use at that particular time. So we've added uncut gems. So regular skill gems no longer drop, and you just find uncut gems of a certain tier. And you can use them to turn them into any skill of that particular tier. And they come pre-leveled. So what that means is it's a lot easier to switch into a new skill, because you don't have to then re-level that skill from level 1 and wait for the damage to come back to what the current skill it was that you were using. Like, you can just seamlessly swap from one to the other. What this means is certain gems just don't exist at lower levels. For example, I think Firestorm is a 28 skill in Path of Exile 1. So in this, so here you might get Firestorm at level 5, and levels below level 5 just don't exist. So so let's get into the meat of the matter, which is item drops. As you all know, we want item drops on the ground to matter more. You generally don't pick up rares on the ground because you know if you're going to pick them up, 9 times out of 10 they're probably going to suck, right? Like you're not going to use them. There are a number of reasons for this, and we are trying to address a lot of these reasons when we're redoing item drops from the ground up in PoE 2. But there's one particular reason that I wanted to talk about, and that is actually because of how the Chaos Orb functions. So if I pick up, let's say, a helmet of item level 70 and another helmet of item level 70, and I use a Chaos Orb on both of them, it doesn't matter what you picked them up. It doesn't matter what item it was that you picked up originally because they're now completely new items. The only thing that mattered is the item level of the item that it started with in both cases. The mods that they came with just no longer matter anymore. So every base type is effectively the same, just as good as every other base type for the purposes of, for the purposes of a Chaos Orb anyway. So picking up a rare at that point is identical to using a single Chaos Orb on that same base type. So we're making a change to how Chaos Orb works in Path of Exile 2. So rather than rerolling the item entirely, it replaces one mod on the item. Just one. So this means the item that you start with matters a whole lot more when it comes to this. Because you pick up a rare, it has 2 to 3 great mods, maybe 1 or 2 really bad mods. Those rares previously were not going to be useful because it didn't matter that it had a few good mods because it also had those bad mods that sort of made the item not worth using. But now what you can do is you can just, like every item could be 1 or 2 Chaos Orbs away from becoming a really great item. Whereas previously those rares were still not good because they didn't have those good mods. And now you will hopefully use your Chaos Orbs for a lot of these sort of near-miss rares. Just use one, and if it doesn't work out, well, the item wasn't that fantastic to begin with anyway because it still had those bad mods. But if one of those bad mods turns into a good one, then that would be fantastic, and that would really improve this.
What replaces the Chaos
Orbs?
Orbs?
What you started with now is of paramount importance. But if this was the only change, then the best way to make items would be to start from a magic item, spam your alterations, how many of thousands it would take, and then regal, and then do that. So for that reason, we're making a few changes. But the first one is that alteration orbs will no longer exist in Path of Exile 2. So the way to do this is you must start with a good magic item or a good rare item, or you can create one with a transmute or a Chaos Orb. Now, to help all these changes, we have gone through every single item and looked at their mod pool and made changes to every single item's mod pool. So almost everything will be different to help you with this process of making item drops matter more. So to quickly wind up, I want to touch on unique items. Oh, there we go. Our philosophy on unique items is that they must be
I kind of wonder how
item for
crafting
somebody,
works now.
But most unique should not be the best item for everybody. Now, we obviously feel like unique items are very important to us. And as Dane mentioned,
Like, what if I wanted just a
every single
base,
type.
and then I didn't
Some of you may not know
like
this,
all of the
but before I
attributes
started
on
working
there?
at GGG,
What if I wanted to reroll all of
I
it?
designed one of the supporter uniques way back in the day. So
But I think now the drops have more
unique items with this game. The supporter unique that I made back in 2013 was Cloak of Defiance,
tailored
which resulted in the Mind
attributes.
of a Matter Keystone.
So you won't be finding
And
like
I've been involved in making
a
unique items ever since Breach,
one where
which
it's
is
like more physical
2016, so
damage or
it's been quite a
something.
while.
Instead, you'll be finding
so
it
we want to make
items that
many
are
unique items
more,
for everybody.
you know,
They are meant to enable
spell
wacky things. They're
damage
meant to let you do things
and
that you
elemental
thought
damage.
would
So
never be
it's less
possible
like
and
junky
possibly be
stuff
build-defining.
and more better
So
drops.
I have an example of a low-level unique that
So
maybe
now
I
you
wish
can
we had more
just
to show you, but,
use a Chaos Orb
this one
to
here
just
is
remove
pretty
like
interesting
that
in
one garbage
it always
affix.
freezes enemies for its full duration when you hit them the first time. So you always have a really strong initiation as soon as you walk up to an enemy. So
I get what he
Like
means.
Dane mentioned, every base type will have a unique.
I'm just
and
like trying
that
to
includes a lot of new
understand
uniques.
it, comprehend
But
it.
Don't worry. What this also means is we are going to be bringing a
It
lot of
means
your
that
favorites from Path of Exile 1 into Path of
the
Exile
random
2.
drops are better,
Is it
have
really
better
Is it really a
stats,
Path of Exile game if you don't have
so
a
you don't have
Headhunter or a
to
Shavs in it?
completely re-roll it.
Yeah, exactly. So
You can just
it
re-roll
might be
it
slightly
to
different to
one or
what
two
you
garbage
might be
stats.
used to. A few stats might be different here and there as a result of the mechanics changing, but they will be instantly recognizable as a result. And you'll have a lot of your favorites that you used to that you used to like playing with in Path of Exile 1, and you'll have a lot of new ones as well to find as you go through. So I think
Makes
that's
sense.
everything from my end. I guess we have some time for questions.
Yeah, I kind of wonder though, what happens if you wanted to completely replace an item
Enough, or do you-
affix?
I will be doing the questions here. And while I wait for people to submit some questions, I will ask one I prepared earlier, and that is, does the art of the item dictate the design, or do you design first and then get the art for the item?
It can be very different depending on what is necessary at the time. Like sometimes we just have to make a lot of uniques in a really short amount of time. And if we have art available, then we try to fit the stat to what the unique art is already there. But generally sometimes it's, we have this crazy idea that we're like, can we do this? And it's like, well, it sounds cool, let's do it. And then we make an item and it's just a blank item without a name, without any art. And then we try it in game, it's like, this unique is awesome. And then we make the art for it. So it can go both ways. I would say more often than not, at least in Path of Exile 1, it's been mechanics first into art. But, that may not be.
Yeah, and for PoE2, it's more the opposite for now because for a long time they didn't really know what they were doing with items, and as basically a blacksmith that just smashes things out really quickly, I was just like, that's a cool sword, that's a cool sword, that's a cool sword. I just make all this stuff, and yeah, they're going to find that treasure trove of stuff and turn it into stuff. But I think it's really valuable to have art that can inspire gameplay stuff that they weren't even thinking of. They might not even have, it never entered their mental space.
Oh yeah, that happens a lot, I would say.
They'll just see it and go, oh, this thing's like split in two, and it could be like, hits the guy here, I don't know. Like,
So let's see what else we've got here. Do you have any memorable uniques from PoE1 that you have designed?
Oh, that is a tough question because I've made so
made a lot.
many. I think one of my favorites, or at least I would say very memorable, was Indigon. Because Indigon was probably the start of that entire set of mana-related spells that followed later. But Indigon was really the first. It was the first item that weaponized mana into a form of damage.
You can tell these two guys are the goofballs of the department,
Pretty much most of the
but
week. I'd
they're
marked since,
you know also
I guess, when
geniuses
Trail
too.
happened. I came on board a little after that.
2017? Maybe?
Oh wait,
Maybe?
last 5 years, something like that. And so I've done a lot of the art for them, and the art has a very different name to the final game. It's not even close. It gets changed. An interesting one to me is the shield everyone knows as the Squire. I think it's the thing with 3 white sockets.
Yep.
Yeah, I made them have 3 white sockets from
Yeah,
an art
I
perspective.
remember.
Because I modeled 3 white sockets, eyeball things on it, and I was like, it's going to have 3 white sockets.
Yeah, I actually remember this.
And they were like, okay.
Well, it was busted anyway, so adding the 3 white sockets, I don't know if it really changed too
Yeah,
much.
so I just made more OP. But on that same day, I just made it. And they're like, oh, we need another shield. And I was like, okay, I'll make a cooler one. So I made a cooler shield, visually, and that ended up being the Oppressor. And I was very bummed about
Trash to
it.
trash.
Definitely wasn't the coolest
If
shield.
I knew, I would have not made it that cool looking. I would have dug some trash out of the unused folder.
Yeah.
Let's see what else we've got here.
That's funny. These
In
guys
terms
are
of
funny.
making art and I guess items for an act, how are you like getting inspired or taking inspiration from?
We have really strong art.
Crazy to think how I had this
Company
video
called,
at
shout out China.
almost 2 times speed, and it sounds like they're speaking at normal speed.
Thinking over all of the acts, like really going into Marikath and Val and Karui and others I'm not going to talk about. And just basically we would work with them and establish like common shape language and like themes and stuff, and just to make things feel cohesive and part of that world. Same kind of patterns and shapes and stuff like that. And yeah, it's the most interesting part I think because it sort of you create stuff no one's ever seen before, kind of because it's like it just doesn't. There's like weapons made of like cactus wood. No one makes weapons of cactus wood. But they're like, oh, these people they only have access to cactus wood, so the handle has to be cactus. I'm like, all right, I can't have just wood, otherwise it breaks the theme. It's like, well, where do they get the wood from? It's like small stuff like that.
Another question we have here: are there versions of the early game bases that have stats appropriate for, I guess, towards endgame?
Oh, yes. So those implicits that you will see throughout the campaign will be repeated in endgame, in sort of endgame bases. So if you happen to like, something that an implicit enabled earlier on, you will be able to use it later on as well. Probably should mention that earlier.
I guess this is in reference to the Chaos Orbs. Will Alk Scouring still work?
No, it won't, because there will not be any scouring orbs.
Yeah, they're gone. If you want another item, you're going to have to Alk a white one. Why is there no 75% int, 25% strength on dex weapons? Like, why aren't you fitting more of the pie into the ratio?
You haven't seen all the weapons yet.
Maybe.
There actually is a few, but it wouldn't have really looked really nice in that graphic because some of the staves will have skills that are more strength interline spell, and then that would actually take up the 75% strength, 25% strength section of the tree. That is slightly more nebulous, like in a little way, because the caster weapons don't actually have those base stats to change as a result of their attributes, but it's more just, I suppose, where what attribute requirements the skills that are aligned to that particular class requires. But again, this is Path of Exile. You're going to use an int weapon, a strength skill, and everything.
There's just a lot of questions. It's really hard to filter through all of them. Oh, like there's way more than I expected. This is good. Does the art for items come from the story or the lore? Does the art sometimes influence the lore?
Ooh. I think like sometimes it kind of makes itself up as it goes. But there are times where there's obviously characters and they have stuff. Like there will be bosses and things that are unique weapons just straight up like you get it off them kind of thing.
There have definitely been times where we've made a unique with some story behind it, and then we've expanded on it at a much later date.
Yeah.
So it's always nice to have these sort of story threads that we can then follow up on later on.
That's cool. That's
Is there a
cool.
memorable unique you tried to design that couldn't be implemented for a technical reason?
Oh, yes, actually. There are so many of these, but I think my favorite example is, so there's that helmet that drops from Kurgal, the boss in Delve, the Lich from Delve, called Hail Negator, I think. So originally, the effect of what that helmet was supposed to do was it was supposed to do what the Agnostic Keystone does, where it was supposed to drain your mana and heal your health. But for technical reasons that I don't actually remember now, it could not exist on an item that also had Energy Shield on it. And it couldn't exist unless it turned off your Energy Shield. So when we were doing the Legion Keystones, we had to come up with something completely different in the last week before the release of Delve. But I always really loved that idea because it was just a really cool thing that and then when we were designing those millions of Keystones when we were doing the Legion, like the Timeless Jewels, this idea just came back and I just kept pushing. I was like, we got to find a way to do this because it'll be really awesome. And eventually, the way we were able to do it was, well, if you turn off ES entirely, then we can do it. So it sort of works as a downside, which I mean, it probably did need one at least at the time, but it also was a technical reason why it needed to exist.
And I guess as the last question before we run out of time here, are there item types with all three attribute split?
Not currently, no.
I want them.
Yeah.
For now.
For now.
And with that, we have run out of time for this panel. So,
All right, thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of ExileCon.
Anyone
Fun
from
guys.
Australia?
Yeah. Okay, cool. We got to see a glimpse of the weapon designer. So we got Gezi, Grimro, and Valina, and Diaz Lily. Actually, didn't expect them to appear, but that's cool. There they are. So as I said yesterday, we're gonna skip the discussion portion unless it's QA from the
I
devs.
kept dying on the warrior when I ran in. I was they're just so much faster than me. I mean, I couldn't the gear. The gear's a little weird in the demo. Like,
Yeah.
So I think it'll end up actually being a little bit faster than what we played, but
Oh, absolutely. The Warrior, I actually took some notes. The Warrior only had 35% all res, and they're in like Act 4, which is like kind of Act 7. So you were dealt a little bit of a rough hand there on the Warrior for sure. Yeah. What about you?
Okay, so
Consideration can you
here.
take for players who might prefer a simpler playstyle, something like your RFs and such.
There's definitely an opportunity to have that in the non-miniables archetypes.
Yep.
Submit questions from is pretty self-explanatory. We do have a few questions already. Let's start with one that's gotten quite a lot of attention since it was announced, is the topic of gold. Will gold become the de facto player currency for trading?
So definitely, at least, no, but not because we're putting any restrictions on it. It's still tradable between players, but it'll be like trading in like Scrolls of Wisdom or something, right? Like you're just not going to do it because it's like, well, you know, there's much bigger currency that's worth more that you can do.
Once again,
23. My name is Octavian, and I am joined by a handful of very talented and interesting individuals who are here to handle your questions. So go ahead and introduce yourselves, everybody.
Yeah, so my name's Jonathan Rogers. I'm one of the game directors of PoE2.
I'm Mark Roberts, one of the other game directors on Public
The other game
Excelsior.
director.
No, the other.
okay. So
I'm Rishi. I'm one of the game designers on PoE2.
I'm Rory Rackham. I'm the lead game designer working on player skills for PoE2.
And I'm Octavian, I already said that. In a few moments now, we're going to have a QR code appearing behind me. If you want to get some questions into the panel, all you
I
have to
didn't know
do is
Mark
scan
and
that QR
Jonathan
code,
work
and,
like sort of like
it will
co-leading
take you to a website that
PoE2.
submit questions from. It's pretty self-explanatory. We do have a few questions already. Let's start with one that's gotten quite a lot of attention since it was announced, is the topic of gold. Will gold become the de facto player currency for trading?
So definitely, at least, no, but not because we're putting any restrictions on it. It's still tradable between players, but it'll be like trading in like Scrolls of Wisdom or something, right? Like you're just not going to do it because it's like, well, you know, there's much bigger currency that's worth more that you can do trading in. So yeah, it's kind of just not really something that not something I believe will happen really at any anyway.
Okay, cool. The next question here, with 9 active skill gems, what considerations are being taken for players who might prefer a simpler playstyle? Something like, you know, your RFs and such.
There's definitely an opportunity for a player to have a simpler playstyle. There will still be focus on filling out those skill gems to an extent. You'll have spirit reservations and things like that, and you'll probably invest more heavily in spirit on a build that's like that. So that's something you can focus on if you do want to focus more on a single skill. You will be missing out on the opportunity for more damage potentially, but that gives you more opportunity to think about what the best
I had a conversation with a designer a couple of weeks ago, and they were like, oh yeah, you know, I just want to be able to attack with 1 or 2 skills. I'll just use the skill and that skill. And okay, but like, you know, if you just added, you know, like armor break here, then you'd be able to do like X more damage. And oh yeah, well, you know, I guess I'll just add that too, you know, just to get the extra damage boost. And then I'm like, oh, you know, actually, like you could add like this skill, you get a bit more damage again if you combat it with this. And then they're like, oh, you know what? I guess I'd add that too. I might as well just to my build, just because, you know. Like, and pretty soon you've walked them through the steps of getting to all 9, and he's got a whole build there. And it's like, you know, basically people, if you balance it right, then people will want to do more things just naturally, and it won't feel like a thing that they don't want to do, because like they'll just realize pretty soon, oh yeah, it's fun if I use this also, and it's fun if I use that also. And I think it's also worth mentioning
Okay,
that,
so they're
you
encouraging
don't have to be using all
design,
9 skills
or
all the
design
time. Like,
encourages
it's absolutely intentional. Like the reason we're giving you so many 6 links
player
is so
behavior,
you can have
essentially.
situationally dependent skills
So-
you can just use occasionally, just when the situation is there. So like that's what we
They're trying to
want, right?
encourage
Like,
players
you don't
to
necessarily
use
want
more
you to be using all 9
abilities.
skills every minute. It's like, you know, yeah, you use them sometimes.
Because it's
Yeah,
from a
different skills
player's
for different
perspective, it
situations, but
has
in that situation,
more,
might be
you know,
standard
it gives
skill.
more
And there's
benefits.
also the trigger skills and other mechanics that let you automate skills that later in the game, once your character's really advanced, you might find ways to simplify your combat interactions, but then you might also find ways to make them much more complicated with other tools. So.
So it's still PoE, you can still very much make your own game of it.
Like all the cast on stuff takes a skill slot, right? Like every cast on whatever that you're using is gonna require one. I mean, I believe you can have multiple cast on like active skills in a cast on shop, for example.
Oh, yes, yes.
So you can still trigger more, but of course you're reducing the number of support gems that you can attach in that case, because you're making that trade-off. So yeah, anyway, that's the deal with that.
And for
So-
a meta gem like a totem or barrier invocation, you can put a whole sequence on them and it will cycle through them, and you'll
which
get,
is very fun, by the
you'll
way.
get a combo within your automated or your.
Yeah. So you can actually,
skills.
the order of the gems in the item actually determines the order that the totem will cast the things. And I believe we also, although I don't know if they're actually in right now, the sequencing meta gems. Do we have those in?
No, they're not functional.
Right,
yet,
not
but
functional at the moment.
very
Okay, yeah.
soon.
So there's another one which is interesting, which is that you can put there's a sequencing metagem you can use to put multiple active gems in order, and then when you use the skill, the character will cast them one at a time. So there are actually like various things like that that are still in there. It's just, you know, that's.
One thing that came up there was situations to use different skills, and we are putting in a lot. We're creating more situations where you will consider to use more skills or to change your build for those situations. So something you might have seen in the demos is that a number of monsters are highly resistant to things. Normally monsters have a resistance and it can be quite small. We have them going up to, like, you'll find a number of monsters that are 75% resistant to an element, but most monsters in the game aren't resistant to anything. And often there are also monsters that are vulnerable to different elements. So Now, one thing you can do to get around this is we're adding a lot more penetration to the tree, which means if you don't want to have to use the 2 skills, you can spec into penetration, use the 1 damage type. However, penetration does not go into the negatives. It will be bottomed out at 0.
So there's opportunity cost if you're going to do that, like
Yes.
you're making the decision to do that sort of stuff. But in general as well, like just with regard to monster design stuff, like we're trying to make everything less flat. Like monsters will very much have strengths and weaknesses that are much more prominent than they were in PoE 1. So that kind of thing, like that just makes everything more situational, as Mark was saying.
Yeah, I mean, talking about weaknesses, like Mark mentioned, there's resistances in monsters, but there are also vulnerabilities, so you can like adjust your build to take advantage of something.
We just didn't want it to just be single target and AoE, and those are your 2 distinctions. We wanted to have more situations that you're adapting to than just that.
But it's also not just those plus resistances either. There's like also like the group size and just like the general. Like there should be many, many different things, like many factors that that can make a skill good, because that's really what differentiates between different skills. Like when would I use one? Is like so the more of that we can add, the more sort of interest you have between different skills and when they're good and when they're bad.
All right, so the next question people want to know the answer to, will we see a divergence in trade philosophy between the now split games, PoE 1 and 2?
I don't know that we would really, like we still believe in the trade philosophy we have, so like yeah, I don't really see that changing particularly. Like there have been some discussions about things we could do to ease things, to make things a bit easier, but honestly those would be more like quality of life things, and I don't see any reason why PoE 1 wouldn't get them also. Yeah, that's kind of like a, I guess those like trade philosophy things are not something that's really in the scope of the split, right? Those are sort of things that would be the same for regardless of which game it is.
All right. At what point in the development of PoE 2 did you realize the game was too different and needed to be separate from PoE 1? Or was it like sort of a gradual thing?
So to me, it was right after the Act 2 reveal. Like soon after that, there was just kind of this like we were making a huge amount of design changes. We were kind of doing a lot of things that, like I was really keen to experiment with like all sorts of changes. I mean, like, you know, all things like dodge rolls and stuff. I mean, it's all like, you know, there's so much of that stuff there where it's like, as we started to sort of design this stuff, we're like, okay, well, what would, as PoE, it's not even going to really feel like something like, people who have been here and they've been playing the demo, you probably noticed like, yeah, it just has such a different feel, and we're kind of like, well, why take away the thing that we have that's like that people like? You know, there might be, I mean, I would hope that everyone will love PoE 2 more, but there might be some people who don't and whatever. And then you also look at things like WoW Classic and stuff like that, and you're like, there are certain people who like want to go back and play that old stuff, and it's like, you know, and that was, we were looking at that. But it's also this kind of thing of like, yeah, like we have this thing going. Like we were probably going to be destroying too much as we made that transition in terms of like people's character. Like
yeah, I was wondering how like say PoE 2 can be played in conjunction with PoE 1, right? Say you chose PoE 1, but you get to the same endgame as if you played through the campaign of PoE 2. Which I think is currently that's the way it is. I just kind of wonder how boss mechanics work if you don't have dodge roll in PoE 1, you know? So will it transition you to PoE 2 mechanics near endgame? That's interesting.
I mean, we'd definitely reevaluate what mods are on maps.
Of course, yeah.
All right, here's one for Mark, most likely. Chaos Swords exist, but they work differently now.
Yep.
Is the mapping system changing fundamentally so rolling might not be
Well,
necessary?
they will still be, you know, itemized maps in some extent, and they will still be rolling.
But more than some extent, it's just they're itemized maps.
Yes,
It still
it will
exists.
And it might just be harder to roll your maps with things, and you might just have to deal with mods that you might have otherwise wanted to just not run, and now you'll just...
I mean, we'd definitely reevaluate what mods are on maps.
Of course, yeah.
All right, here's one for Mark, most likely. How many new monsters explode into spikes?
Well, yeah, and I ran out of time in my monsters talk. I had some of this. The Spikers still exist, but what are they called? Porcupine Goliaths, eh?
Yes.
Internal name Spiker. So they still exist, but they, in PoE 2, every monster's, not every, but most monsters' projectiles actually use like a ballistic system now where they actually adhere to gravity. So the off-screening is almost entirely gone. Projectiles will fall and hit the ground. So if you're far away, you're not going to get hit by them. The other thing is, I'm
Oh, is
sure
it
that exact same monster, I don't think it's in the
physics-based? So
demo, but it is
projectiles
in
are,
Act 2.
I mean,
they die, and
are
then they have a,
projectiles with
animation where they vibrate
ballistic
and then the spikes
system?
fire out. So no just instantly killing them to then instantly dying. We're trying very, very hard to have minimal off-screening, zero off-screening, and zero situation where you just instantaneously die to something you did. But, I mean, if it happens on accident, is probably the reality, but we obviously try very hard not to make that happen.
They are small projectiles as well, so dodge roll will let you avoid them entirely.
Yes, they are projectiles, so dodge roll will avoid them.
I can confirm they are in Act 2, as he says, but they're much more like actually dodgeable. We've been shown how PoE 2 will fix plenty of fundamental issues that Path of Exile has: field of melee, mana vision, mana reservation, tons of things. Do we have any plans to backport some of these changes to the first game?
That's a pretty interesting question. I think, like, a lot of that stuff that we're doing there, like, was what facilitated the need to split the games in the first place. So it's like, I guess everyone's going to have their list of like, I wish they just had PoE1 but with this extra change in it or whatever, but I guess they all kind of come as a package because the balance of the game kind of like is balanced with all the stuff in mind. So it is pretty hard to sort of split some of those changes. I mean, what would it do, for some of the stuff, what would it do if putting Spirit back in PoE1, like it changes, there's a lot of sort of things around that. It's not quite easy to just like put that in and that's the thing,
Yeah. Like the caster changes to the caster weapons, bringing them back would mean destroying everyone's existing caster items because, well, they no longer have attack.
Quite a lot of complexity around that stuff.
So.
Yeah.
Unfortunate, but fair. Is there any intention to, actually I know the answer to this one, I'll ask it. Is there any intention to upgrade PoE1 to the new engine that PoE2 will be using? If so, if not, what does this mean for PoE1 going forward?
Yep, so the engines are shared, and the reason that has to happen just as a technical matter is that since the microtransactions are compatible across both, and the VFX team need to be able to make them for both games at the same time, that means that we need to have the engine be shared. So we actually recently deployed an engine patch, which had a lot of PoE2 changes in it. There's still like a few issues with it that are being sorted out, but like
so will PoE1 play very similarly to PoE2? Just like dodge roll animation gameplay.
With the engine features in mind, like that's to say the old content. So like that means that like all the new stuff we're doing with shaders and everything. It's not just going to make all the old stuff look good necessarily, but basically new stuff can look good. And there's the other problem we've had in PoE1 as well with regard to PoE2 asset commingling, which has already been happening a bit with some league stuff, is that it kind of makes the PoE1 stuff look worse by comparison, which is a bit of a problem. So you have to be a little bit careful there as well.
All right, next question.
That's
here.
a huge technical challenge.
Will there be a Scion class later down the line in PoE2? People have noticed that wasn't there.
No, we've removed it.
It's removed entirely.
Yes,
they call it the passive tree.
Yes.
We realized pretty early on that everyone else had a really distinct theme. We had twice as many classes with all these mechanics to spread out, and the Scion didn't have something that she could focus on specifically in PoE2. We wanted to spread all that energy elsewhere. There'll probably be more mechanics that let you be a little more diverse, and we wanted it so you can travel further across the tree to do more build combining stuff that the Scion was the one enabling in the first place.
Right. It also just makes the tree more interesting to not have the center path like that. So we made it so there's less nodes required, at least that's my understanding, to go around. But there's without that center path, it kind of makes it a little bit more difficult for someone on the opposite side of the tree to go across. So it just kind of makes that whole like skill grimage thing just a bit more interesting, at least in my opinion.
All right, next question here. Rishi, you might have the answer to this one. Will things like fossils and essences continue to exist in PoE2, or are all sources of crafting being overhauled entirely?
Well, they will all exist because we still like the fact that there are ways to craft your gear in like these really interesting ways. But we will be changing how most of these function in some way, shape, or form, which we'll be getting to.
I think a lot of it is just that. So the philosophy that I have for the crafting stuff is like I like that we've got a ton of systems. But the problem is that when they all work on every item type or like things like that, it just means that things can get overcomplicated pretty quickly. So for each different crafting system, I'm pretty keen to sort of like pull it back a little bit. So it's like well, maybe this crafting system works on your body armor or something like that, and this one's for weapons and that kind of stuff. Or that's one way of doing it. But there's also like this one that only affects like this. Like I don't have a lot of examples off the top of my head, but it's like you try and sort of make it so that like for a given type of item that you're making, there's kind of like some crafting systems that apply that you can think about for that item that you're trying to make. But the other ones you don't really have to worry about so much. So just kind of like paring it back a little bit. But there's certain things that still need to be across all item types to make it interesting. And we might also like reduce the number of options within a given crafting system. So it's like rather than being like, oh, here's a crafting system with like 50 things, it's more like, well, here's a crafting system with 5 things, and that's that one.
Yes.
And then that way it's like there's just less kind of overall mental baggage there for all that stuff.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
This one has gotten quite a lot of upvotes. Can you please implement cast on dodge roll as a skill, Rory? Can you do that?
If it has a spirit cost, then we can balance around it. So
It should be possible.
That does sound pretty
I
cool.
don't see why not.
yeah.
Cool.
I'll add it to my issue list.
Will Mageblood, Headhunter, and other iconic chase uniques all exist in PoE2?
We cannot have a Path of Exile game without some of these iconic uniques existing. So they will still hopefully be recognizable, but they might have to have a few stats be different just as a result of the mechanics changing from game 1 to game 2. But I mean, can you imagine a Path of Exile game without, say, a Shabs or a Headhunter? You can't, right? So those will
They
definitely
absolutely have to
exist.
be there. And ideally,
They must be there.
ideally we like make them work mechanically as closely as possible to how they work in PoE1.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right. Are the permanent buffs that are gained from killing campaign area bosses, like the +10 spirit consumable and such, shared across characters, or do I have to hunt down all of these on any build I level?
Okay, all right, sure. They're currently just specific to the character.
Yeah, they're specific.
They're specific to the character. It's one of those things you have to do.
But those are usually bosses that are also directed to by main quests and with other rewards attached.
Oh, no, all the optional ones. The optional ones have them absolutely.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
tons of them. In fact, that's the reason. The optional ones are the ones that have them more because those are the ones that we want to kind of get you to like if you want to do them, Right. So yeah.
All right. Let me see. In PoE2, have we considered group play in a more diverse way than just Aurabot plus carry?
Want to grab that one, Mike?
I like my Aurabots.
We don't have to get rid of them.
Well, interesting. Just considering it now, just doing it live.
I mean, we have the scepter weapon type, or item type, as a thing that is almost.
Well, that was just the
designed for
Aurabot idea.
Yeah, it works for minions very well.
Yeah.
But it is an Aurabot item.
Yeah.
And it has aura-like stats on it, right? So yeah. But yeah, can you do more active stuff, Mark?
I mean, I'm not sure how much more there is to it. I mean, one thing is that currently you certainly cannot have as many auras, but that isn't to say it will change. And I think that's just because we're not quite far enough along with determining that. We're still making a lot of skill, still making auras. I mean, we have some cool, new, interesting auras that certainly work differently than just buffing.
I think the other thing as well is say what they are. Because Spirit is like combined with more things, like due to the cast, triggers and so on. There's that trade-off between auras and other casts that kind of matter as well. So it kind of like it does like change the calculus a little bit around that stuff.
We also have some cool plans for ascendancy classes that do support things that are outside the normal playstyle.
For sure, always. Yeah.
All right, next question.
Not the best answer there, but I mean, it's what we got.
No, I mean, that's the nature of live questions. Will there be alternative methods to leveling new alternate characters once you've completed the campaign, or sticking with the philosophy of push through the campaign with every character?
Well, it's probably one of those things that I know people are going to want to hear, but unfortunately, yeah, like we still believe in the whole push through the campaign thing. It's just one of those things that, like, I don't think that maps will be nearly as meaningful without that campaign push first, and there's just kind of a lot of there's it's one of these philosophical things that I just like have always had a bit of trouble with. Like, I'm definitely personally a fan, but I mean, I'm interested to hear what your guys' opinions are on that.
I definitely like going through the campaign as well. So, I mean, I do agree.
I agree also.
Yeah, I think ideally the campaign is a challenge that if your character needs to be able to make it through. If you can make it through the challenge, which should never be easy at any point for any one build, unless you've got some amazing items from your previous playthroughs, then that is the challenge you need to overcome to be able to handle maps in the first place.
Well, and usually when you go for your second character, your gear is so much better that you can rush through the campaign a lot faster too. What was the first one?
Yeah, hopefully you'll die a few times.
And it's also just worth mentioning that we don't like any form of cross-league progress at all. Like, that's very important that we don't have that. So, yeah, that's kind of important even just from that perspective.
All right, cool. I don't know if we have an answer to this one yet, but it is a much requested question. Is Reflect in Path of Exile 2?
Mark? You're the Reflect hater, I think.
The map mods are still there. Whether or not you can re-roll them away, well, to be determined. What other forms of Reflect were there? There's some bosses that had skills that turned them on. Well, those are, none of the new bosses have Reflect, so those won't be there because we're not keeping any of those bosses. What other forms? I mean, the Reflect are just mods on rares. I mean, we're talking about things like the mods the retaliation mods as we call them. All of the rare monster mods that do skills like that are going to be reworked and revisited. So as to whether or not there'll be something like it, maybe, but again, I'm never ever going to have that unfair, just you hit a mob and instantly kill yourself thing ever again. If people remember from way back when I used to play with people on stream a little bit more, and there were certainly circumstances. I remember people specifically called me out on it because I shot a lightning arrow off screen and hit a Reflect pack of crabs and instantly died. And then people were like, oh, they only fixed it because he died. Yes, I certainly then went into work the next day and was like, this is just bullshit we're changing.
So you're not denying it then?
But, like, it's not because other people hadn't suffered, but it certainly gives me a lot more drive when it is directly pissing me off.
All right. Oh, actually, Rishi, you might know this one. Are there any significant changes?
It was a good idea. I mean, at least we know that they're going to rework it.
Because the vendor has been completely reworked to sort of fill in your problems that you might have while leveling. And you get to do this by saving up your gold over a few levels and then buying, say, whatever it is you might be missing. Like, let's say you're missing some fire res. You go, you browse the vendor, there's probably some fire res in there, and that's how you would solve your problems that the crafting bench was solving through the campaign.
And so just to clarify, the actual change of the vendor there is that it rolls more magic and modified items more often.
Yes,
so, like,
that's right.
The vendor doesn't just have a pile of white items for you to look through.
Yeah, exactly.
It is intended the vendor is far more powerful and something you actually do engage with. Whereas in PoE 1, it's very much in the history, it's been the check for 6 sockets every time you level and a few other bits and pieces, maybe very early and like highly knowledgeable racing strategies, but outside of that, it's been mostly useless, and we want it to be way more impactful now.
All right. Will there be challenge leagues for both games, and will they be separate for both? Do I have to do 40-40 and 8 out of 8 twice for every 3 months?
We'll have to think about that one. I haven't thought about the challenges.
I mean, it depends on how much of a completionist you are, I guess.
Yeah.
In PoE 1, the amount of consistent regen or other means of recovery means that enemies need to do huge bursts of damage to be able to kill you. Any changes to leech or recovery coming to PoE 2 to combat that?
It's definitely something that we're letting be much more high cost to your character to have a high amount of regen. You should be able to feel like you can build a regenerative character, but it shouldn't be like, oh, everyone's getting 40% of their life per second, so we need to do at least 80% of their life per second as monster damage to be a real threat. So we're bringing the numbers down a bit so that you have more of a window to be worried after taking a big hit. And also flasks are slightly, well, they're rebalanced really, again, around boss fights as well to bring all that stuff to the point where the character has a window of being in big danger after taking a big hit, rather than having to instantly kill them with that big hit. There are still some one-shots, am I right, Mark?
I feel
it's a really dodgeable attack that you should have avoided, maybe?
I feel like Leech discussion has been the biggest time-wasting topic in the office.
Yes.
Like, there were so many hours and hours and hours discussing Leech. Like, for some reason, it was just the hardest freaking thing to get right. I feel like we've come up with like 5 different variants on what we wanted to do that we've changed. So honestly, I feel like we're probably gonna have 5 more discussions about Leech that'll waste like days at a time again from now. So yeah, I feel like it's definitely in flux still. Like, holy crap! That for some reason, Leech is just the hardest stat to get right.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just well, that's the thing. We start with like, we have to make this simple, and then we design and we design and we design. It gets more and more complicated. We're like, no, god damn it, we have to go back and simplify it again. And like, just every single time, this is why it just spirals around in the cycle. Like, it's just Leech is too complicated, but everything simple is also worse. It's terrible.
Well, the last time we had this thing, I remember he was just like, I can't believe we're still talking about this in these
And I am being asked, just to reiterate, that the QR code for sending in questions is available to live attendees for ExileCon, but apologies to anyone watching live on Twitch or something, not available for that audience. But next question here, if it will load. Oh no. Well, we'll ad-lib a question then. the wells that were placed in various towns. What is the design philosophy, the reason behind the implementation of those over just having flasks refill automatically when you enter town?
It's just a feel thing. It just feels nice to have like a, you go back to town, you cook them well. It's really hard to answer beyond that. It really is just, it feels nice to do. It's a little bit of a mind change when you first try it, but after you've done it a couple of times, like, oh yeah, it makes sense. It just feels right.
Yay, the questions are back. Any word on a death recap?
It's not a feature I'm against. It's just a tricky thing to implement, and it's just never been a priority. But like, it's something that we might get to it one day. But yeah, it's not kind of busy.
Hopefully in PoE 2 it's going to be a lot more clear what killed you. However, then again, just look, I know how it is. Sometimes you're just dead and you're like, okay, I died. I don't know what happened. And we want to make the visual clarity of PoE 2 will certainly be a lot better, and hopefully it will result in just less randomly imploding.
Right.
All right. On the topic of Druid, we've seen some footage in the trailer of bear form, and it's been mentioned a few times, but are there any other wild forms that it can transform into?
Wolf and bear are the only ones that we've announced so far.
All right.
But, yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, cool.
We've got some tough
There's quite a lot of animation work for each one. So.
Back to itemization, do rares drop with good rolls now?
Well, we have looked at the mod pools of every single item and changed them. You know, that includes what mods roll on what items, their weightings, a bunch of things. So I'm not going to say that, you know, every single time you find a rare, it's just going to be a good one, but we have changed the mod pools such that they make, I suppose, better sense for the new game.
That is useful to know, but I think maybe the question was driving at the like well-rolled thing that Heist had at one point where it was like lucky rolls.
Well, no, that would not be, no.
Okay.
But there is some stuff, well, maybe it's a little bit in the weeds, but there's some stuff to do with the way that rarity affects things that's a little bit more, it's probably a bit too complicated to get into, but rarity affects things a little bit differently than how it used to. And you know, we're intending to use less quantity on things and use rarity instead, and therefore we had to make it so that rarity can, for example, make it so you get more high-tier currency rather than requiring quantity to get that. So basically, like, the intention is that rarity, like more rarity should feel like you're getting more valuable stuff and you don't have to use quantity to be able to get more currency, and that sort of thing. So there's just some changes around that a bit more subtle too.
We've also removed the currency drop penalty on bosses, which I don't know if people know exists, but that was, if anyone has done, I've seen it posted before, of when you kill bosses you rarely get currency items, and now the best way to get high tier currency is from bosses.
Yes. Because of the rarity bonus thing and rarity affecting it. Yeah.
Very nice.
Nice.
Fun fact also about mods on items and how good they are, light radius now extends your minimap reveal range as you run around.
I didn't expect applause for light radius. All right. We may not have a definitive answer to this, yes. In fact, I know we don't, but it's a much requested question. How long do you expect the PoE 2 campaign to take for an experienced Path of Exile player?
I honestly have no idea. Like,
I figured that would be the answer.
When we finish it, I'll let you know. Yeah, like it'll be, well, yeah, I really don't know.
This is an interesting question. Is the intent to have a shared endgame story, or a shared story between the two games in general?
We were intending that before, and then now, I mean, okay, it's shared in the sense that it's still one coherent timeline, but it's the end game is now separate from PoE 1 and 2, story-wise, so therefore they'll have separate stories for that.
Okay, cool. Are there any problem monster mechanics that exist in PoE 1 that you're just really happy to be able to get away from and splitting PoE 2 to a new game?
Well, it's a little bit subjective as to what mods annoy people the most. Not really. As I said, we haven't really completely revisited and revamped all the monster mods yet, so that will come up. But I'd say mostly I'm relatively happy with how a lot of the mods are now, but there will be new ones, there will be different ones, so no good answer on that one yet, just because we haven't really gone around to doing it.
Yeah, I think currently in the demo we just have the same rare monster mods that we have in PoE 1, just because we haven't really fully
We disabled a handful of them just because they were visually not up to the standard of the...
I mean, even some of the ones that are in there kind of aren't, but at least we disabled the shit that was really broken. Yeah. But we still need to get the rare monsters.
All right. Any considerations for hand or wrist strain coming from things like opening div cards, crafting items, sorting your stash?
Sorry, what was the start of that?
Any considerations for improving the situation around hand and wrist strain in Path of Exile?
Wrist strain? Okay.
So like opening 1,000 stack decks or spamming
well, I mean, there are certain things now that don't require, like for example, you don't have to do the like chromatic like grind anymore, or the fusing grind and things like that. Like those sort of things we've gone away from the need to like to just like spam something a lot, like a huge number of times in order to get something mostly. Like I don't think there's much of that left anymore. So like that kind of stuff at least is gone. But yeah, like I mean, yeah, I don't know if there's anything else in particular beyond those that would need to be addressed.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a lot of individual cases that have been
there's a lot of individual cases, exactly. I mean, in general, we're trying to avoid the need for like just I mean, the whole like spam a bunch of fusing things is kind of fun, I guess, but it's kind of whatever. Yeah. People don't need to do it anymore.
All right. What's the plan around bringing League content that's already been released in PoE 1 through to PoE 2?
It's complicated. The answer is dependent on each league and the exact specifics of it. But ultimately, we don't want anything in the game that looks bad. So therefore, there has to be like an amount of work that has to go into each one to make it look good. It won't necessarily be exactly the same as it is in PoE 1. Like each thing, like we want like as much as possible for the stuff to be there. But it's going to require a lot of balance work and other stuff to happen. So yeah, there's just a lot to do there basically. But yeah, it's case by case.
Yeah.
As we do it from the mod, as we port them over, so to speak, reintroduce them, modernize the art. Like it's certainly going to be the case that at least from the monsters and bosses perspectives, we're going to give them a full fresh coat of paint while keeping what they were at heart. And
it's also likely that not all of the league stuff will be in for the closed beta. Like there'll probably be quite a lot introduced during the closed beta period, just for time reasons.
Yep.
Makes sense. Next question. Path of Exile 2 is still free to play, right?
Of course.
Yes.
Of course.
Good. This is a fairly broad question, but it's gotten a lot of traction. Will PoE 2 be a lot slower than PoE 1?
Well, I mean, it's not the goal to make it slower, but ultimately we want to make it so that like fights with bosses are more engaging and fun and like that kind of thing. So it's just like really important. Like it's likely that the 95th percentile of speed will be a bit slower, and that's just once again to make it actually so that things are like can actually make sense in boss fights and once again be engaging. But like there's still kind of ridiculous shit. I mean, like we like our like crazy trigger gems and like things that you saw the triple cast unleash and all that sort of stuff. Like, there's just all that stuff sort of going on. So by in game it will definitely be there's a lot of shit going on that you can do. But yes, it's not going to be quite the level of ridiculousness that PoE 1 does. I'm almost certain. We kind of like we need to. It's not entirely like 100% done, like how the balance is at in-game. There's still more for us to do there, and we'll be talking about that more later. But ultimately, like it's more about like making it fun for us than a specific goal of retaining speed. So like as long as it's fun, then we're doing a good job.
And I mean, so far we've approved cast on dodge. Dodge roll. And I heard, and I know this is true, but it has been confirmed that we have passive points for speaking into dodge roll. So I mean, you can see how we get to somewhere where it can become fast and chaotic.
I mean, we're always tempted to add stuff like that.
We can't help ourselves, yeah.
But it is certainly nice to not have to start the game from a point where bosses have to have 2-point-something billion life and all kinds of damage caps and people are doing overflows, damage over time and all of that stuff. So, but it's all relative. But nowadays when we have to add a boss to PoE 1, like a pinnacle boss, it's pretty much like has some unquantifiable amount of life because of these things. But that is what we had to do because of where the numbers have gotten to. So bringing both scales down doesn't mean everything's much slower, but it certainly allows us to then have more room to add more pinnacle bosses with more life over another 10 years of content, right?
So we talked about leagues being ported forward into PoE 2. Is there any plan to port forward old bosses, like will Shaper be in PoE 2 in any capacity?
We'll see. Yeah, like we have to see what we have.
There's room for it. We haven't decided exactly what to do with each of them at this point in time, but I mean, it would be great. Yeah, a lot of that is really awesome.
Okay, cool. I'd like to see it. Will loot filters still exist in PoE 2?
Yep. No reason to take them out.
Nice, excellent. Let me see. Oh, div cards. That's the whole question. Will div cards exist in PoE 2?
We still need to work that out. I mean, I want them there. Like, I think they're cool. Like, they never quite exactly did the exact thing what we want them to do, but like, I'm hoping we can get it so that they do. And I mean, they're fun. Like, it's really cool. It's just a nice little thing. So I would certainly hope we have them.
All right. How will acquiring skill gems on subsequent characters work with there being no skill gem vendors? Do you just have to build up a stock of uncut gems to have ready for leveling new
I mean, you'll probably have access to uncut gems, especially low-level ones. So it should be no issue to.
Yeah, they're dropping in the place of skill gem drops, so you'll have them as you go through.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Rory, can the bear form dodge roll? I think we answered this.
Yes, the bear form can dodge roll. As expected, a bear is slightly slower to perform a full 360 rotation than a humanoid is. Does mean they have a larger period of the melee and projectile avoidance while they're doing the roll. Convenient. Cool. More fun to do like donuts as a bear because of the fact that you can change your direction quite easily.
It travels further as well.
Yeah, it travels further. So it rolls at the same speed.
Yeah, it's always the same as your movement speed.
Yeah, but because it goes longer, the time of the roll is, but yeah, it looks pretty ridiculous.
And because the bear is larger, it can also push a lot of enemies out of the way while you're rolling, so full bowling ball experience.
The much harder question for animators is what wolf dodge roll looks like.
That went through a few iterations.
Yeah.
Excuse me. And you can actually, if you turn into a bear outside of town and then enter, you can be a bear in town who rolls, which is the best thing.
So custom dodge roll with bear rolling. That's what.
Now we
See, it's still going to be PoE. Do all the new classes have 3 ascendancies?
Yes.
None shared between different class variants?
No.
Okay. How are you going to manage the fragmentation of the player base and resources with PoE 2 now being a separate game?
Well, I guess that's a little bit hard to answer, but effectively, like we just do what we need to do. I mean, we've set up our incentives with the microtransactions to make sure that as a company, we need to dedicate resources to both games, and that's what we want to do. But effectively, like there will be some content sharing, I'm sure, just like not necessarily like, oh, we made this boss and here we put it in both games, but more like, hey, this model is useful. If we make a few changes, we can make something look different. We've already even been doing that. There's been stuff from PoE 2 that's come into PoE 1 already. You probably wouldn't even recognize it because like that's easy. This fundamental stuff you can then just change a little bit and then you're good. So there'll be stuff like that. But fundamentally, like we believe we can do it. There shouldn't be an issue. Just dedicating resources to both games, and yeah, we're set up such that we can.
Good to hear. Are vendor recipes still a thing?
Yep.
Yes.
Sure. Excellent. How are minions going to be made into a more active playstyle than they already are, if that's even the plan?
It is definitely the plan. There'll be new tools that minion characters have. We didn't want to focus on minions for XLCon, so we wanted to spend a lot of time getting them just right, getting the good experience. There is going to be more of a focus on temporary minions that you're constantly resummoning, if that's how you're wanting to build your character. But also, the fact is that you can also have a large number of passive minions thanks to the Spirit system and investment in them as well. There's some cool stuff we're doing as well, like Ray's Spectre is now more of a capture a corpse.
Yeah, it's a Pokeball.
Stick it in a gem.
So you capture a monster with it. Yeah, you get this thing and then you capture a monster and then that gem is now that monster forevermore. So then you can use it. It's really cool.
And you must gemify them all.
Yeah, you've got to gem them all.
Someone's going to have a quad tab of every single one. Oh, that is scary though, because if there's a bug where you can gemify a boss, oh god. Sorry, QA brain. Are there campaign differences for each character? I mean, I guess there's different like voice lines. Like Monk has a line for entering an area.
Yeah, there's different voices. I mean, so like on the sort of most fundamental, like the only thing I guess technically there's three things that are the things that you cannot have on the other characters. One of them is the three ascendancies, one of them is the look of your fundamental base character model, and the other one is the voice lines being different. Everything else is like, you can get the items and you can make it work. So yeah, basically that's the gameplay one is obviously the ascendancy classes. That's the big difference between classes.
I do, and this is from someone who, it's not like lore's been my #1 priority starting from a player perspective, but I do enjoy it and I am into it. But seeing the characters and how they react verbally to the world has been real interesting. And so you have the sorceress who's of America's background, and then when she's in Act 2, she's commenting a lot more about what's going on, and it feels way more personal. And you're getting that like live storytelling as they're talking about it, and it makes you feel a lot more connected to your character than has been in PoE 1.
There's also just nice little touches, like we've got recorded specific voice lines for engaging specific monster types and things like that, and that's pretty cool. It's like how you sort of think like, how does this character feel about this type of monster and this kind of thing. So yeah, it's quite nice.
Yeah, it's
I
real cool.
don't know who was captured in the gameplay demo, but the sorceress will shout at the robots and say, "Foul automaton."
Yeah, exactly.
She hates robots for some reason. Rory, is the passive tree as dense as it is in PoE 1?
Yes, we don't have masteries in the way that they are in PoE 1, but there is more passives in total, I believe, and maybe not if you cut out the sign. I'll have to do the math, but there's a lot more going on in the passive tree in terms of different forms of things that you can customize your character with, focusing specifically on taking out enemies on low life and potentially putting them in that situation more easily. So there's more variety for what's on the tree, and because of that, there's more options for what you can be taking in any one character. We have far fewer, say, weapon-specific clusters. There's only one main cluster that is focused on axes, so you're focusing more on general melee mechanics, which also means that it's slightly more convenient with the weapon swap system as well.
Yeah. Sorry. Are there any major archetypes, such as traps, brands, slams, etc., that are being done away with in PoE 2?
Brands, I think, are
brands
are sort of merged with totems, really.
Yeah, I don't think even it's really more of a merge.
I don't know if this means you can stick a totem on a monster yet, but that's what support gems are for.
I hope it means that.
We've kind of unified traps and mines.
Yeah, the way that works, I suppose you probably explained it.
Yeah.
Basically, like we've got a trap
just a base
type
type that determines whether you have to trap
So
or
then
mine.
any skill could be a trap or a mine, depending on the base type you're using.
But all your favorite trap or your favorite mine skills are probably going to exist if they can exist in PoE 2. Just now you choose whether they're a trap or a mine, right?
How will ascendancies be unlocked in PoE 2?
Well, we haven't announced specifically the way, but we have in each of the first three acts. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. So for acts 2 to 4, there's a thing specific for that act that you'll do for ascending, and we'll announce what those are later.
Cool.
It's not the labyrinth.
It's not the labyrinth.
Confirmed, at least not labyrinth. What do utility flasks look like in PoE 2?
So utility flasks are generally going to be more reactive to things. Like for example, the flask might say you become immune to burning if you use it while you're burning, which is similar to some of the mods that appear on flasks. So that is what the utility flask itself is going to do. So it's no longer just flask piano. You have your buffs up kind of all the time. It's more of a when something happens to you, you then use the flask in response to that.
All right.
We also have effectively a guard flask.
Yes.
Taking the place of guard skills in most ways. There's your emergency, I'm about to take a lot of damage button.
And I suppose that one is proactive, but it's like a short burst of like a shield where the guard flask absorbs a percentage of the damage that is happening to you. So you can use it as like a, oh shit, I'm standing in the slam, I shouldn't be, press the flask. And
Yeah, it's not something you're going to want to be pianoing.
Yeah,
if that was
exactly.
the concern. With the changes to caster weapons, will wanders still exist, like attack wand builds? And if so, in what form?
Some of the wand inherent skills
Are
now
actually,
effectively
yes.
the wand skills. So, and there'll be ways, of course, because it's part of Excel, there'll be ways to focus on specifically your wand or your staff's spell and make that into your main damage spell somehow.
In those cases, though, have those skills been ported into being a spell themselves? Like a kinetic blast is now a spell and a wand, so it's
Absolutely.
not.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you still get to do that.
It's still kinetic blast. It's just a spell instead of an attack.
It's just that it deals spell damage in the sense, but.
Will it be any easier to respec your build during the campaign in PoE 2?
Sorry, I didn't quite hear.
Will it be any easier to respec your build in the course of the campaign in PoE 2?
I mean, I don't think we haven't really thought too much about it. I'd say it's probably similar.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess at least with the skill gems, it's a bit easier to change those over due to the way that the uncut stuff works. But as far as like passive tree goes, it's probably fairly similar. Like, we'll give you some respec points, from time to time and things like that.
You could always save some of your split passives to try out something, but then you need to respec them afterwards.
Yeah.
All right. This is the most upvoted question I've seen ever on this, is will there be fishing in PoE 2?
Well, is there even fishing in PoE 1?
I'm not at liberty to say.
Wait, did you not hear?
No.
Okay, don't worry about it.
What is fishing?
Yeah.
So we don't have, it must be a non-New Zealand thing. Right?
I'll explain it to you backstage later. Since the sockets are now moving to the skill gems themselves, will we know the number of sockets an uncut gem will give us on the gem it's generating, or will we only see those after we've cut it?
So every gem gets 2 supports as a starting point, and then you use Jeweler's Orbs to increase it by 1. There's specific, like a lesser and a normal and a greater Jeweler's. I don't remember the exact names, but there's 3 tiers of Jeweler's basically, and then that takes you from 2 up to 5 sockets, which is equivalent to a 6 link. So effectively, like that's they don't drop with more. They don't need to. And you should have. It's likely that by the time you're getting later on, you'll probably have just a stack of the lesser Jeweler's Orbs, so you can increase it immediately as soon as you get it.
I can't recall if we've locked in whether they start with specific colours when you first cut them. Or if they did, you would see what they would be before you would cut them.
Yeah.
But I believe it was locked in per skill. I believe that's what we had last discussion. But the thing is, they're easy to change now with the way that chromatics work. So that's just easy to do.
I think as it currently stands, it generates random colors, and I know that because I was very worried it was going to generate colors that I couldn't use in the demo.
But I believe that the intent is that it's a fixed per skill as a starting point, and then later on it.
a lot of these are repeats. Are channeling skills like Divine Eye are coming to PoE 2?
Yes, we still have channeling skills. I mean, there's a few on the demo characters. A lot of them have a lot more specialness in them, that some have a minimum channeling time, some have more of a longer channeling time, but they also have the ability to change direction. You can always dodge roll out if you've made a mistake where you started, and some have mobility built into them while you're channeling. Some special ones.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to play with the channeling skill in the demo, then pick the Warrior. He's got the supercharged slam.
Cover your Mason rocks. It's one of the best things to cover your Mason.
I will take your word for it. Are jewels still in the game? Basic up to more complicated flavors.
Yes, they are. They are.
Is the Quicksilver Flask still in the game?
No.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, it's controversial.
Die, Quicksilver.
We kind of touched on this earlier, but just to clarify, Magic Find in PoE 2 will still be a thing, yes?
Of course.
Yes.
Because we talked about...
Yeah, it'll be better than before. It'll help you find more currency now.
Yeah, and also more gold.
And also more gold.
So you can gamble more. What is the overall, that's a big question, but touch on it a bit. What is the overall design philosophy for mana costs and mana sustain in PoE 2?
I mean, I guess it'll be hard to quantify easily, but now that you have a mana pool, because you're not reserving all the mana, like it means we can actually have some design here in terms of like some skills costing more and some costing less and that kind of stuff. So that's just a thing now. But yeah, obviously like you need to be able to build your character such that you can sustain yourself. Like you're going to need to get some mana regen nodes and things like that. But also like I would hope that mana flasks are a thing you can actually use to make sustain a thing. There's things like that will happen. But I mean, once again, it's sort of hard to quantify. It really comes down to sort of just playing and finding out what feels right.
Rory, you have the answer to this one. How does charge generation work in PoE 2, and are there any differences with charges, power, frenzy, endurance?
So charges no longer give inherent stat bonuses. They're almost entirely as a thing to then spend on a very, very powerful effect. So the skills that were gaining charges, we started off with designing ones that would, every time you hit an enemy, gain a charge, but moved on to more of a design of, when you see a situation open up where you can gain a charge, you should use the skill to gain a charge to take advantage of the situation, and then you can unleash something incredibly devastating. The bonuses that skills that spend charges get are huge, and the support gems that cause the skill to consume charges will also give a huge damage bonus to that skill at the cost of preventing that skill being able to gain charges anymore. So while a skill is being used that spends charges, it can't gain charges, so you always have to be spending an effort to gain them rather than just expecting to be at full charges and being able to spend them at will. It's a real build-defining thing. An investment in charges is about you're focusing on the charge gainers and the charge spenders as part of your build.
Right. But it's not something we'd expect every character to be engaging with necessarily. It's just like some characters are going to be doing that kind of thing, others not.
If you don't enjoy the playstyle, the monk's all got quite a few skills about power charges, but he's got quite a lot of skills that aren't about power charges as well, if you just want to engage with that mechanic.
It's no longer like a checkbox you have to get on every character.
Yes, and a lot of the charge spenders as well are perfectly good skills if you never touch the charge mechanic as well. You can still use Falling Thunder for its AoE, and you can still use Flicker Strike to close in on enemies. In fact, Flicker Strike has no cooldown anymore, so if you somehow get crazy amounts of attack speed, then where there's a will, there's a way.
And we have time for one more question here, so let's make it a good one, if I can find one here. We'll end on a party play one. Are items drops in PoE 2 instanced or shared with party members? I imagine it's the same method as 2.
Same.
Yeah. So you should play free for all. Still, thanks for enjoying. That was a quick one, so we actually do have time for one more. What system or item, this is a big one, were you most excited about being able to design into PoE 2 that you couldn't fit into PoE 1?
Ooh, I wanted to get Spirit in PoE 1 for years, and then when I pitched it for Jonathan for PoE 2, I was like, yes, that's finally, it's Spirit's time.
I mean, for me, it's just all about the melee combat improvements. I'm just like a huge fan of actually making sure the action combat feels good. So like, it's just all about those really fine details of just, like all the stuff around dodge cancel and like all the, just like making sure you never lose control of your character and like the cancel windows for like different skills. Just all those really fine details. That's really kind of what makes me happy. I just want someone to be able to play our game like it. Just like if someone just like random person walks up and they start playing, they're like, oh yeah, this is a great action game, and then all the depth is just like an additional thing that they learn about later that gets them really into the game and becomes more of a thing later. But it's like your first impression of just like, this is a great action game. I just really want that to feel good. Yeah.
All right. Well, I think that's all our time. Unless we've got any more comments you'd like to add, anyone?
I think for me, the most exciting thing was when we were able to add 6 more classes, because I've actually wanted a druidic archetype in the game for a while. I finally got to do.
Yeah, it's a lot, but it's very cool.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the most exciting part for me.
And mine is definitely just being able to engage with monsters and bosses on a more meaningful level, which is part of that feel. Even if I end up dying to them during very critical keynote presentations, that is what makes it satisfying, and that is what makes it enjoyable.
All right, well, thank you for joining me, gentlemen.
Very nice, very nice.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay, so here is like a gameplay.
Do we get lightning damage from the skill?
Ooh,
I only
it's
have
Crip.
lightning damage from the weapon.
I like Crip, but we're gonna have to skip that portion.
Yeah, as fun as the lightning thing is, it's very much a skill that you want to be using to clear at range. Like,
I mean, one can argue that Crip,
otherwise,
as a consumer, is very important to PoE success. Like without him, the game, who would really know about
oh, that's how it
PoE,
is.
right?
Okay.
And there's also a bunch of day 1 players out there who played during closed alpha or closed beta.
Or the caravan? Where's that? Where's the caravan? I don't know where the caravan
Or,
is.
launch in 2013 or so. But Yeah, people who've been playing as long as 2009,
Probably just gonna deploy
2010
the map.
probably include
I should
Quip.
probably go through the map just in case.
And other,
You should probably see if these are upright,
long
right?
time
Yeah, those can't be
PoE players.
Oh, yes. Got it.
And
I guess the evasion
streamers,
difference
but
might make some difference.
that's why he's,
Yeah,
you
so
know,
the dodge
recurring
roll
in
is
this
much
Exocon.
slower when I'm getting going to kill.
This way, you know, has good airtime.
Get up some pretty weird.
Give it a try. Maybe you'll have a little better luck.
Welcome
Sound
to the sound.
design. Left
This is
guy.
gonna be your day, so pay attention and you guys enjoy the rest of the day.
Yeah, I think the day 3 roundtable is gonna start in like half an hour. We'll try to catch that.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Sound and Music Talk. My name's Kane and I lead the audio team at Grinding Gear Games.
I'm Kamil Ormanianowski. I'm composer, and I will talk about music today.
Yeah, so we're going to split the talk in half. I'll start by giving you a bit of a rundown on some of the cool stuff we're doing with sound in Path of Exile 2. So yeah, we'll get underway with that. So what better place to start than the sound of combat? So for PoE 2, there's a lot of lessons we've learned from PoE 1 and things that we want to try to do with the sound of combat in PoE 2. Obviously, things can get pretty hectic, you may have noticed, with sound, with attack speed and all that kind of thing. So we're trying to sort of control that, not control it, you still want a bit of the chaos, that's what makes it fun, but in little ways control things that can pop out more in the mix. And also making the sound in general more of a player-centric sound design, so you're always hearing what you're doing and the skills you're doing. So this sort of one thing that was a huge job we've done is completely overhauling the sound of weapons in PoE 2. In PoE 1, there was sort of shared sound sets between the weapon base types, so a sword might sound the same as an axe and things like that. But we wanted to completely redo all of that and find the fun in every weapon. So one poor soul on our sound team, Dominic, had the task of designing sounds for every weapon type in the game. So a sound set for us is the swing, the on-hit sound of the weapon hitting a monster, and also the drop sound of a weapon, and equipping the weapon. So now when you equip a sword, you'll have a nice satisfying unsheathing sound. But I just want to give you a little clip here of how that is all sounding.
Oh, look! I like that new melee combat. He swings left and right. You see how he's like swings from left to right, and oh, is that the Huntress?
So also, elemental on hits completely redone. There's Dominic on his first day, young whippersnapper. And here he is when he first started the combat rework, and oh my goodness, only 1 year later. It's a rough time, but he did very well. Oh, and then he also still had to mix them all. So it was we thank him for that, it was very good. This is just a clip of
Poor guy.
how the weapons are working in inventory and drops. So there's like a satisfying sort of sound on equip, which I think is pretty cool. And you'll also see here metal versions of base types sound different than wooden. So just little details, just makes weapons a bit cooler, have their own identity. So dynamic mixing is how we're trying to control some of what you can hear at any given moment. So monsters are split into groups. This is just for us. We have like low tier fodder monsters that you're just killing all the time. A notable monster is something that might be spawning less, and then obviously bosses, and then the player stuff. So all of that has a hierarchical sort of mixing setup. So each of those things will slightly dip the volume of something beneath it. So it's a priority order really. So that means players always on the top and the boss. So no matter what's happening, you should be able to hear the telegraphing of what's about to come. So here's a clip showing some of that. You'll always hear what the boss is up to.
Whoa, Jesus.
Yeah. So yeah, just when the boss is using a skill or anything, even though there's a lot of monsters on screen, you're always going to hear that. So you may have seen yesterday 600 monsters, 100 bosses. It's kind of like a dream for a sound design team, but also a bit of a nightmare. It's like the dream is, oh my god, we get to work on so many monsters.
Wow.
The nightmare is, oh my god, we have to deliver so many monsters. And but Chris and Jonathan are really cool, and they support us in the endeavour to make every monster unique with its sound set and give you a sort of fresh experience as you progress through the game. So we have a studio at the office now where we've recorded hundreds of hours of monsters, and everyone on the sound team is a qualified monster now, you might say. So there's a vocal performance on every monster in the game, which is to the animation, and it gives them a lot more life and variety. So I just want to give you an example here of a before and after for a monster. So this is before processing on this bloater here. And then after some basic processing.
The boomer.
Yes, that was just me and my face and this gross bowl of water in a banana skin. So yeah, we get up to some pretty weird stuff. And in that vein, I'm just going to give you some clips of our whole sound team getting up to some pretty weird shit in the booth.
Just looking in the mirror.
We make guesses sometimes.
7 sets. Oh my god, look, it's working, it's sick.
With a powerful voice.
Interesting. No way. That's pretty funny.
Oh my god! How do we get the sound? We don't know. Apparently.
That's pretty creative, honestly. It reminds me of when Pirates of the Caribbean, they had to do funny things to make the sounds, sort of improvise.
So it's interesting how all those sort of very out of context, weird recordings end up sounding quite cool in the game. And the next clip's really just to show off, because it'll be cool on the sound system to hear some of the sound design we've done on the bosses that are in the current demo.
Let's put it at normal speed, just to hear it at normal speeds. Because if you do it at higher speeds, it's going to have a higher pitch. Or it sounds like a higher pitch. Oh, wow. That's interesting. The bosses does feel more like Dark Souls like, or Elden Ring like. I'm glad they took inspiration from that.
It's the last thing you'll see.
Oh, it's Big Boy play like this. That was so close to hitting.
Yeah, so it's pretty full on, but cool. Also a bit of, oh, thank you. Also a bit of Druid in there, if you ever seen. Yes, and so monsters and bosses with dialogue. You know, they're talking a little bit. Something we did with Heist, I'm sure you would have noticed, that was quite a talky league, to say the least. Obviously, that in the context of the league is cool. We don't want that much talking through the entire campaign and the whole game, so obviously it's scattered and there's cooldowns upon cooldowns and play chance and that kind of thing. But it's just this little thing on monsters that sort of injects a bit of atmosphere and personality in the area that you're in, like you know, just very occasionally hearing a monster yell something at you. It's pretty fun. So this is a Carver area. So yeah, this little.
I like the tribal
sound,
monster
and
theme.
It's almost indistinguishable from just regular combat efforts, but just helps make it
There's
feel
always,
like
you know,
unique
obviously going to be
experience.
medieval
And also
characters
player
and creatures
characters
and
talk a bit more,
monsters, but
which you may have noticed in the teasers that we did for the
like
Summer
the
Games
moments
Fest.
they can talk
You will have
about
seen they were commenting on more things than usual. So that's really quite fun. Jonathan was super keen to get some more outside of the box moments. So how do we do that? You know, like quirky one-off things that they might say during a boss fight. But, you know, once again, controlling how often that happens and not having it all the time. So each character will have something they might say in one moment and not another character in that same moment. So it just adds to the variety. But we have some super cool voice actors here, so I just want to show you a bit of those.
Eva? She calls to me? She has been dead for years.
Oh.
Come to join, my beloved.
Reminds me of Nessa. Not Nessa. Mervile.
How dare you use her voice? I will tear it out of your throat.
Perhaps the Karui will visit this place once more. This doesn't look good.
Yeah, so pretty fun, I think, like little scatterings around. And the last thing I want to just touch on before we pass to Camille is environments and ambiences. So in Path of Exile 1, ambiences were pretty dense, you might say, and loud and tonal, right? Yeah, they kind of got in the way of music quite often. That's really Camille's job to worry about tonality. So for us, this time, it's about finding more cinematic sort of ways of making a place feel real. There's still going to be some tonal elements where it's like necessary, but it's more working with Camille than against him to make that work. So I'm just going to show you some of the really lush and beautiful sounding areas we have.
Oh, wow. You can hear the wind speed changes, or the direction of the wind. That's awesome.
So you would have
So much
heard
attention
the
to
reverb
detail.
change when you leave the cave, which is pretty fun.
Directional song.
Sort of New Zealand
I noticed
native
that the
birds.
landscape's more lush
Trees you
and
can hear
dense, with like, how do you say? Brushes and stuff. Brushes and plantation. Vegetation, essentially. This one was pretty cool. I thought the water mechanics in here, like the foaming of the water and then
So yeah, just a
traversing
lot
through
of effort has gone
different
into
hallways
making each place feel
and angles.
dynamic and alive. So yeah, thank you very much. I am super keen to hear anyone's feedback. So if you see anyone with a sound shirt on, I'm sure they'll feel the same way after you've played the demo. If you have any thoughts, please let us know. And thank you very much.
All right, here comes the composer.
Hello again. Let's talk about music for Path of Exile 2. So, what is the best inspiration for music? At least for me, it's a video game itself. There are 4 aspects, the most influential. First one is environment, then we have a culture, we have characters, NPCs and bosses, and events. We're not going to talk about events today because we want to avoid major spoilers. We also have 3 distinct civilizations: Vastiri in Act 2, Val in Act 3, and Karui in Act 4. Considering those 4 aspects, we'll talk about all those 3 civilizations and music for them. Let's start with Vastiri. So here we have a very first aspect, the environment. So I was thinking how I can depict desolation and vastness. I use some synth sounds, mostly long pads with a lot of reverb to match that vastness. I also use some ethnic instruments, which I will talk about later. We also have another element of environment, which is day and night. So if, let's say, a specific area has daylight, we can expect brighter tones. And all the way around, if there's night, using some drones, anything which can make more hostile character, maybe something sneaky. Then we have weather. Weather works kind of similar to the day and night. If there's rain, music can have some more depressive tones. I have a first example here. Let's take a listen.
Oh. What were the sound portions of the Exocon? I had to like put it back to normal speed because it can sound very different at higher speed.
So working with concept art, this is something which always gives me a lot of advantage because I can start at the very beginning of the process. Here we have an example. This is the Lost City of Ket, and here's another aspect of architecture. So as we can see on this picture, it gives some ideas about instruments which we can use. Some Middle Eastern stuff like duduk, maybe some ethnic guitars like oud. Now let's talk about bosses in Act 2. So the goal was to achieve a bold, aggressive, and terrifying character. For that, I used some guitars, some industrial elements, some ethnic instruments again, but I also used some tricks from the electronic dance music, like sidechain, to make a score more modern. And speaking of bosses, pretty much every boss in Path of Exile 2 is unique, so music has to match this concept. I've got an example from the Act 2. It's Fight with the Perennial King. Let's take a listen.
Interesting. Every time you fight a boss, it's gonna be a different music. I mean, I love the PoE music, and I think if you buy like the supporter pack at least once, any of them, you get access to the music indefinitely. Like meaning that not only can you download the music, in the latest league that you played, but in the future. So like with the upcoming leagues and with PoE 2, as long as you have that account, the same account, you can download the newest music. So whenever they drop. They update
now let's talk about Val
the
and Act 3.
downloads. Then
One thing which is always
they're
tricky
just gonna keep adding music,
finding
right?
the
And then you
right
can just
pace for music.
re-download it and get the latest ones.
Instead of trying to
So you
catch up with density
have
of
access
monsters,
to the music
music
in
in Path of Exile
the-
2
in
is
the
tailored
future.
for a specific environment. And in this case, we have a lush jungle, very much alive environment. So that gives some ideas about maybe we can use some complex patterns of percussion.
As we all
also
know, I
culture as
have
influential aspect here.
on the
And since
PoE
Val
music
is partially inspired by
downloaded
civilizations
and
like
saved
Aztec and Mayans,
offline.
I use some ethnic woodwinds. Since Path of Exile is a fantasy universe, we mix a lot of stuff. So in this specific case, I use some Japanese taiko drums for jungle environment. Let's take a listen to the example.
Yeah, it's the jungle. Yeah, I mean jungle vibes with the percussion and the strings and the flutes. Well, at least I have more music to download now, right?
Val Empire is also about temples. So we have three aspects here. Culture, we have some sacrificial rituals, so that gives some ideas about, like we can use some horror elements. We have architecture, because Val temples are full of mechanisms, so music can benefit from some industrial elements, perhaps something which sounds strictly mechanical. And then we have environment, because many of those temples are overgrown. So I use some ethnic woodwinds, which are also used for the jungle environment. And here's an example from one of the temples from Makinaga.
Zero sounds. Very nice.
Sometimes a better idea than using more tonal instruments is to use some sound design in music to match the environment better. Here's an example from the Snake Teats, where you can hear some ghost-like sounds, something brushing. Let's take a listen.
Notice that the scene is so dark, you don't notice where the layers cut off at the top.
And now the fun part, bosses.
It was hard to
which
see.
you saw yesterday in the Val Temple. So here, character, ancient, terrifying. So I used for terrifying, for something horror-like, I used orchestra, some high strings, also some organic synths, and something more signature sounding, death whistle, which has the eerie sound, and it's almost like a scream. I've got a clip of two bosses, which yesterday you could see during the keynote. Let's take a listen.
What does the death whistle sound like? Interesting. That's a crazy looking boss, like a sort of like canine.
You probably recognize both of them after yesterday. Last but not least, Karui. So this is like a perfect example of how culture influences musical choices. I was thinking about what's the right tool, but the answer was pretty much obvious, which is human voice. Expert helped us to develop a unique language for the battle phrases. Instead of just recording tailored content for specific tracks, we recorded the full toolkit, like chants, battle phrases, textures, shouts, and other sound effects. So we have plenty of content for future Karui-related music. We recorded that at Kenneth Mayer's Center here in Oakland, which is actually not far from here. Let's take a look at a clip from the recording. That's in context.
Is this the Huntress? Okay, I'm confused. Is it the warrior that uses the crossbow, or is it the Huntress? Because I thought the Huntress uses like a spear, right? Like a throwing spear or a stabbing spear. We'll find out.
Other instruments like large percussion group, organic synths, some brass section, but also a lot of ethnic woodwind instruments like seashells. I distorted them a lot to make them sound more aggressive and bigger than life. And now let's talk about town music, my favorite section. this is a place where we spend a lot of time. We trade, we chat, we build our characters. So the music has to stand the test of time. It also has to be memorable. We have 4 aspects, which I mentioned at the beginning of my talk. Environment, culture, we have characters, because we have all NPCs, and we have events, because we get quests from those NPCs. And all those 4 aspects together give us a lot of inspiration for musical choices. As the last slide, I have a music clip from the King's March, which is town in Act 4. It's a little bit nostalgic. There's also a live recording there of violin. Let's take a look.
I kind of wonder what microphone they're using. Looks like a Rode podcaster on the right side. I don't know what the ones on the left are. I'm surprised they didn't go with the Neumann. The Neumann is like sort of, I mean, if you're like super wealthy studio or super, your studio has the money for it. The Neumanns are like essentially probably the best you can get, but obviously gonna be very expensive. Very, very few. I mean, I'm starting to see more larger streamers, but most end up with the Shure microphones. Shure SM7B, the one that looks like a cone. But yeah, I think there's a few streamers out there with the like a Neumann shorter, wider microphones. And then only one I've seen with the actual Neumann U87. That's, I think, Ninja. Those are the ones that you would see people use for recording studios, music artists, like cinematic, like audio recording.
On the screen here, if you just scan that and send in questions, I can vet them and then answer as we go. We've actually already got some questions here. I'll just get this going. Kane, what is the weirdest thing you've ever personally done to get the sound?
Oh my god. This is an R16 thing, right? No. Well, I mean, the banana skin was pretty weird.
Yeah.
Like, you kind of, to get like the real wet-sounding monsters, you kind of almost half waterboard yourself. So that's pretty weird. I've also had, I don't know if you know the, is it the eater, the boss with the drowning orbs? So when you get into that one of those orbs, you actually hear the sound of your character drowning. And there's a male and female character, so I drowned myself and my wife, and had a hydrophone in the sink, the kitchen sink, which is an underwater mic, so you can hear us drowning. I mean, we're acting, you know, but yeah, it's pretty weird.
Great. A question for Camille. Is the music in PoE 2 dynamic? Will it change from a more intense combat version to a more calm version once you aren't in combat any longer?
Well, it's not really dynamic in terms of following the density of monsters or it's more, there's more of small elements for music narration, like intro, stingers, outro, sometimes some extra phrases for some different music cues for different phases of boss fights.
And you're not out of combat very long, so you know.
No. You always have something to do.
There's a lot of questions.
It's also quite an old school solution.
And bosses all have their own music, so that's changing. Yeah.
Alrighty, another question for Kane. Have there been any sounds that you've conceptualized, but after implementation you've decided, nah, I hate it, back to square one?
Yes. All the time. We iterate all the time, just like any other department, I guess. Like, you get it in, and suddenly it's not right, and you need to re-record it or try something totally different. Because you're also trying to balance the fact that there's a lot of different monsters in the area, and sometimes by accident something might sound a little bit similar to something else. So we're always trying to make an area feel fresh and unique with the different composition of monsters and sounds in the area.
Cool. Another question for Camille. What was your favorite League theme to compose?
Sorry again?
What was your favorite League theme to compose?
I think the easiest one was Legion. It was quite natural. Sometimes it takes a lot of time and efforts and starting over and over again. But this one, I don't know, like just came out very quickly.
Yeah, I like Legion. It's one of the best soundtracks.
But there's no favorite. I hate them all.
They're all his babies.
Yes. I mean, this one is quite decent.
Do you ever find any problems trying to combine the music and the sounds to the game?
That's both of us, I guess.
We're a pretty good team these days, aren't we?
Yeah, we collaborate a lot, especially as you mentioned.
The ambience. Yeah, it's like a long period of time where maybe things weren't sort of working as well. Yeah. Ambience were just very tonal and drony. But yeah, now we talk all the time, every day about what we're doing. And
especially now when it comes to bosses. Yeah. You presented one of the boss fights with Siren.
Yeah, that's true. The Siren fight.
Yeah, it's important that the music matches the ambient or environment sounds and the the boss fight sounds.
The sound effect of her singing at the same time as music and making it like a really unique moment for us to sort of stick out a bit. It was pretty fun to work on that together. Every time she does that, she'll have a different vocal melody.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty cool. Side note.
Cool. Does the music you create have crossover over with what you listen to in your downtime?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Although I really, I listen to a lot of soundtracks. Sometimes I listen to some older stuff like Trent Reznor, 9 Inch Nails, and you might hear some influence for sure. Yeah, but mostly soundtracks, because soundtracks include like all possible genres of music.
Yeah, soundtracks from like
Cool.
movies.
Another question for Kane. How do you balance the volume of the different
TV
audio elements you've
shows,
shown, music, ambience, effects, with
other
the
games.
audio volume sliders players having access to it in the settings? Are you targeting a particular volume for these elements? Are you resting with a variety of different volumes?
Yes. So the sliders in-game in PoE 1, they're all in the middle, which is kind of weird. Like, they should be all full, and then you can only ever turn things down. So that's what we're doing in PoE 2, because it makes more sense. You can not get any weirdness with reverb sends and things. So balancing volume in areas is hard, and that's something, a lot of my job is just making sure every area is consistent and sounds good. But that's the dynamic mixing I was talking about. We do a lot more of that now. So there's also parameter-based stuff. You know, how many monsters are on screen? If there's a lot, we'll turn down the basic monsters so that the other ones can come through more and the player skills come through more. It's it's a lot of work that goes into mixing every area. But we still support players changing sliders and things. You know, hopefully everyone will play with the sound on to start with.
Just once.
Yeah.
Yeah, please
Great.
do.
Will there be anything to prevent certain player sounds from getting too repetitive? For example, detonate mines, charges?
Charges is still something we're figuring out, because I know in PoE 1 they can be pretty oppressive, like, you know, all the time. So yeah, that's something we'll figure out. Not having the sound on monsters is good, and yeah, you want to know when you've got one. But these are questions we're still figuring out. Our main goal right now is getting through the whole game and getting monsters right, ambiences and everything, and then those integral mechanical things are things that will change probably over time as we get a better idea of it. But it's definitely things on our radar for importance.
Cool. For both of you, was there a particular boss or area that either of you found extra challenging to work on? If so, what was it?
That's a good question. I think the main challenge is how many of them are.
Yeah. They all present their own challenges. But one challenge for us is just keeping up with iteration. You know, like the departments are working on this stuff all the time, and we need to sort of pivot to make sure we, do the right thing for the gameplay. So I guess they all have their own quirks and challenges, but bosses are always just harder because there's so much going on to mix and balance. And it's really important to us in our team that we telegraph things at the right moment. Like there's a lot of work goes into dialogue, making sure some things always trigger a dialogue line from the boss so that you're about to die, or some things might have a play chance, and yeah, some effects will always be loud, things like that. Those are challenging to get right, but important.
Yeah, I guess when it comes to boss fights, to make everything very interesting, when you have a really long boss fight, like sometimes 5, 6, 7 minutes, and you have multiple phases, so that can be sometimes challenging. And then I think when it comes to like regular areas, to make sure that the intensity is there, but at the same time, there's plenty of space for sound effects.
Cool. Are there any old songs or sounds you'd like to go back and remaster in PoE 1?
We tried that once. Shatter sound, anyone? Yeah. No. I mean, I don't mind talking about that for a second. It was a well-intentioned change, but it actually illuminated something to us, which I think is important, and that's, a lot of these sounds are so like embedded in people's heads that, it's probably got a direct link to your dopamine receptor or something, so that when you hear it, it's like, oh, good, there's a whole screen gone. So us trying to change that, don't mess with that, don't touch it. Yeah, and that sound is actually kind of funny because it's only one sound, and it has it'll only play it once within a certain amount of time. So whenever you hear the whole screen just go clink, it's like it's weird from a sound design perspective. Like, we'd want different sounds and things, but in reality, in game, that's what works, and it's cool, and it's been that way for a long time. So don't touch it. If it's not broken, don't touch it. That's what we learned. Sorry.
I guess I would gladly remaster trailer music and make some sort of compilation, maybe mystery box music as well.
Great. We have a question. What is actually the sound of the occultist's explosion ability, Profane Bloom?
I don't know. Something badass. Like, a lot of these things are just done, heat of the moment with what we have at the time. I can't tell you offhand what's that's comprised of. Sorry. I can look when I get back to work.
Would it be possible to have additional dialogue options for resources like mana being low? Is there an option to turn these off?
I like how you added that at the end of the question. Yeah, so we don't want that to become an oppressive thing. And we have some more variety in that. Like, it won't just be one line that they say. There'll be a pool of options. And we also have pretty cool tech now to know whether the player's in combat when they're saying that stuff. So if you're out of combat, they'll say it more chill, like, oh, I've got no mana. Or if they're in combat, I've got no mana. So it'll be, it'll be reactive to what's actually happening in the time. But yeah, we'll probably have, we haven't figured out how it'll work over the course of the game, because obviously at in-game, you don't need your character screaming at you all the time. So we'll figure that out, and there likely will be an option to just disable it, but I don't know yet. Don't quote me on that. We'll see what happens. But the idea is the whole player-character dialogue system will be more immersive through the campaign. That's the goal.
Great, and this is going to be our last question for tonight. Will there be dynamic sounds added for weapon strikes based on material being hit? For example, like flesh or stone from a golem?
Yeah, so part of Dominic's painstaking work was every single hit for every single weapon has well, every weapon type, I should say, is baked in with the sound of the armor that you're hitting. So flesh, mud, wood, water, you know, like some of them share mud and water are the same, but yeah, every single one has to be baked in because we don't want to play too many sounds at once unless we have to. So yeah, that is a thing. And also crit sounds are also baked. So we've redone how crit sound by making more of that armor layer come out when you hit it to know that you've crit, rather than just having a massive explosive sound. It's still satisfying, that's the goal. Every on-hit sound should be satisfying, so yeah.
Cool. Well, that's all the time we have today. Please give another round of applause for these two.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Nice. Very nice. Alright, we're at about 6. Sam Jenks, animation director. Ed Tate, principal animators. Ooh, okay. So we went through graphics, we went through sounds, now we're at animation. So the what's the guy name? It's the guy with the white hair, slightly dyed. Yeah, one of the most important aspects to the improvement of the game was, you know, to change up the combat animation. And that to me is what is going to really determine whether new players are going to stick with the game or not, or even try the game. It's like if it doesn't have good combat, I mean, aside from, you know, good graphics and good audio, the combat's really going to be where, you know, it's going to drive or draw people in. And obviously, you know, skills and abilities and stuff, and then character progression. But when they first play the game, that's the first thing they're gonna see. You know, they're gonna notice that the character movement and the character like attacks and stuff. So that's where he has such a crucial job.
Amazing. Thanks so much for joining me.
Thanks very much for having us. This is great. Well, you haven't asked. I'm not too sure which way around it goes.
Both, bit of both. I figured we could do like a quick introduction with how long you've been working at Grinding Gear Games and how much you've been working on PoE 1 versus PoE 2.
Sure, I've been here for about 7.5 years. You know, we started just before Fall of Oriath, and we've sort of been here ever since, and sort of everybody started to put our feet down, you know? Bit of the furniture. He's been here even longer.
Yeah, I've been here 8 years. I started, I think the week of release for Act 4 was, yeah, so I started a pretty hectic time.
Wow.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of work that's gone in before since then.
Yeah,
you know.
There was a small period where I was the single animator.
Wow.
Yeah, and
that's a lot to do.
Yeah. There was 2 guys when I started, and then they both left, leaving me behind, and I was just like this junior being like, how do I do this?
a lot of overtime then.
Yeah.
And so how much have you been working on PoE 1 versus PoE 2 now that like both are being worked on?
Well, I'm full-time PoE 2 now. There was a bit of like crossover, but yeah, now it's just strictly PoE 2.
Yeah, and so for myself, it's sort of like I have a combination of all of it, really. I take care of all the bosses and monsters in PoE 2, but obviously we have a lot of content in PoE 1, which is still needing to be maintained, and we have a lot of microtransactions and that kind of stuff that also needs maintained. So, you know, it's sort of, you know, split across all, really.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
So, Sam, what's the favorite thing you've like designed so far?
Oh, I don't know, man. There's a lot of content to go through, but I have to say, creating the PoE 2 bosses has been my absolute favorite. We've had a chance to create, you know, much more character in all the performances from all of them. We've really tried to really hone in on who a character is, where he comes from. You know, where does his magic come from? How is it created? Is it, you know, is it from the gods? Is it from the earth? Is it from his catalyst? You know, it doesn't matter where it's from. You know, but we have to know that. And I think people really start to get the idea after seeing some of the boss fights that they're, or experiencing some of the boss fights, that they're not just quite so vanilla.
Yeah.
You know, it's really important that the bosses feel unique. When we have over 100 or about 100 bosses, and so, you know, each and every one needs to be its own thing. The monsters are a different category on their own.
Well. Ed, what about you?
I mean, I've just been on characters this whole time. Yeah, just trying to make sure that they feel punchy and flow, and yeah. I think my favorite at the moment is the monk, but also the warrior. I like the slams.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you were telling me for PoE 1, you designed like pretty much all the animations on Kitava.
Yeah. Yep. I was all on Kitava. That took me about 3 months to animate. He was crazy complicated. Yeah.
And at the time, it was something that was completely unique.
I had never animated something the size of a building.
Yeah,
before.
yeah.
And that took a long time to wrap my head around, like just how fast that thing should move or how slow it should move. And
yeah,
there was a lot of iteration that went on trying to get him feeling right.
Oh, he did Kitava's animation?
So,
wow.
walk us through the process a little bit. Like, where do you start? Do you get an outline of everything? I'm guessing like the model is mostly finished when you start doing the animations. Can you walk us through that?
I mean, sometimes it's actually all the way back, and actually more often it's actually all the way back at concept stage.
Wow.
So the drawings come in, and you get to see them, and you're like, it's really, really messy at the top or down the bottom, and we're just like, can we balance this out a little bit here? And it's sort of like, this would be the biggest shape that we want to make use of. But our concept team over the years have just gotten so good. You know, they understand what the product is. You know, we actually have, you know, a top-down camera, which is quite difficult at times to animate to. The silhouette gets foreshortened all the way down, and so actually that's sometimes our biggest battle, is making sure that silhouettes are clean and that kind of stuff. And the concept artists are so good at doing that. But at the same time, you know, the monsters are crazy these days. The level of detail in them is crazy. So, you know, there's only so much limitation that you get. But after that, then it goes to modeling and stuff, and we'll go get at that stage.
They can often be this balance of like sometimes the craziness of a monster, it's like, well, that's going to make it difficult to animate, but I also don't want to ruin what makes this monster special, you know?
100%. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Wow, and like animation has been going on for a long time in PoE right now, and you've been working there for so long. Can you tell me a little bit about how things have changed from all the way 7 years ago, and like technological changes and stuff like that today?
Well, I think he touched a little bit on it in his talk yesterday, which was quite funny. Is like the rigs for the character side of things was a huge change. That made a massive difference.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know, on the bosses side and on the
rigs.
monster side, it was just more about.
I think that was what was holding them
again, trying to
back
make
was that
bosses
they had
and
an
bosses
old,
feel
like
who
an
they are.
outdated
So we're really trying
rig,
to up the character and make
or
them feel
you
like
know
they're,
something that wasn't
if
as
they're a zombie,
capable as a
they're
new
sort of,
one.
coming after you, or you know if they're a big and tough person, you know they feel that way. A lot of that for me, I really concentrate probably the most important thing for me that I start with is the walk or the run. Once you've established how this thing moves, it really helps you sort of gauge how fast something should attack after that, how crazy it is it manic, is it slow and heavy, are they proud and standing tall, yeah, it's balancing it all over the place, really.
I think also on the tech side of things, when I started, we didn't have a rigging department. The animators were doing the rigging, and I didn't know how to rig, so I was kind of learning on the fly. But yeah, now we have very talented riggers who can support us with extra things behind the scenes that make our job a lot easier.
So what does the rigging do?
The rigging is adding in all of the, it's basically adding the skeleton, defining the points of deformation around joints, and also adding controls, so the things that we can actually select. So in my talk yesterday, I mentioned that we were animating on the skeleton. The problem with that is that the skeleton's underneath the skin, so you would either have to have the character in some kind of transparent mode, so you can't really see them properly, or have an X-ray. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff.
Sometimes they also create little systems for us. So like if you've got a lot of controls, they may give us a global controller that might be able to, instead of having to on an extremely high level control every single control, we might have a lower level control that we can control all of that with. So we only actually have to animate one thing, or they make systems for us and that kind of stuff, like be able to throw sine waves through things to be able to give the overlapping actions and stuff like that.
So especially with character models and stuff, do you ever use like real life people to have them like wear suits to try to make sure everything looks super authentic, or is it just all done in a program?
We sometimes we video ourselves.
Yeah, reference is huge. And in fact, I think that's probably one of the biggest changes that we've had from PoE1 to PoE2. With most of the guys, from the monster side of things, we take them, we go into the animation room, we make lots of like weird noises and growls and smash stuff, break swords. We have a lot of temporary swords, which is hardened plastic and that kind of stuff. So you can actually stand and pose, look at your body, take video of it, and then you can be like, oh, really? He does that? Like one of the things that I remember figuring out actually just before the last XLCon was when someone's sliding their sword around, you might think that it's actually going to go straight through, and it just cuts straight through. Generally we have a pose here and a pose here, and then we jump through. But there's a point where the weight actually from the blade goes through to the end of the sword and travels down to the end of it, and it actually keeps you while it rotates for a still frame in the middle, and then it continues on, and it actually gives you that sensation of sort of the weight actually going through, and it gives it a little bit of extra chunk. But you'd never figure that out if you just looked at it just normally. You'd never almost know that it's there. But you take video footage of it, and all of a sudden you've got levels of detail that you didn't think were present.
Yeah, because I'd imagine animation is something you really notice, like you ideally don't notice if it's done well, right? It just feels good, it feels right, but you really notice when it's done wrong. What would be like the single hardest thing to animate?
I find very subtle things hard to animate.
Yeah.
Like big flippy actions are great because there's so much going on.
High contrast.
Yeah, you can't tell when something's gone wrong.
Yeah, like
just quickly, one of the animations I did on PoE2 was plugging a gem into a generator, and the character kneels down and plugs the thing up and then stands up. Doing the stand-up, I was just like, how does this happen? How do you stand up and kneel?
I think another thing for me is like really human-based walks. They're slow. Everyone knows how a human moves, whether they know they do or they don't. Everyone has observed everyone their entire lives, and as soon as something's not exactly right, they're like, that's wrong.
Yeah.
But why'd you do that? That's wrong. And it's like, oh, I did. That's fine. We don't use any motion capture. Every single thing that's in the game, maybe there is 0.5% of something that has been motion captured. We tried a few different technologies over the years and stuff, and we've always reverted back to acting and hand creating and handcrafting everything. So there is absolutely nothing that every boss and monster that we have at the moment, it's just all from hand and reference.
That's very impressive because you've seen such a level up in all the animations and everything. Like everything looks so much more smooth, realistic, running and everything.
As you're pulling my strings, man.
Very, very well done. What I want to ask you about next is animation canceling is a really big thing in Path of Exile. And I really want to wonder, especially now that we're having things like a incorporated dodge roll, how does that work if you're like mid-swing and your player wants to do like animation cancel? Does that make your job a lot harder?
So far, no. That was one of the things that I was worried about when it was first mentioned to me, but seeing it in game and testing it out for myself, it's just kind of worked, which has been a relief. We do have some level of control over it, so if there are instances where it does end up looking ridiculous, then we can stop that. But yeah, so far it's been fine.
On the monster side of things, we sometimes have very fast characters or slow characters, and the slow characters are a little bit easier because you kind of want them to hit the ground and wait, and you kind of got that telegraph and timing, when you can attack them again. But if you have like a multiple attack animation, maybe they slash once across and then come back again or something, you might not want to actually make that monster wait until he's finished the second attack. And so we can actually put animation canceling events in the timeline, and we can say, look, you've got to be here until this moment, but if the character is no longer in proximity at this point, actually you can go and chase him again. And so that keeps a mob really hungry and sort of fiending after you, and especially with the fast-paced stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you about next. Obviously in Path of Exile, a lot of people like to stack both attack speed, cast speed, and movement speed. How does that interact with the animations you have to make? Do you just speed everything up with like a linear timeline, or do you have to make different animations for different thresholds?
Yeah, so the characters have the ability to now to switch animations as their attack speed increases. Basically, I just try and find a threshold where the animation starts looking ridiculous, and then I have another one where usually I cut a bit off the head and tail so that the actual slash itself stays the same. That's
awesome. And obviously, there's a lot of teams at Grinding Gear Games. I imagine you guys have to work very closely with like sound, visual effects. Can you talk a little bit about how does it work to collaborate with other teams, like back and forth, and if things need to be changed afterwards?
I think that's probably my favorite part of the whole job. You get to talk with everyone, everything in the whole pipeline, it's very linear. First of all, you have the concept stage, and then you have modeling, and then you have rigging, you've got animation, you've got VFX, and then you've got audio, and it's all one big collaborative thing. So quite often, because it's linear, we come in, we'll do a pass, we'll maybe get it up to about 80%, somewhere, we hope, around about 80%. We then send it off to a VFX, they'll do it, and then sometimes I'll come back and be like, hey, I was really trying to make this lightning ball up, and then I wanted to explode at a certain time. Can you give me just like half a second more, just so that they can form the effect? And then we'll go back and adjust it for them, and then they can do their effects to it. Audio, they're at the end of the pipeline, so they kind of just wait and pause. They might put some sort of dummy stuff in, and they'll just wait until we're completely polished, and then they'll do their pass afterwards.
But it's really cool to like make an action and then pass it on and just kind of see what another artist does with it. Just
it's like different sets of the puzzle, right? It's very cool.
Yeah, and sometimes you just don't expect what they do.
Yeah, you're just like, oh, I didn't intend for that, but cool.
That makes it look way better.
Yeah,
that's awesome. So with like cohesion between like skills and microtransactions, does that how much things does the actual look of something factor into the animation?
In terms of microtransactions?
And like skins in general.
Right. I mean, sometimes I think we're kind of bound with microtransactions specifically because we don't really create. The microtransaction itself may have a unique animation, but it's usually getting played on top of something which isn't unique. And so we don't really go ahead and create new character animations for those microtransactions, especially in Po1.
Yeah.
I can't really tell you what's going to happen in Po2, but in Po1 we have a predefined, we have the characters there, they have certain rigs. Because they didn't share at that particular point in time, it made it very difficult to go and customize anything. Whereas we have a lot more options, I feel like, coming up in PoE2, where we actually could potentially do some certain things. And
although there was the exception of there was a supporter pack or something recently where there was the armor set that when you got it, you floated.
Yeah, that's right.
That was probably like the first thing we've added to the characters in ages.
That's my favorite thing. I wish you could have that on just like once you unlock that MTX, I wish you could have it on everything. I love floating. So cool.
Well, we added it to the Mana Tempest on the info too.
Yeah. It looks so cool. And we got a 10-minute warning here, and I've been asked kindly to remind everybody that we have a PoE2 gameplay showcase with Anugi and Mark, which some of you know as Neon. So that'll be coming up after our segment here. But as the next one, I wanted to ask, do you have any pet peeves when it comes to animating? Like something that comes up that bugs you, annoys you, that's like maybe a hard thing to solve?
I don't know if it's pet peeves in the overall animation itself, or maybe just the process and making sure that the workflow is correct, making sure that animation isn't too noisy, I guess. I don't know if it's more of a pet peeve, it's just something that we really concentrate on.
The only thing that really comes to mind is being asked to do something quicker than it can possibly be done.
Timing-wise?
Yeah. Like, we want this big epic thing to happen and we want it in half a second. It's like, well...
Yeah, takes time.
It's definitely one of the most difficult things in PoE. Everything is so fast.
Yeah.
You don't get a lot of time to create this massive thing. You have to try and get that feeling across, but in a really tiny period of time. But that's part of the territory. It's not really, I don't know if I'd call it a peeve. But.
Yeah, that makes sense. And that brings me to my next question about visual clarity. It's obviously super important in ARPGs, and I want to really ask you about the differences in PoE 1 versus PoE 2 there, and how does visual clarity factor into everything?
This has some really good questions, by the way. It's not like the obvious ones. It's more like, it gives something for the developers to answer, rather than, just yes or no sort of thing. More like, I give you a question, please elaborate.
Which we often do with bosses and with monsters. It's more about matching the flow of something, especially with like wings and things like that. They have a certain action that they're doing. If you suddenly just change that and go the opposite way, it's going to pop. Even if the pose is exactly the same, the flow of the motion is too different, and you'll get a knock. And then when people are seeing it, they won't know what they're doing, but they'll feel it. They'll feel this, and it will become that when you've got packs and packs of monsters. It's like click, 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 click all over the screen. You're just like, no, what's going on there? That's wrong. That's bad.
Yeah. Reducing visual noise is a big thing I focus on. When I'm making character skills, I'll often just run around an area and just kill lots of monsters with that skill and just make sure that I'm seeing it from all different angles and just trying to catch any weird little pops and also using it alongside other abilities as well. So I'm not just focusing on it being spammed, but also how does it work with everything else in your toolkit.
Awesome. And obviously bosses are particularly important to be telegraphed. And when you're designing the animations for a boss, are you just given a list of these are the moves that we need? Like we need 1 slam or 2 slams, and like
that's a really interesting question. So that kind of happens in many different ways. Sometimes we have a design to begin with. We're like, we really need this to happen. It needs to have circle, circle, rectangle damage, or maybe other times they'll just get a boss and we have a look at it and we have a look at the biggest shapes that it has, what kind of character it is, and be like, okay, well, he's got a massive axe, it would be an obvious thing. So we really need to make sure that we're emphasizing on this. But other times it may be just choosing a different part or making sure that the lore of the magic or whatever is coming through.
Yeah. And do you ever get given a boss and you see it and you're like, I want this boss to do this. Like this would be a really cool move to put in.
Yes,
absolutely.
Yeah. 100%. Yeah.
And what about do you ever have does it happen often that you have an animation you've finished it and you're like, no, it's just not right, and you just scrap it entirely?
Yep. A big part of my process is if something's not working, just don't try and force it to be good. A lot of the times it's good just to delete it and start again. Yep.
Yeah, rework it, you know, like from scratch.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with throwing away stuff that's not working. And in fact, I implore it for all of our animators. It's like, because the clarity when you're creating an animation from scratch is either there or it's not. And you may just fundamentally have that animation just not working.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And there might be a lot of people watching at home on Twitch, etc., and that want to do what you guys do. What would be your advice and like things to study in university for people that are still students, etc.?
Well, I think for me, before university or anything else, is observe. Just observe people, observe life, observe animals, observe nature, observe everything, and just absorb as much as you can, because that's the stuff that you're drawing on when you're creating something. Ed, he's got a little bit of history in martial arts and stuff like that, and obviously that comes through in a lot of his animation. For me, I'm generally in the world, whether it be in nature or living a much more physical life, and I take that and I bring that back into the animation. Wow. On top of that, obviously, you've got schooling. There's loads of schools online, locally to whoever it is around the world. That's obviously important, and I'd say the last thing is just don't give up. You're not going to be great straight away. But
I would say just animate. Yeah. Just animate a lot. I mean, artists will do the same thing with drawing, like just draw a lot. It's the same thing. Animate, just animate a lot. Yeah. And get critique. Get other people to look at your work.
Very much so.
That's the most important.
And I mean, even at a professional level, that's the same thing. Like you can create an animation. I can come up to Ed and be like, Ed, help me. What's wrong? And he's just like, oh, it's this. And it's like, oh, what? Oh, it's that. Oh, okay. And you just need points of reference. And don't have anything and hold it too close to your heart. It's like if someone says it's wrong, I generally run by the rule of threes. Ask 3 people. If 2 people say that it's wrong, no matter what your pride is, it's probably wrong. And then just redo it. And don't worry about it. It doesn't have to be perfect first time.
And how much of this is like solo work, and how often do you end up working with like 2 people in one animation or more people?
Well, Ed's been solo on characters for the entirety of PoE 2 production.
Wow.
For us, we started off with having everyone owning a monster and owning a boss and that kind of stuff. But as production kind of goes on and the schedules are what they are, you actually kind of need to sometimes break people down into teams of 2. And so they'll work together on something and they can actually collaborate together. And someone might take the walk and this attack, and then somebody else might take a special attack or something like that. And it's actually kind of cool to be able to collaborate like that, because you share ideas and you both understand the same product. And so then you end up with something that's actually better than what it ever would have been with just one person.
That's awesome. How often do you go back and rework something that's been in the game for a while, like maybe a new technology came out and that you can upgrade something, or is it like hard to go back?
I think
it's quite rare to go back. I think the only time we've gone back and really changed stuff is when we started adding physics to armor.
Yeah.
And we started having problems with that.
I think it's really important to learn as you're going. I mean, like, we're constantly evolving on the learning side. It's quite expensive to go back and to rework everything, but you're learning from those mistakes the next time you go around it, and you're really concentrating on making sure that you don't make that same mistake again.
Well, we're getting towards the end here, but this must have been a huge relief getting everything off your chest. What's the general vibe of just seeing everyone, how they're reacting to everything?
It's amazing. Yeah. The fans that have come all this way to come out and see here, I get goosebumps thinking about people. People say that they appreciate something, like, oh, you noticed that? That's amazing. It's like sometimes you just don't really know if people are picking up what you're putting down, and that's like, it's a huge sigh of relief to actually see that people do appreciate the effort that you put in, because it's definitely a product of passion. Yeah. We absolutely love what we do. We're very lucky. The whole team of animators are extremely talented, and it's truly a privilege to get to work with them on it, and then to get to appreciate it from everyone else. It's awesome.
I mean, usually the stuff we see online is like about how the game plays and the I guess more game mechanic relevant stuff. Yeah. So it's nice to have people come up and actually say they appreciate the animations and compliment that stuff.
People are quite often quite willing to turn around and tell you what's wrong with something, but to have so many people come over and tell you what's right with something, it's just like, oh, sweet, they did get it.
Yeah, is there anything small that you feel gets overlooked that you are really proud of?
I think we were talking earlier with Ed, I think he hit the note quite on. It's just sort of like, we've tried so hard in PoE 1 specifically, animation quality's been getting better and better, but people sort of still have this thing, it's like, oh, things look a bit janky, so I'm not really looking at animation. But I think a lot of the stuff that's there is actually a lot, is really good. But there's some stuff that's dated that we sort of gets mixed and blurs in with it,
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for joining me here. Thank you, Sam and Ed, and everybody watching. Really appreciate it. Grinding Gear Games for setting everything up. And remember, right up next, we have the PoE 2 gameplay showcase with Nguyen and Mark, which some of you know as Neon. So thanks so much. Hope you guys all enjoyed watching. And yeah, my name is Isrin, and try to die less than I do. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Iz.
I'm looking at an ad that's constantly flying at my window. It's annoying. All right.
You really just get to feel everything. The satisfaction is so much higher.
I like the fact that there is a directionality in how you are moving with some of the attacks, that you can actually just change it as you're rolling through. That's really cool.
Yeah, that is cool.
I heard you could also, let's say if I'm sundering, can I sunder this way and then, oh, I can.
You have a limited turn rate.
Oh, that's how that works.
And different skills have, I believe, different rates.
Yeah.
So you can, turn certain amounts as you are using the skills.
Well, that's a powerful channel.
Charge slam. Oh, I should check the gem I found.
But it's pretty hard to demonstrate that one. Even during the keynote, I'm swinging my cursor around as I'm attacking, but you can't really see it. But once you are playing and you feel it.
Yeah, you do.
And sometimes those things that you can't see make it feel so much better, and you can't even necessarily understand why.
Grand Slam.
There's a thing in New Zealand where Kiwis are very, very hard to. I mean, you pretty much will never see one, even living here. And I mean the bird, not the people.
Yeah.
And I'm getting a critter version of them made just to very, very, very rarely, hopefully, by very select players, be found in that tropical island area.
Oh.
No need to keep it a secret because it's going to be hard enough to find them. Hopefully, as hard as it is in real life.
Very cool. It's so hard to think of questions on the fly.
No, I know, I know. What do we got in this area? Obviously, we've got all the goblins. You got them. They like to tame beasts. So I'll talk about this a little bit in my boss monster talk about. You'll find these occasional big beasts and they're riding on top of them, and they go to other islands and kind of take beasts back. Oh, there you got one on the left there, and you see the guys jumping off of them.
Okay.
One thing that isn't implemented on that beast is I really want it to be that if you kill the beast while those guys are still riding on it, that he can fall on top of them and switch them.
Oh.
I love that. Pop out the side, just to be a bit graphic with it. Yeah, I like these. I just like the audio and the sound effects they make as well.
Yeah. So do you have, within the monster science, do you have specific, like within the species, do some flee, run away, charge you more?
Oh yeah, well, there's a type on this that is just the drummers. You can see them kind of up there just playing the drums, but they're running around and they don't even pursue you. He doesn't actually...
Very nice, very nice. Oh, this is the discussion between Crypt and the OG developers from Diablo.
Everyone to the ARPG Roundtable. This is a real star-studded lineup we have for you guys. It is one that you can participate in. I have a code on screen.
I would suggest checking this one out. For the sake of time, I won't be able to include this. But yeah, it's an hour long or so. But yeah, it starts at day 2, around the 8-hour mark.
Let's just do a quick round of introductions, but I do want to remind you guys, these are the real juggernauts of the ARPGs.
Yeah.
If you have enjoyed an ARPG game, most likely they have made it, or they have heavily influenced it. So I'm Crip, and we can go around. Perhaps with David, maybe you want to introduce yourself and talk about either a project you are working on, or have enjoyed working on.
Yeah, my name's David Brevik, and I've been making games for 30-something years now, long time. Made all sorts of ARPGs, Diablo, Diablo 2, Marvel Heroes. And we made Hellgate London, and I've consulted on a million other projects and done a bunch of other things. Right now I have about 47 jobs, so I'm doing consulting for a VC to have my own publishing company, to have my own indie game company, to all sorts of things. So that's me in a nutshell.
There's going to be some repetition because we all started together way back in the day. But yeah, my name's Max Schaefer, and I've also been making ARPGs from the get-go, the Diablos, Hellgate London, and then we teamed up with Travis to make the Torchlight series. And currently I am making an unannounced game as a VP of games at Zynga, and it will not be a mobile game. So. Well, it will be mobile. It'll be mobile and cross-platform.
I'm Eric Schaefer, Max's brother. I made with these guys and these guys Diablo 1, Diablo 2, Hellgate London, Torchlight 1, Torchlight 2, Rebel Galaxy, and Rebel Galaxy Outlaw. I think those are the highlights of my career. Retired for a little bit, but then I'm dragged back in. I've got a new indie studio called Moonbeast. You guys could look it up, moonbeast.com, though we have nothing interesting to say yet. So just had to get a little pitch out there. Sorry, Chris.
I'm Travis Baldry. The first ARPG I made was Fate, which people tell me they played on their parents' laptops, and then I feel really, really, really old. After that, I went to work with everyone here when they were at Flagship, and I was the lead on a little project called Mythos, which was another action RPG, which is now disappeared into the ether. And then afterward, when we started Runic, we made Torchlight 1 and 2. Eric and I then moved on to make the Rebel Galaxy games, as he mentioned, and now I've effectively retired from games, and I narrate audiobooks and write novels, because I guess I'm just a flip-flopper.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games. My first game was Path of Exile, and I'd like to say my 41st game was a Path of Exile expansion by now. But yeah, it's been entirely that franchise for my entire career.
I'm Eric Olofsson. I used to work for 15 years on this little game called Path of Exile. And a year and a half, I ventured out on my own to make a physical card game called Sorcery Contested Realm. So, new, very small studio there.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to kick it off with some questions here. I want you guys to feel free to maybe add in or develop a conversation. I'm sure everyone would love to hear your different perspectives on things. So the first question I thought was really interesting from the audience here. How do you feel about the current...
Okay. Yeah, I suggest checking that 8th hour of the 11th. Day 2, where the sort of like legacy developers from Diablo, Torchlight, Fate talk about their design philosophies and what they think about newer games and stuff. So that's pretty interesting. I watched it all yesterday. But then yeah, I am like ready to go eat, so I don't want to. I mean, this has already been a long session.
Will be right after this event wrap up, so very excited for that. And the race is in PoE 1, so you'll be very, very familiar. It is a Katala race, and obviously we've been dropped the bombshell that we were getting
That's
PoE 1
Karn,
and 2. Matt, was that something you were expecting, like an actual split of the game?
and
I mean, no, 'cause I
Ziz.
take it for what it is. They said, it's going to be, and for the past years, I've been telling people that come in about PoE 2, kind of like the whole new game. I'm like, listen, guys, it's not a whole new game. It's a side thing, and it's...
Okay, so this is just a race. We're gonna skip this portion. Buzi and Raze are commenting it, but I don't want to spoil it. But here you'll see some of the best. You'll see some of the best PoE players compete in the race. Tai, Killer Havoc, IMXL, and Tai 23HE. And I'm not exactly sure if they. I think they're competing at the global level too, because I think this is. I'm not sure. It could possibly be on a open ladder or. Yeah, I think this is. If I can remember, other players were able to play this ladder too. I think. Or if not, then they're competing the best of the best against each other. But yeah, that's pretty interesting. I suggest checking it out to see how speedrunners do it. But yeah. So Raze and Cutie at the end. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it for now. Probably go eat for a bit and come back. And then we'll play something. I don't know if there's gonna be perhaps a day 3. This is gonna be a day 3 roundtable. I don't know what time that starts. I thought it was gonna start around the afternoon Central Time, but yeah. I guess I can, as I go eat, I can just play back like the dev talk here between these guys. It's pretty interesting. Let's see. But like the legacy. So I'll just let that run while I'm away at AFK. So here. Alright, I'll be back.
Okay, I guess we're live. Welcome everyone to the ARPG Roundtable. This is a real star-studded lineup we have for you guys. It is one that you can participate in. We have a code on the screen if you want to submit some questions. That's been the case for a lot of the other roundtables and events, as you know. Hopefully you know how to use it by now. This is a really amazing lineup. We only have about an hour, so I want to apologize ahead of time if I have to cut anyone off. Ideally, we'd want this around 10 hours, but we couldn't really make that happen today. Let's just do a quick round of introductions, but I do want to remind you guys, these are the real juggernauts of the ARPG scene. If you have enjoyed an ARPG game, most likely they have made it, or they have heavily influenced it. So I'm Crip, and we can go around. Perhaps David, maybe you want to introduce yourself and talk about either a project you are working on or have enjoyed working on.
Yeah, my name's David Brevik, and I've been making games for 30-something years now, long time. Made all sorts of ARPGs, Diablo, Diablo 2, Marvel Heroes. And we made Hellgate London, and I've consulted on a million other projects and done a bunch of other things. Right now I have about 47 jobs, so I'm doing consulting for a VC, to have my own publishing company, to have my own indie game company, to all sorts of things. So that's me in a nutshell.
There's going to be some repetition because we all started together way back in the day. But yeah, my name's Max Schaefer, and I've also been making ARPGs from the get-go, the Diablos, Hellgate London, and then we teamed up with Travis to make the Torchlight series. And currently I am making an unannounced game as a VP of Games at Zynga, and it will not be a mobile game. So. Well, it will be mobile. It'll be mobile and cross-platform.
I'm Eric Schaefer, Max's brother. I made with these guys and these guys Diablo 1, Diablo 2, Hellgate London, Torchlight 1, Torchlight 2, Rebel Galaxy, and Rebel Galaxy Outlaw. I think those are the highlights of my career. Retired for a little bit, but then I'm dragged back in. I've got a new indie studio called Moonbeast. You guys can look it up, moonbeast.com, though we have nothing interesting to say yet, so. Just had to get a little pitch out there. Sorry, Chris.
I'm Travis Baldry. The first ARPG I made was Fate, which people tell me they played on their parents' laptops, and then I feel really old. After that, I went to work with everyone here when they were at Flagship, and I was the lead on a little project called Mythos, which was another action RPG, which is now disappeared into the ether. And then afterward, when we started Runic, we made Torchlight 1 and 2. Eric and I then moved on to make the Rebel Galaxy games, as he mentioned, and now I've effectively retired from games, and I narrate audiobooks and write novels, because I guess I'm just a flip-flopper.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games. My first game was Path of Exile, and I'd like to say my 41st game was a Path of Exile expansion by now. But yeah, it's been entirely that franchise for my entire career.
I'm Eric Olofsson. I used to work for 15 years on this little game called Path of Exile, and a year and a half I ventured out on my own to make a physical card game called Sorcery Contested Round. So, new, very small studio there.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to kick it off with some questions here. I want you guys to feel free to maybe add in or, develop a conversation. I'm sure everyone will love to hear your different perspectives on things. So the first question that I thought was really interesting from the audience here: how do you feel about the current trend of having every attack be telegraphed by red marks on the ground? Oh, Max,
we were just fighting over this the other week. Exactly. We've been fighting about this. I don't like it. I'd like to have the tell be the animation and the action and not some large piece of geometry on the ground. Sometimes you have to do it, and it should be subtle. I don't generally like it, though. I think it's a bad trend.
What do you think, David?
I disagree because I'm a systems person, but I kind of understand it. So we've, yeah, I think that I think that making it a little bit less visible is acceptable.
We've literally had this argument in the last month repeatedly.
I've never used it myself, but it's a valid tool. I like it in some games.
I like the intuitive feeling of distances and feeling like I've gotten a handle on things and having that innate knowledge without a helper, if I can get it.
Yeah, we've tried really hard in Path of Exile to have things be visible on the screen as a real scene. Like, we don't do damage numbers and that kind of stuff because we want you to actually feel the visceralness of combat. And telegraphing is a lot like that, where while I don't work on fights that have telegraphed attacks myself because I do items and stuff, my understanding is the team will telegraph through animation before they telegraph through effects where possible.
Yeah, I would say that it's best to avoid it as much as possible and as long as possible. And there's a way to teach the players about dangerous attacks coming. So say, in a level, you can have small monsters do an attack that's similar compared to the boss attack that is. So you can kind of teach the player earlier about it, and that's kind of the good way of doing it, but it's also a very slow way that requires a lot of planning, so it is kind of understandable that you would use the red mark sometimes.
And don't do red is kind of my thing. Like, you can see things that are telegraphed, and it could be a subtle, in-universe color. Yeah.
Now, everyone here has a lot of experience with the ARPGs in general. A lot of the questions we're getting have to do with what started it. Why is it that you have all tried to perfect the ARPG genre in your own different ways? How did it start?
Started from playing a lot of games. Oh boy, this is really going to date me.
How much time do we have?
No, maybe it was high school, early college, I started playing a game called Rogue, where the term roguelike comes from. And then moved on to some other versions. People made similar kind of games. Moria, Umoria, Angband, NetHack, things like that, which were ASCII games where you were like the @ symbol attacking the letter K. And they had random levels and random items and stuff like that, and you leveled up, and I played that to death. And then so when we got together and we made our own studio, then we want to kind of take that gameplay that I had played for so long and kind of update it and make it a real, put graphics on it and make it kind of pop. And so but still keep a lot of the core, which was the random levels and the random items and all the different monsters that can show up and stuff like that. And so that's really, really, I think, where it mainly comes from.
Yeah, and I think for some of us, we were kids playing Dungeons and Dragons with, some level of ADHD where we just wanted to get to the killing, And at the time, computer RPGs tended to be kind of story heavy and stat heavy, and you'd roll your characters, and it would be an hour before you got to kill your first skeleton. And we thought, we should be killing a skeleton within a minute or two, And so that was kind of one of our goals too, is just get to the action. There's plenty of time for storytelling, but you don't have to front load it so much. And then I think, Eric, you can talk about how we got the camera angle and the way we look at an ARPG.
I'm going to skip that. I don't have to listen to my brother's question.
This is what I live with.
For me, why I just keep making the same game in a sense is, for me, when we killed our first skeleton and the first shield or whatever popped out, all I can ever do is just iterate on that. I just think, okay, let's kill the next monster, let's get the next piece of loot, and my mind is just kind of hardwired to constantly follow that pattern, and I just find it enjoyable to do and enjoyable to play. So that's my ARPG story.
I think my first, as close to an ARPG as I could get, apart from NetHack, was Telengard on the C64. Avalon Hill put it out, and it had an infinite, randomly generated, deterministic dungeon. So it was the same every single time, but it went on forever. And this was running on a real piece of crap. And I was just kind of amazed by it. And it also just had a very weird sense of humor. Like, you would come across an elf and it would say, the elf likes your body and gives you a sword +1. It was, I still have incredibly fond memories of this game. I remade this game, I liked it so much. And then later on, when I encountered Diablo 1, I was hooked.
Yep, it started with Diablo, and thank you guys, by the way, for that. Seriously. Yeah, that needs applause. I played Diablo 1 obsessively until Diablo 2 was announced, and then I remember getting in trouble at high school for watching Diablo 2 trailers on the school computers where I wasn't supposed to be at lunchtime, and I tried to get the teacher who was throwing me out interested in it, but no, he wanted me to get out of there. And so, yeah, when Diablo 2 was released, I played it obsessively for a very long time. My friends will understand the degree of that obsession, and I took the game apart to learn exactly how it works, and approached Eric, who I met playing it, and Jonathan, who I knew from school, and said, we need to make a game like this. It's perfect, and there's no sequel on the horizon, and there's millions and millions of players out there who want something just like this, and let's try to understand its essence as best we can, and do our best service to the genre, and try to make some kind of spiritual successor. So it all started with your product.
Oh. And thank you, by the way, for taking up the mantle so we can go on to other things.
Yeah, I think Eric said most of it. It's just something special about clicking a monster, an item pops out, and you equip that, so you can click a slightly harder monster, and then everything sort of just goes from there. And there's something with the UI as well, where you just have the top-down camera, and everything is kind of simple and viewable, and just cut straight to the addiction, I guess.
Well, once the monsters die and they drop their shields, the next step becomes, well, maybe trading it. We have a few questions about that, and I kind of wanted to tie in what I was still thinking. What do you guys think about gold and or trading in ARPGs?
Well, I like trading. I think Chris and I have a little different views on this. We've talked about this quite a bit. I think that the easier it is to trade the item, the more you need something that restricts trading. So you can make that some sort of binding system, or the item can only be traded a few times, or whatever system you want, but the easier you make that, then the game loses a little bit about what it's about. So if you can get everything by just trading, then you lose kind of the point of the moment-to-moment combat. So it's important to have trading, I think, but if you make trading difficult, then it doesn't happen as often, and kind of is reserved for the players that are already really deeply into the game and can then use that trading, and they're getting enjoyment out of it in many other ways. So I think that I like trading, but you have to be really careful with it because it is kind of the opposite of the whole point of playing the game. Yeah. As for gold, I think gold is important, but oftentimes people don't find uses for gold. So as long as you keep gold as an active resource that you can use, I think I like picking it up.
Yeah. Now my feeling on trading is that these are co-op games for the most part, and you're there with your friends playing, and you should pretty much be able to trade unbridled with them. But when you have a huge community of hundreds of thousands or millions of gamers even, and you have some sort of global marketplace for it, you get item gluts, and it devalues it, and you lose the experience, like you're saying, of the accomplishment of killing bosses and stuff. So yeah, with your friends, trade away. But once you have like an auction house, say, it can degenerate.
Yeah, I like collectability is a lot of fun. That's part of the loot game, and I love loot. So I think, and the collectability is enhanced by trading. It's not that cool just to have your own stuff. You want to be able to send it back and forth. But I think that a lot of people would agree that like the Diablo 3 auction house sort of destroyed half the fun of the game when it becomes that's your way to get to your loot. That's not the fun way to get to loot. The fun way to get to loot is through the random rolls out there in the field. But, so, I'm mixed on it.
I don't know if anybody will like my answer. I really don't like trading at all. I like action RPGs as just, part of the joy of the randomization is just dealing with whatever the hell you were dealt. Yep. What are the monsters, what is the layout, and what's the items that I get, and then just making the best of it. I love that sort of like, that essential essence to it. As far as gold goes, even if it's not relevant, I just like the ongoing dopamine hit of picking up gold. It's like Pac-Man eating pellets in a maze. I don't know, I just like it. It's like clearing the fog of war too.
Yeah.
It speaks to me at a deep level.
Yeah, picking up money. You would never get sick of picking up money.
I'm never tired of picking up money.
Well, you know our views on trading, of course. You've read the manifesto, and you've heard all of the explanation for why we're experimenting with gold and Path of Exile 2, but I'll touch on a subject here where we deeply feel that trade is critical from the point of view of being able to have an item where you say, this is mine, and it's valuable, and you want it, and I could give it to you, but I'm not going to, because I could absolutely hand it over, but it's mine, and you have to give me something of value. We want that feeling of the thing you've got could be tradable. And to touch on what Travis said, there is something special about playing a game on your own merit, the solo self-found approach, and that's why, and I personally prefer playing solo self-found than playing with trade, but I would never make Path of Exile an entirely solo self-found game. And that's why the way we structured it is if you opt into solo self-found mode, you can opt out yourself or some of your items. So you can play and see how far you can get by yourself, and then when you find a mirror, you're like, time to trade, and then cut out your whole character. So we've got that compromise there where you can play without trade, but the game does have trade.
Yeah, I'll just add a small thematic point about gold, where it's obviously good to have gold in the game because everyone knows what gold means. Like, it's something you want more of, and there's like all this history and everything attached to it. So it's perfect like that. You just need to make sure it's actually a little hard to get and you don't get too much of it.
So a big part of trading just happens to get the high quality loot. And one of the questions we have has to do with how do you balance quantity versus quality, where they point out that both extremes seem pretty poor, but how do you land in the middle, and where should you?
I think that for me, if quantity at some level becomes useless, like meaningless. And so if you have a lot of quantity, you're going to end up in a situation where you're just like leaving things on the ground all the time, and you start to, lose hope. Because as the things drop and it's yet another, whatever low level, just green or white or whatever your kind of lowest tiers are, it's just like, okay, that's not really helping me anymore. And then, and then you're just praying for that orange. I would rather get something where it's like dropping less often and having higher quality. Dropping less items and having higher quality ones show up every now and then than the other way around. Just a litter of items are meaningless. So there is a delicate balance there, because you also have to assume that people, especially at the beginning, that they don't have a lot of items and stuff like that. So, and then there may be systems that make it so that those items, the white ones or the green ones or the low level ones, that there's ways to craft them up or do things with them. And then they start to have some value. So it all depends on your systems and how it works. But overall, I prefer to keep the kind of item stuff down, even though that's opposite of what I did in Marvel Heroes, which was loot pinatas.
Or Diablo 2.
Yeah,
which is like all sorts of showers of items. But yeah, that was so I think that keeping it down is kind of more my modern thinking.
I kind of disagree. I kind of
nice.
I think it's really tricky. It's a delicate balance. There can be too much stuff, but we tried at times toning down in Diablo 2 even. Let's stop dropping the whites and the grays and stuff. Yeah. Or even, toning it back might be appropriate. But when you don't drop them at all, and all you're dropping is the greens or the blues or the yellows, it doesn't really make any sense. Why not then make them just all one color?
Yeah, make the white ones better.
Yeah, just make the white ones better if you're not going to have the different tiers. And so it kind of, the higher tiers lose their meaning if you're not dropping the lower tiers. I think with Torchlight, I did some pretty good work of making the mid-level magic stuff still appropriate. I kind of hope, I'm still working on it and I don't have a plan yet, but I'm hoping that we can make the low-level stuff still relevant as more than just trash items for sale or for breaking down. But I don't know. I think it's just tricky, and you just got to kind of play with it in the game to see where you find a good balance.
It's hard to give a precise answer on this because it's really, really very feel-based. You just actually have to play the game and feel how it feels. Do things feel relevant or not? Do I have enough garbage so that there's proper contrast with the interesting stuff? Otherwise, I don't know, it's so feel-based.
Yeah, because if you make it like some mechanic where you take all the white items and get a crafting resource out of them by breaking them down, it can become kind of a chore then. Like, it's like, oh God, I got to...
pets.
Huh? But yeah, like I agree with you though. It's individual per game, and you just got to go with what feels good. And there's no perfect answer. I feel like we have a tradition now of leaving the white items on the ground after a little while. So sure. Yeah.
There's an aspect of Diablo 2's itemization that I had missed when we initially did Path of Exile. And this is partly because we were trying to streamline things that we felt were unnecessary, which in almost all cases was a mistake. And it's related to when you actually look at the items that drop. Okay, for a start, a bunch of what you get on the ground is gold, right? We thought unnecessary, don't need that. And then you got potions, and we thought, aha, don't need those either. We've got flask charges, so that's all that gone as well. But they've also got ammo, like bolts and arrows. And we said, nah, just unlimited ammo. Who wants to go and buy more of these, right? So far we've eliminated like 40% of actual item drops by accident. Then you've got other stuff. Like you've got fulminating gas potions and exploding things and things you can throw and random spears and stuff that have quantity on them. And there's all this stuff, like literally exploding potions, which you're never seriously going to use, but they do represent some non-zero percentage of drops. And then you've got gems, for example, which are relatively common and get consumed in the hierarchy of stuff there. And you get to the point where when you include gold drops and stuff, like 60% of the items that hit the ground are not ones that you would actually classify as equipment. And we'd literally got rid of all of that. And so that means in order for Path of Exile to then feel like you're actually finding stuff in the regular non-ruthless mode, it kind of has to all be equipment. And I wish we had realized this from the start, because now we're facing the problem where players are trained that unless the screen is full of, an armory dropped on the ground for every group of monsters, that it's not enough items. So this isn't on the quantity versus quality spectrum. You kind of know our views on that, but it is an observation where I wish we had paid more attention to that rather than saying, we can do better.
Yeah, it's a tricky conundrum that in the beginning of the game, you want to have very simple items that obviously become trash later on, but there's also part of the player progression to say that, okay, well, my character is a lot better now, and I don't care about these bad items. Like that's a sign that you became better. So that's something that you want to keep, but then of course, when you play the same game for 8 years, then you might not care about that initial sort of character development part of the first few hours. So then you have to introduce complicated solutions to solve that.
I guess it never bugged me to leave a bunch of stuff there, so I was probably responsible for the fields of junk more than almost anybody. I remember Blizzard South guys at the time, Alan Adam in particular, who was the head up down there, was like, he has to physically bring every item back to town and sell it for for whatever he can get. And so he was always like pretty pissed at me. I was like, we gotta drop less stuff. It's just no fun to just walk out of town and walk right back in and sell the junk. And so it was a philosophical problem. I kind of figure it worked out in the long run, so I don't worry too much about it.
But it's all interrelated with other systems like the size of your inventory and stuff.
Yeah, it's a tough little mix there. Systems.
Yeah, that's certainly a difficult one to balance. We have a question, a different kind of balance. How do you find a balance between action and storytelling? And perhaps we can start with Travis, and you can inspire some thoughts in what at least I think, because I just skip all the dialogue. So
I'm a dialogue skipper, and on the development, Fate had, the story was 1 page of text, which I got somebody to read. And then in Torchlight and Torchlight 2, I was always like, man, we got to cut this dialogue down. You guys in your lore, just set it to the side. I just want to be beating the crap out of things. Now I write books, and I don't really know how to reconcile those two things because it doesn't make any sense at all. But I was always very much that you can't require me to read the lore to play. And I talked to some designers who also did tabletop. And they're always trying to make you read like the micro fiction in order to consume the data that you're trying to get out of the rule book. And there's always that pushback, like, I don't want to read the micro fiction, just tell me what the number is. And that's where I fall on the spectrum.
Yeah, it's funny. I remember we cut down our dialogues in the Diablos, and eventually at one point we were like, just bold the important words.
Make them yellow text. I was notorious for yellow text. Everybody always gave me crap about yellow text because I just wanted to highlight all the important nouns so you could ignore everything that the writer had written.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm a dialogue skipper, except for the passages in Diablo 1, like the Sin War, where like you just have to like listen to it and that epic voice acting. It was so good. Was that Bill Rover? I can't remember.
Yeah, Roper did some. I suspect it was mostly the Blizzard film department guys coming up with the actual that. But I think it was very sparing in Diablo 1. We never hit you over the head. There was just a few incidents of it, so that was what made it bearable.
And it was nice. It was a break. You know, the cinematics were a break from the action and gives you a sense of progressing on to the next thing. Yeah, so I like those. I just don't like it while I'm playing. You know, I don't want to get up to a boss and have him start into a long monologue, you know, before I have to kill him. Just let me kill him. Yeah.
But just development-wise, too, we made the Diablos and the Torchlights with almost no story at all. The story was kind of added in later. So the world building, the lore, that was deliberate, kind of the back stuff. But the story and the text were really not part of the development at all. So I often don't know what the hell's going on in my own games. People ask me questions, and I'm like,
It's all about the
no
vibes.
idea.
It's about the vibes.
Yeah, vibes, not text. How about?
I'm interested in Eric's perspective here.
Well, when it comes to dialogue specifically, we actually discussed this a little bit backstage early on, so I guess it's important to all of us here. But it's more is not necessarily better, and it's a lot about condensing it down because everyone wants to get back to clicking the monsters to see what pops out of them. So it's kind of about trying to get as much as possible into something as short as possible, and then even working with things like the tone of voice of the NPC and like what type of greeting words they make, and try to get as much as possible out of those small things.
And, you know, to some extent, you're the story. You know, your path through it and the things you do and the items you find and the build you make, that's the story, you know.
Yeah, you don't want to write it too much for the player.
Right.
So it should be in their head.
We have over time cultivated an audience of players that want as much deep depth and stuff to discover in the dialogue, and will play to seek out the Easter eggs and find it. And we make sure that in addition to making sure the dialogue is as skippable as possible for like 70% of players, we have lots of stuff for the other 30%. And so we try to give our dialogue team the resources they need.
And you can do storytelling with the environment that you're passing through and the things that you see and stuff. It doesn't have to be a dialogue that plays out really slowly when you're trying to get back to clicking. I played some Diablo 4 and said, I'm going to just watch all of this cinematics and listen to all the dialogue just to see what kind of storytelling they do. And again, I really enjoyed playing it, but I was about 10 minutes before I was just escaping through the...
I used to always think about adding like a sum it up for me button when people were doing dialogue, and then they would just interrupt and say, okay, let me just sum this up. And then I would get like the digest in character. It's perfect.
Well, maybe we'll kind of transition here with an answer of my own. One of my favorite parts of dialogue is when the boss is talking to me. I think my favorite bit of dialogue is the first time I opened the seals in Diablo 2 and Chaos Sanctuary, and Diablo tells me that not even death will save you from me. That's the dialogue I like.
Yeah.
And with that in mind...
Quick and to the point, though. You know?
Yeah. With that in mind, why don't we just go around and you guys can maybe talk about your favorite boss in any ARPG with the consideration of dialogue as well.
I'll give a quick start here because it kind of inspired my own thing, inspired myself, and that was the Butcher in Diablo 1.
Damn it.
It just, I wanted to
That's
get
what everybody was going to say.
I'm grabbing it. But, and again, the real short dialogue, just the fresh meat, he says, or something, he's coming after you.
That was great storytelling.
That was good storytelling. But, you know, it set a tone. It set a tone of scariness, that bad things are going to happen here. So that, it inspired me to because there was no such thing as an ARPG boss. He was sort of the first ARPG boss, I guess. So got to develop bosses from there. I almost think we almost never hit the high of that.
No, you can't. You can never remake a Butcher encounter that had the same emotional impact, and we have tried many times, and it's just hopeless.
We tried really hard in Path of Exile, of course, to do it with Brutus. But.
Right. Well, it's funny too, though, is because now you almost can't really do a boss that kills you that bad that early in a game anymore, because there's people there'd be an outcry against it. I think we luckily got him in before people had expectations.
Challenge accepted.
I remember just recently I went, God, it wasn't recently now. How long ago did I give that 20th anniversary Diablo speech? That was at GDC. Whenever that was, I got the CD, we had a CD demo of Diablo 1 that we sent out that was like part of PC Gamer magazine or something like that. And I got the demo running, which is not a very easy thing to do anymore because it was so old and stuff. But I had it's randomly generated, so like I go down the steps, and the very first room I encountered was the Butcher. I opened up the door, he came out, whack, whack, I was dead. I was like, oh my God, is this somebody's first experience playing an ARPG? They walk down the steps and open the door, and there's the Butcher.
I'm going to take a different approach, a boss that's not good for its storytelling or immersion necessarily, but I'm going to pick Pendleskin because it's like an eye level 86 treasure class. It's like 40-second run cycle from town, so anyway.
All right, I'm going to bring up Telengard again because it was in the early days, they really did not have like level bands set up for the creatures that could show up in the dungeon. So you could start Telengard, walk 1 square away from the entryway, and a level 30 dragon could appear and breathe fire on you. And that was and you immediately died. And there is no save, you just restart, you re-roll, and that's it. And that's your first experience playing the game, is dying on the very first move. And yeah, that reminded me somewhat of the Butcher.
Out-Butcher the Butcher.
Well, when it comes to boss and getting their loot, an interesting part of it is the Magic Find attribute that's showed up, I would say, quite successfully in most of the games that you have made. What is your take on Magic Find as a stat or an attribute in an ARPG?
I loved it just as a bit of a counterbalance, kind of I'm going to take the Magic Find, but it's a trade-off from important stats and other things. It was simpler back when I was playing with that in the Diablo 2 days. I know you guys are working with that. Do all kind. I don't know. That's all I have to say, I guess.
Yeah. 100%. That's how I feel.
Yeah. I mean, it's an affix usually, so it comes at the expense of something else. So it's a trade-off.
I mean, it seems it's great for late game play when you've kind of done the game a bunch of times and, hey, let me take it. It's a little more of a challenge, but a little better loot seems to be a great thing for people to keep playing the game forever.
Yeah. When you're down to hunting items in a game, it really feels like a fun one to get.
Yeah, I just really liked Magic Find back in the Diablo 2 days because you made a trade-off between absolute killing speed and sort of toughness with Magic Find, and then with the goal, of course, being to get as much wealth as possible at the speediest speed.
One of the things I liked about it, too, is you really just have to take it on faith, because I don't know how many people are writing down their drops and seeing, did I really get a 3% increase in Magic Find?
How well is this really working?
Yeah.
Absolutely, I made a database for Diablo 2 to make sure that it was working. Those diminishing returns calculations, which are well documented, formed the basis of Path of Exile's diminishing returns calculations for Magic Find. And they are important because your absolute character power has many axes before they diminish, whereas Magic Find diminishes with just one value. So you do have to make sure you manage the math with that, and there are trade-offs.
Right.
All right. A different angle on this one. So what is the smallest addition or change that you have made to a game that gave you the most amount of joy? Maybe you can start this one, David.
Jeez. Changing Diablo from turn-based to real-time.
That was a good idea. So I have a good example of that. It was in the Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction expansion. Like at the very last moment, we said, hey, you know what would be cool? Throw a couple of, we had hirelings, but just throw a couple soldiers out there fighting the monsters before you get out there. And it just felt so cool to go out and see, like, hey, I'm not alone out here fighting. You know, because a lot of times, like, what is everyone else doing? You know? And like, you know, finally it was a sense, okay, there actually are some other people out here helping out the cause. You know?
Right. They still don't give you a break in the store, though. Yeah, you're saving us, but I'm going to charge you for this weapon.
I don't think it's not that little a change, but I think Dave's brother Pete back in the day suggested the socketable item.
Yeah.
Let's put a gem into an item. And that kind of, you know, that expanded things in a big way. I mean, went a lot of systems on top of that, but I think that was the first great little brainstorm.
Right.
For me, it's probably a toss-up between letting you send your pack animal back to town to sell all your shit and adding a fishing mini game.
I was going to joke fishing as well, but in Fate, that was not actually a joke. There is a mature fishing game that's actually very cool. My smallest change that I think we made that brought me personally the most joy was the hardcore death notifications in global chat. And the story behind that is a user during the closed beta said, hello, I will purchase the $250 gold supporter pack if you add this feature. And we were desperate enough for money that I said to Jonathan, hello, how many hours will it take for you to get this deployed? Like, is it plus EV? And he said, absolutely, it's 10 minutes. And so we made $250 for 10 minutes work.
Nice.
Yeah, the one change that popped up into my head I'm not really sure why, really, but this was super early on in Path of Exile, where we discovered that the ratio between rare items and magic items was completely off, way different than in the Diablo games. And then we fixed it, and then it just felt so much better playing afterwards. All right.
That's awesome, thank you. How do you feel about community tools? Should the game be moddable, or should the game just give you everything you need? And I think I would maybe add on to that, at least hopefully some website guide support into the mix.
I like being able to create mods. I think that builds a stronger game and long-term commitment to a community and to the game. But it's pretty difficult in a game that is kind of a live game. They've done it in World of Warcraft, and there are other games that have examples of this. Hopefully, the game does deliver all that you need. But sometimes it doesn't, and so it's nice when the community can do something like that. It's just kind of, you have to be real careful about what you expose through those tools and what information they can garner, because you're going to end up in a situation where people get big advantages from using particular mods and stuff, and then you kind of get, I don't know, a community that can have some toxicity with, hey, you aren't using this mod, then you're not elite, and all these kind of things. So there's definitely a balance you have to reach.
I mean, the big balance is between secure items and characters, and mods make that pretty hard. I mean, there's a limited amount of mods that don't ruin the security of the items and characters. So
yeah, it's sort of inversely proportional to how important it is that everyone's on a level playing field.
Yeah. So I like mods, and the current game I'm making is very moddable, but that's kind of almost experimentally super moddable. So right now I'm leaning into it, but I can see it both ways.
But purely selfishly, I love modability because I spent so much time tearing apart other games and using other mod kits and seeing how things worked, and that was just like a real source of joy for me. So when we made Torchlight and Torchlight 2, we released all the mod tools, and it was definitely complicated for Torchlight 2, and it's nowhere near the complexity, and it doesn't have to deal with the issues that you're bringing up about long-term balance on a game that's a live service. Torchlight 2 was multiplayer, but it was just peer-to-peer, and we knew going in that that was just going to be one of the limitations. And but again, purely selfishly, I love to tear things apart.
I love the idea of moddable action RPGs. Like, I would love to make a single-player, very moddable one. I don't know if the business proposition is as easy as the live service one. We have to deal daily with customers that are upset because they lost their items due to various things involving third-party programs, right? Like, if the modding ecosystem for online games means that to have the best gameplay experience, you've got to install stuff, which could potentially steal your credentials, and people fork these and insert bad software, and it's really sad when we have to tell users, we're really sorry, we can't do anything, that was your fault for installing the virus. And so we would rather that the modding ecosystem didn't involve people pasting their PHP session IDs into arbitrary websites or downloading executables they run on their work computers and stuff, but gamers want every advantage they can get.
I'm a huge fan of modding, as most game developers probably are. And one point here is that when we got a job application at GGG, and they have, like, you look at modding experience before, like, academic credentials, basically. So get into modding, I guess, if you want to get into the games industry.
That's probably great advice. How do you deal with every character being the one true hero in a multiplayer scenario?
You don't.
Yes. Suspension of disbelief.
Kind of an example of that, not exactly, but we ran into an issue with, in the end of Diablo 1, you jam this gem into your head, right? And you're...
Spoiler alert.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Best moment in gaming.
And it's a long story, I won't get into it, but that was sort of thrust upon us by the Blizzard film department in the day, who sent us the movie of that's how your game ends. And we didn't really have enough time to change it. And we grew to love it, actually, but at first we were kind of shocked. Wait, that's not... But in any case, what I was getting to is, when we were started Diablo 2, for some reason, the Blizzard South guys thought that everybody should start the game with a gem in their head, like we were continuing from Diablo 1. So that's like, it doesn't even make any sense. Like, everybody you run across was the guy that killed Diablo, so that's exactly the kind of problem you're bringing up. So like Dave says, we just ignored it and just moved on.
Yeah, there's only one universe, and that's the one that you're playing. Right?
That Soulstone moment, though, at the end of Diablo 1 was the point when I realized that media can have a twist at the end. Like, it was impactful.
Oh, yeah. We loved it in the end.
Yeah.
All right. If you had to play one game for your entire life, what would it be? And to specify, you can mention a specific league or patch cycle in it.
I mean, for me, it's not an ARPG at all. I play Civ 6 just relentlessly. So I'm happy with it as is. I would just go with that for the rest of my life, and I'd be okay.
For me, it would be Minecraft. Honestly, I just make myself a nice little castle and look at the sunset.
I actually think Minecraft is a Diablo game. We've got random areas, we've got random items, we've got pretty good combat, we have relatively secure server-side stuff within a community. I mean, what really is it missing, right? And it's moddable and, possibly the best game ever.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Max stole my answer.
Sorry.
No, I can't say Minecraft.
It's ridiculously hard.
We can all say Minecraft.
Okay, let's go start a Minecraft server.
Who's in? That are Words with Friends. I can play Scrabble forever.
Robotron, that's my answer.
Robotron?
Robotron,
All
yes.
right. Nice.
Interesting.
Yeah, I would probably play Diablo 2. I wonder if it's 1.11 or something before Whirlwind got nerfed.
Oh. Ice Blink Whirlwind with a lance.
Ah, yes. Exactly. You know the build. Yeah.
I do. So one of the game genres that has been coming up, it's kind of the Survivor series. We've got a lot of questions from you guys about your thoughts on Vampire Survivor genre. There's a number of games. I don't know which one really defines it, but these games have similar elements to an ARPG.
Yeah.
But they're not quite exactly like it. What do you think?
David made a blend between Diablo and
a survival game. Yeah, I made a game called It Lurks Below. It's on Steam. It's fun. Made it by myself. But I think that Vampire Survivors, though, is like, you know, all the things are coming at you from all over, and you level up your character really quickly. And so I do really like that game a lot. I played quite a few hours of it. It does share a lot of things, but it reminds me more almost of like a card game, because when you know, in like a card battler, when you defeat a monster, it's like, hey, here's your choice of, well, it reminds me a little of the card game we're playing here at the show, where here's your 2 choices, your 3 choices of things that you can do that one thing. And so it's a little bit different than the ARPG kind of Diablo-style ARPG, where you're killing stuff and picking up loot and making choices like that. It's just too fast, oftentimes, in the Vampire Survivor. So there's some differences. I'm sure that somebody's going to try and combine them in a more meaningful way, but I do really enjoy that genre, and I had a lot of fun playing.
I've never played it, but I got addicted to watching Asmongold play both Vampire Survivors and Halls of Torment, to the point where I will, before going to work, refresh his channel, hoping there is another video in either game. And it could be the reason why I'm half an hour late to work that day, because I'll watch it on 2 times speed. It's addictive.
Yeah. A lot of my gaming experience these days is through streamers. The same thing.
All right, we have an awesome question here. How does playing your own game feel when compared to games you had no hand in? And we can mention anything. I mean, maybe Eric, you want to start with even your card game.
How it is to play other games. It's, as a game developer, you unfortunately get a bit destroyed, where you start to look at how they implemented things, and you never quite get that sort of naive thing where, like, when you grew up and played games and you got the kind of super strong experience, but it's more of a sort of scientific effort almost when you play other games now, unfortunately.
Do you get that feeling?
How does it feel to play your own as a
my
contrast?
own game? Well, then it's just that tuned to 11, because you start to look at what things you can improve, and
right.
That's my thing. I can't, when I play my own games, it's all looking at the flaws, finding bugs, and hope, you know, and I can relax when it's someone else's game, and I can be a lot more forgiving. I don't care if there's a little flaw in it, if it's someone else did it. But yeah, it makes it hard to enjoy games that we've made.
Yeah, I don't like any of the games I've made.
Oh, come on. You're being too hard on yourself.
No, I'm dead serious. I can't even play a lot of the games that I made anymore. It's very rare that I can. But so oftentimes I'm just too critical. And like, as soon as I'm done playing it, I often go, okay, here's my list of 7 things I gotta fix or whatever, rather than really, you know, just doing it just for fun.
Yeah, there's that reflexive list creation. When I play other games, I still start to do it immediately, and then I have to stop myself. It's like, okay, I got to do this, I got to do this, I got to. Oh wait, no, this isn't my game. I don't have to do anything. This is great.
Well, I'm going to circle back to a few more game mechanics, because I have a question here I didn't want to miss. Aside from killing monsters, what is your favorite way to award a player power in a game?
I mean, you got to look like a badass after you've leveled up a long way, you know? And so, like, figuring out costumes that are unique and interesting and make you look more powerful is you know, I remember times playing Diablo 2 and finding a cool helmet with horns coming out, and, you know, it made me look so different, and it was almost as fun as actually finishing a level or killing a boss, as, you know, getting a cool looking helmet.
New skills or skill evolutions that are tactily more satisfying than what you had before. It's just immediately the act of doing what you've already been doing just feels better.
I think there's something cool about having meaningful rewards for side quests, because when you're playing through the game, a power gamer wants to ignore the side quests and come back where relevant. But having the distraction of, if I go and actually, like, you know, smash the Soulstone in the Hellforge, I'm going to get a pile of gems that could be useful, and have to do that math as to whether you want to do that is really cool. And I believe the Path of Exile 2 team have been working hard on having quite a lot of significant attribute bonuses on side quests, rather than some skill refund points or something you're not going to need necessarily.
All right, well, our time is just about running out, but I wanted to wrap up with maybe a question you might think about, or maybe whimsically perhaps. Why don't you guys come up together and make the ultimate game?
It's a hell of a group. I think we could do it if the personalities didn't clash too much.
Yeah, this is my brother. It's very hard to work with a sibling. But yeah, no, I mean that.
I'm in.
We've collaborated so much over the years in terms of sharing stuff, and we got David on as an advisor for helping us with our Chinese launch and so on, and we are sharing ideas and showing each other what we're working on, regardless of whether it's for the same company or not. So our DNA is spread across all the games we've worked on.
Yeah.
It happens automatically anyway. Yeah.
And you get more games if we spread out a little bit. I mean, if we did that, it would be like one
Quality,
game.
though. Well, thank you all so much for this awesome ARPG roundtable. Round of applause, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Alright, we're back. Okay. So that's all that really is. 3 p.m. NZST to CST. Is it really 10 p.m. roundtable? That doesn't sound right. I guess that is. So I don't have to worry about that until like later in the night. It's starting to get hot. It's starting to get pretty hot. Like the sun's out and everything. Okay. I mean, what to do? I didn't really plan like what game I was gonna play today. What is this?
Give us pizza or give us death. Give us pizza or give us death. Give us pizza or give us death.
Where's he throwing it? He has more pizza.
Destroying every small business. That's what this city keeps doing.
This is in New York.
Business.
That's funny. That's a funny way of doing things. He's protesting new rules drafted by the New York City Department of Environmental Protection that would require restaurants using coal or wood-fired ovens like pizzerias to curb emissions by up to 75%. Pizzerias with ovens installed before 2016 will need to install emissions monitoring devices that started around $10,000. Yeah, that just seems like a waste of time. Like, why would you target pizzerias, which makes up like what 0.01% of all the pollution worldwide? Go after the larger corporations. Why are you sticking like $10,000 regulation on small businesses that probably don't even make that much in a day? Yo. Yeah. Just give me a minute. Okay, so I'm gonna split this into morning and afternoon. So it's already the afternoon. Started at, did I start at 8 or start at 9? I started at, when did I wake up? I know I woke up at 7, went to sleep for another hour, woke up at 8, and got started with the stream. So it's already afternoon. I'm gonna be back later on. Give me like an hour and a half or so, 1 hour and a half to 2 hours. So yeah, I'm gonna split this in half. So I won't be leaving this on. It's just it'll just be a waste of energy. So yeah, be back later today. Predictably an hour and a half to 2, and from there we get to play some games. So there's no more conference stuff or convention stuff, not until like 10 p.m. But likely I'll be on during that time, so we'll watch it together. Today was just me watching the reruns because I didn't miss it. I actually watched it yesterday, but I watched a chunk of it, but not the whole thing. So anyways, at least we get to see it together. Now, yeah, I will be back. Peace.